A very good morning to you. Welcome to a slightly overcast Old Trafford for this Metro Bank Cup match between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. My name is Chris Malaband. Alongside me today is Ed Seaborn, and we'll be with you for the next potentially 7 hours or so as these two sides lock horns in the 50 over competition. Gloucestershire have won the toss and elected to bat first. Cameron Bancroft and James Bracey are making their way to the middle. And Ed Seaborn alongside me, very good morning to you, has been keeping across all the team news.
Thank you. Yeah, so Gloucestershire making a couple of changes and Lancashire making 3. So we'll start with the Lancashire side, and news of a return for Harry Singh. Tom Aspinwall is back from the 100, and Charlie Barnard also comes in, the left-arm spinner. Joe Moore's off to the 100, so as ever at this stage of the competition there's a little bit of toing and froing. Jack Blatherwick doesn't play today, and there was an injury to Ollie Sutton, the left-arm seamer, so he drops out of the side. And for Gloucestershire, Graham van Buren does not play, I think just being rested. He was taking a full part in the warm-up. Daz Ahmed also out, and Joe Phillips plays his first match of the tournament for Gloucestershire, and Aman Rao, the tall seam bowler, returns as well. But as you say, Bancroft and Bracey still up top, and Tom Bailey to bowl the first over, so everything's as per as far as that's concerned.
Tom Bailey just making some adjustments to the field, and he's going to get us underway from the Statham end. What do you make of this pitch, Ed, from our vantage point high in the media centre?
Well, as you'll see, the ends look a little bit worn, but then it's you'd have to be pitching the ball so full, I think, for it even to land on that. So it looks, looks a pretty decent surface, definitely.
Edged by Bracey, but wide of second slip. No chance there for Harry Singh to stretch an arm out, but a bit of encouragement there for Bailey.
And there's a little bit of greenness to it still. It is obviously a used pitch. I think you don't need to be a world expert in cricket, and I'm certainly not, to see that, but you'd have to imagine there's every chance it's going to play pretty well. But Gloucestershire electing to bat first, I suspect, with it being a used pitch in mind.
Cameron Bancroft having his first look at Tom Bailey, the man from Perth in Western Australia. 10 tests for his country, but at 33, perhaps his international opportunities in the longest format might be behind him now. As I know you've had the chance to see quite a bit of Bancroft this season. How's he been?
Yeah, he's got some important runs in the championship, and has yet though to register 100 this year, which is unusual. He's had a couple of innings in the championship which have probably been worth hundreds, given some of the tricky nature of the surfaces at the start of the season. And then he was at the crease for Gloucestershire's only win of this campaign so far, 89 not out against Kent. So again, another opportunity might have been there to get 100, but he just didn't have enough runs to play with. Of course, skippering the red ball side, but Jack Taylor, the white ball skipper for Gloucestershire, who has won the toss again. And that means that Jack Taylor has now won 6 out of 6 tosses in this year's One Day Cup.
Goodness.
And
the odds are against you doing that,
You'd
aren't
have
they?
thought so. And he also won the toss in the T20 quarter-final that Gloucestershire had against Northamptonshire. So it's now 7 in a row that Jack Taylor's won, and I suspect he's probably praying almost every time at the moment that he doesn't win the toss. I think he's quite tired of having to be the one to decide what happens.
Well, that is an incredible record to win 7 consecutive tosses. We'll try and work out statistically what the chances are of that, because it's pretty slim, I would say. But yeah, the downside, of course, is always you're the decision maker, aren't you? When you can never say, well, we lost the toss, we got put in, what more could we do? So all eyes are on you. If you get it wrong, as the skipper, Tom Aspinwall then to take the new white ball from the Jimmy Anderson end, released by Welsh Fire, back to be able to play for Lancashire today. And he's got a wicket with his first delivery. What a way to return for the Red Rose. Chopping on, James Bracey plays on. He's gone for 1, and Aspinwall's golden arm immediately reaping dividends for Lancashire. Gloucestershire 1 for 1. First ball of the second over as Tom Aspinwall strikes.
Well, he's strong through that area. James Bracey scores a lot of his runs either just in front of square or behind square on the offside. And I'm not even sure he's really looking to hit this for 4. I think he's pretty much just looking to run it down for a single, as he did in the opening over, and just a little bit of movement back and Bracey chopping down on it inside edge, and a dramatic start for Aspinwall with the removal of middle stump, which I think is always, I don't know, I think that's almost better than 2 stumps going out of the ground for a bowler, to see middle stump going out. Admittedly, this was via the inside edge,
pleasing, isn't it, from a bowling perspective?
I think there's something about middle stump going with the other 2 standing. But what a dramatic start indeed. And Ollie Price is the new batter for Gloucestershire, fresh off his first 100 of the season. And this a ground which he has extremely fond memories of, having made an unbeaten 253 in the county championship here last year. But he's coming in under serious pressure straight away. Lancashire have been right on it. We've only had 7 deliveries, but there's been absolutely no quarter given so far.
2 slips then for Aspinwall. Price off and running. Well, Gloucestershire, of course, coming into this fixture with 4 defeats from their 5 Metro Bank Cup outings this summer. Just that solitary victory over Kent for Mark Alain's side, sitting bottom of Group A and facing elimination from the group stage. 2 matches left, of course, for both of these sides after today. Lancashire very much in the shake-up to try and finish top 3. But Gloucestershire have had a difficult campaign in this 50-over format, and that kind of start is only going to give the dressing room, you'd think, Ed, an opportunity for players to lift eyebrows and look to one another potentially and say, here we go again. But a lot of time yet for a rebuild.
Yep, these 2 batted for a significant amount of time together at rugby school in Gloucestershire's last game. Bancroft really had to graft for his 46 and got out effectively just thinking, right, I've pretty much not quite got a hit out or get out here, but he was 46 off 83 and skied a ball off Jake Lintott, whereas Price was able to kick on. But already there's this sort of feel a little bit, as has happened a couple of times in this competition from a Gloucestershire perspective, where they've not got off to a flyer of a start, and Bracey has tended to be the attacker. So Lancashire will be delighted particularly to have got rid of him.
Bancroft likely to be watchful, you'd think, having lost his opening partner so early in proceedings. Just one off that opening Tom Aspinwall over, and that wicket of James Bracey, of course, for the returning Lancashire seam bowler, who won't be available on Sunday when Lancashire continue their campaign with a trip to rugby school that Ed was just mentioning, where Gloucestershire have recently played. That's Lancashire's next opposition, Warwickshire, but Welsh Fire back in action on Sunday, so Aspinwall won't be available then. That may perhaps been a consideration today for Stephen Croft, perhaps, in resting Jack Blatherwick, knowing that Aspinwall will only be available for this game in the next few days.
It's always a great luxury, I guess, to have somebody of Tom Bailey's experience and quality opening the bowling. New white ball at each end, so there's more opportunity for swing to come into play in the first phase of the game. Oh, that's a good one from Bailey, drawing Bancroft into the drive. First one that he's really gone hard at, but Bailey's getting this away shape and really beating Bancroft all ends up there.
Yeah, looked a good one, that, from Bailey. As you say, Ed, experienced quality performer, particularly when there's a bit of assistance from the elements and off the wicket.
And you would think today would be a day which ought to be a decent one for getting the ball to go through the air. Of course, not quite as warm as it has been for the majority of the summer, but we've got a little bit of thicker cloud coming in. It's still warm enough, might be just the right conditions. That's going to go to the boundary. So Bancroft with one of his trademark shots, really very strong off his thigh hip, and Bailey didn't really get too straight there even, but Bancroft is somebody that moves across the crease a lot, will try and do whatever he can to put a line and length settling bowler like Bailey is off his line, and it is a short boundary out to that side today.
Good comeback from Bailey. Bancroft beaten on the crease there. Yes, as you say, Ed, it is a short boundary towards the Hilton Garden Inn today. The pitch a long way across the square. As you look at the old pavilion at Old Trafford, a long way to the right-hand side. The sight screens moving between the edge of the pavilion and just where the gangway is linking the old pavilion and the first of the two hotel buildings. That's a good shot. Nicely timed out through the covers from Bancroft. Really didn't try and hit that at all, just leant on it, pure timing. And Bancroft picking up two boundaries, both in a very low risk fashion in that over. That'll lift the spirits in the Gloucestershire dressing room. 11 for 1 at the end of the third, 9 off the over.
Yeah, it's a confident shot from Bancroft, but not chasing the ball really, just let it come to him, and we certainly saw from that you're going to get value even to the longer side, at least particularly in the first 10 overs with only two fielders out. You're not going to be able to protect those large gaps out there in the way that you might be able to later on. It's a good start again from Aspinwall.
It's a good leave that, Ed, isn't it? Goodness me, that looked fairly adjacent. I think Aspinwall was interested for a moment as that whistled past the outside off stump.
I mean, that was almost, if you mirrored the ball he bowled first ball to Bracey's, pretty much the same line and length, and probably a good thing from Price's point of view he did leave it.
You mentioned Price's huge double hundred here last year. Ed, what sort of form has he been in this season for Gloucestershire? I know he got his 100 at Warwickshire that you were mentioning a few moments ago, but aside from that, has he found consistency?
Well, he's had also a little bit of an injury at the end of the T20 campaign, so he's missed a little bit of time. I think it is taken a bit of time to settle into this season. But I suppose, like a lot of batters in the top order, it's a real confidence game, and I've mentioned already, sort of alluded to Bancroft's runs as well, having not reached 3 figures yet this season, but it's not been actually easy batting at Bristol this season. And, you know, you tend to think of Bristol as a place where it's hard work to score your runs, but staying in isn't always the toughest. And also particularly hard to take wickets there. Just, they tend to be quite slow-moving games, sluggish surfaces, not much movement in them. I thought there was something on that in terms of potentially a caught behind, and I think they were possibly hoping that the umpire might not signal wide because there was a bit of pad on that. I don't know, it sounded as if there might have been a little something in my ear there, but anyway, wide's been signalled.
Yeah, I got the impression that was the good old down the leg side, get the appeal in to try and mitigate the wide, but in vain.
That completes another very tidy over from Tom Aspinwall. You wouldn't tell at all that he'd been a little bit short of cricket of late, because he has come back absolutely firing, and just 2 runs from 2 overs with the wicket of Bracey as well. But just finishing the point on Bristol this year, it in particular, there's a new head of the ground staff at Bristol. Pitches have really significantly changed, lots more pace in them, more seam movement as well. And I think that's, I wouldn't say it's caught Gloucestershire out at all. And you talk to the players, and those are the sorts of games they want to be playing. I think most county cricketers would say that they want pitches that they know are going to produce results. Not excessively so, but they want pace in the surfaces. They
Absolutely
want to be challenged.
Inside edge, but more runs down to long leg there for Cameron Bancroft, and Bailey picked off by Bancroft for a 3rd boundary early in this innings. Arguably a moral victory for the bowler there, but Bancroft getting enough wood on that to bring about another 4. So he's starting to progress nicely now. 12 with 3 boundaries.
Hit him is the cry, and it is a miss. They won't get an overthrow though, because the boundary's so short out there. Barnard with some good work to back up.
Yeah, Arav Shetty putting his hands on his head there, and I'm not sure if he'd have hit whether Bancroft would have been in trouble. He set off quickly, which I think was the right decision. It looked a good run, I thought, as he played it, and despite Shetty swooping, I think Bancroft would probably have been okay, but it would have been interesting if the young Lancashire off-spinner had hit the timbers there. Might have been adjacent. Change in the field from George Balderson to put a man in there at short fine leg. Tom Aspinwall up into the circle, just cutting off that potential avenue where Bancroft profited earlier in the over. Don't forget you can get the full service today on lancastv.co.uk. Big shout from Bailey and no interest from umpire Paul Pollard. Wow, that certainly looked well worth the inquiry, and the Lancashire fielders with hands on head suggested they thought that was very, very close.
Certainly looked full enough, but Price looking to play quite straight as well. Suggested it was definitely worth a shout. It almost looked as though the umpire had made up his mind quite quickly. I don't know whether he felt there might have been some bat involved.
Well, that concludes Bailey's third over of the morning. 17 for 1 at the end of it. Just the 1 wicket for Lancashire so far today. Bracey perishing early, playing on to Tom Aspinwall for just 1. And as I was mentioning, if you're watching on YouTube today, then for full coverage with additional camera angles and replays, head to lancastv.co.uk. You just need to register, but it's then a free account login if you do so. So for the full coverage today, head to lancastv.co.uk if you're currently joining us on YouTube.
Wide again. Jennings jumping up and down, imploring the umpire to at least not signal wide, and not successful.
Well, Phil Mustard, as an esteemed keeper for many seasons, Ed, at Durham, and then of course latterly at Gloucestershire, will know that old trick of the appeal, and it's a wide down the leg side, and he's had no truck with it on either occasion. Sometimes, of course, it can be a genuine shout.
Certainly good energy in the field from Lancashire here. I mean, they'll be about their business. They know this is a great opportunity to go 4 wins from 6.
Aspinwall just struggling with his radar here. I wonder if he's just trying to ensure he doesn't give Bancroft any width outside off stump, overcompensating a bit, or seeing a little bit of assistance in conditions and wanting to try and make sure he keeps a very straight line to bring about an edge, but just losing his radar now. 3 times wides down the leg side. Much better line there.
I suppose the other thing is when you have been selected by a 100 team, you're very much geared up for 5 balls on, maybe even more than 5 balls off, and then you come back and bowl another 5. It's very much a sprint rather than, well, not exactly a marathon here.
But yes, a very different format.
But yes, you are thinking, as you've been given the new ball, you'd like to give yourself the opportunity for at least a 5 over spell, and you'd hope you're bowling well enough that you might even get more than that. So it's a bit of an adjustment, even though you're still running in and bowling with a white ball. A bit frustrated there, Bancroft, because he finally got, I think that's about the first genuine half volley that Lancashire have bowled, and he timed it well, just didn't place it. We've only seen 1 boundary off a drive in the early going, and I think Bancroft took that one off a full length really, rather than a more of a slot length. Oh, that's way down there, and that'll be 5 wide. So It wasn't too much of an issue when it was just the odd single wide, but that one didn't give Matty Hurst much of a chance.
I'm just wondering, Ed, looking at Tom Aspinwall's reaction here, whether part of his issue is the footholds. We talked about the fact this was a used pitch, and you can see on screen there how bare the patches are in and around the return crease, and I wonder whether part of this is a grip issue, perhaps, as he's putting his left foot down. See the dust coming up there when that ball was bowled, and he just came back and looked at the crease with some frustration, shaking his head again. Aspinwall. I wonder whether that might be something that's not assisting him in getting his lines quite right.
We can see it's changed colour since the start as well. It's visibly darker where the bowlers have been running in compared to the other side. Again, no, says the umpire, maybe just a fraction high that time.
Yeah.
But when he gets it online, he's caused all sorts of problems. Aspinwall, the main problem has been the free runs, but still only 4 runs and over in the early going, Gloucestershire.
That's what he's looking for, though, Ed, isn't it? That ball coming back in to the right-hander, hitting kind of thigh guard territory and nipping back off the seam, and that's the delivery he's really looking for to try and cramp up both Price and Bancroft. 24 for 1 then, after 6 overs. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, a very warm welcome from Chris Malaband and Ed Seaborn. An overcast Old Trafford this morning. Gloucestershire winning the toss. Misfield there from George Balderson, which will frustrate bowler Bailey. Yes, Gloucestershire winning the toss, electing to bat first, making 2 changes from the team who lost at Warwickshire on Sunday. The visitors, with Graham Van Buren and Daz Ahmed dropping out, Arman Rao and Joe Phillips coming in, and Lancashire with 3 alterations in their 11 from their defeat at Northamptonshire. Joe Moore's off to the 100, replaced by Harry Singh. Jack Blatherwick takes a breather with Tom Aspinwall's return, and Ollie Sutton out with a knee injury, meaning a return for slow left armer Charlie Barnard. So 2 frontline spinners for Lancashire in this side today in Shetty and Barnard. Balderson will offer the third seamer option, potentially a bit of Harry Singh spin if needed. Talking of spinners, of course, Ed, a few days ago, Lancashire announcing the arrival of Pakistani veteran slow left armer Noman Ali for the last batch of 6 county championship matches of the summer. Could be a very interesting signing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he does. He's somebody who's played a lot of international cricket later on in his career. And in a way, I don't know if spinners are quite like goalkeepers in this respect, but
get better with age.
Yeah,
like a good wine.
I think there's something to be said for that. And he's obviously not the youngest, but somebody that is very consistent, and you know, he's somebody that has a fine test record.
Tom Bailey also slipping down the leg side there. Paul Pollard extending his arms for the wide.
But I think there's a definite feeling that later on in this season that pitches will, or should, turn for the back end, with it being so dry. So I'm quite interested, after having had such a barren summer in terms of rain, what the surfaces will look like in September.
Half stopped by Bailey in the follow-through, potentially stopping another Bancroft boundary. Looks like Bancroft wanting potentially a new grip for his bat from the dressing room. He gave a signal there suggesting some tape perhaps, but certainly an adjustment with his blade required. I saw Marcus Harris step forward after the fall of James Bracey's wicket head and have a chat to his old Australian teammate Bancroft and have a look at his bat. On-pitch rivalries put to one side for a couple of minutes for a discussion about Willow.
Yeah, and I suppose they have actually been rivals for a while in their careers in terms of pushing for that opening slot alongside David Warner. Some length to have a go at there from Price. Won't find the boundary. And a couple of times in this over, Gloucestershire just opening up a little bit more. Bancroft really cleared his front side for that drive that was knocked down from Bailey, and there again it was short enough. Price could have a bit of a flash at it, but neither occasion producing the boundary. So 28 for 1 after 7, still representing a good start from Lancashire. And I suppose it's relatively rare in this competition that sides get off to the sort of 65 without loss, 70 without loss, but if Lancashire can get one more in this first power play, they will be thrilled with their start.
Aspinwall continuing. Yeah, steady scoring rate, isn't it? As you say, Ed, Gloucestershire, having lost Bracey so early, would definitely have wanted to ensure they didn't lose another one straight away. And Price and Bancroft have certainly steadied the ship so far, but you'd feel quite a lot was on their shoulders looking at this batting order.
Again, didn't feel as though that one had a great deal going for it. I feel as though I repeat myself every one of these one-day cup games, especially that I do, but I still think I'm of the same opinion that if you're 40 for 1 after 10, it's not the worst. It's more about giving yourself that opportunity to go through the middle overs to the latter overs, because I mean, there are so many reasons, but with the change in regs that we had several years now, where you've still got to have 5 in the ring until the end of the 40th. That really does actually give you the opportunity to try and up your rate through the middle overs in a way where it used to be you had to attack the first 10 because that was the only opportunity you'd be getting, with having to have only 2 out, and then for the rest of the innings you'd be looking at 4 inside the ring if the fielding captain wanted.
And I think, as you say, Ed, a good adjustment from the rule makers to try and get away from what had become the reputation of 50 over list A cricket, of having that kind of soft period in the middle of the overs 20 to 40 perhaps, which became tick over, keep the scoreboard moving, push the 1 type of stuff, and a slightly flat period in the game. So I think, as you say, that adjustment to the regulations has tried and reasonably successfully dealt with that to a point at least.
That's going to complete a maiden from Tom Aspinwall, so he's certainly got right back on it after conceding 7 in the previous over, but none off the bat. And he's only gone for 9 in 4 overs. So really exactly what George Balderson would have wanted out of him as an opening spell. But also, going back to the point about starting, again, I mention this a lot, but it's the case with this one-day cup that most sides are really devoid of death bowling. So you really can catch up at the back end in a way that you can't always do in all 50 over cricket. You might think you have to pace the innings a little differently. But in this Men's One Day Cup, we know the reasons for it, but sides are missing their primary white ball death bowlers, so you can expect to score quite heavily in that back 10.
Now here's an interesting change from Lancashire skipper George Balderson, because he's turning to Charlie Barnard, the young slow left armour from Ashton-under-Lyne. Plays his club cricket at Hyde, and he's going to have to bowl his first over with the power play restrictions still very much on, so interesting to bring him on now rather than potentially wait for the next over from this Statham end. But Barnard getting his opportunity early in the innings.
Oh, it just snuck underneath cover. Was hit well by Bancroft. And again, fairly low risk as well. There might have been the temptation with the spinner coming on this over to have a bit of a dart from both these two. Price especially tends to quite like to attack spin, but just a fraction over pitched and hit well enough that it got underneath cover.
Good comeback from Barnard, who took 49 wickets for the Lancashire second team last year. Continuing his development with some further opportunities in this format this time. Keeping a very full length to Cameron Bancroft in this over. All three deliveries right up there. Bancroft pushing hard for the second. Price coming back quickly and getting home. And Barnard's metronomic length just triggering Bancroft to adjust his footwork to that final delivery to make a bit of space in the crease to open up his stance and steer that one away for 2. 6 then off the first over from Charlie Barnard. Gloucestershire 34 for 1 after 9.
I'm excited to see how the spin battle plays out today. Not in terms of so much the comparison between the two sides, but more just bat versus ball, what's going to come out on top, because you look at these worn ends, but as I say, you have to bowl so full to pitch it there anyway. Oh, what a quick single. I think Price is okay. It's a direct hit from Marcus Harris at mid-on, but Price wanted that single a lot more than Bancroft, and that was the important thing from the batting side's perspective.
Yeah, set off quickly, didn't he there, Ollie Price, and as you say, excellent throw from Marcus Harris, but Price never really in danger. A well-judged single.
Oh, he's timed that one well. Fired off to the cover boundary. No chance for anybody in the ring, and it doesn't matter whether it's the short side or not. That was flying on through.
Yeah, that was right out the screws, wasn't it? You could hear that just had that middled it sound, and as you say, went like a tracer to that short cover boundary in front of the extension to the Hilton Garden Inn Hotel.
Overpitched again, and whilst it might not have been hit so hard, it just leant on it and picked the gap. And Aspinwall, really for one of the only times in this spell, just really overpitching, and it doesn't look a bad surface. you can sort of look at the ends of it and wonder whether something's going to come into play. But actually, if you look at the middle of it, it looks very even. Bit of grass on it. It's playing very well so far. That's got underneath Bailey, and they may well take a second. They will. So actually, whilst they started off Lancashire with, I think, that real energy in the field, there's just been a couple of little blips towards the end of this power play. 11 off this over already.
Yeah, you were suggesting that Tom Aspinwall might have a 5-over spell, and I think this might well be the conclusion of it in the 5th. Just proving again, if you over-pitch just slightly, then with the field up for a power play and a short boundary, you're going to get picked off. And that's what Bancroft has done on 2 occasions in this over. Last ball of it now. Can Aspinwall keep it tight? Good comeback. Bowling just back of a length there, Aspinwall. That's when he's at his best, really. Ensuring that the batsman can't get on the front foot. End of his 5th. 1 for 20, Tom Aspinwall's figures at this stage. And 10 overs gone, so 20% of the way through this innings. 45 for 1, Gloucestershire. Ollie Price on 5 and Cameron Bancroft on a fluent 30.
Yeah, probably fairly even Stevens in the first 10 overs of power play, particularly getting rid of Bracey early. As I say, he is somebody that has tended to look really to attack the first 10 overs, but I think just that 9th and 10th over where Gloucestershire started to find the boundary a couple of times will potentially just frustrate Lancashire a little bit, because it felt as though they really had a stranglehold on there.
Barnard continuing, and with the power play restrictions relaxed, chance for a bit more cover for him. Long off, deep square leg, deep cover, all deployed to give a bit more protection for the Lancashire slow left armour. First time really there that Barnard has offered an opportunity for one of the batsmen to tuck him away on the leg side, and Bancroft taking that chance.
There's the first one of what will be many sweeps with Ollie Price out there, and well fielded out at backward square. Not going to have much time to react to any potential spin or exactly which angle the ball is going to be coming out at square leg with that short boundary, so you're going to have to be on it.
That one keeping just a little low. Bounce has been consistent on this surface so far, but that one just a little bit lower.
Did also choose to play quite a full ball off the back foot, Bancroft. And surprisingly forward to the next one. That's a very tidy over from Barnard, and just back to spin today. Again, you look at the way that the surface has played so far, the middle of the surface, it doesn't look as if it's a pitch that on the face of it will turn a massive amount. And then especially if you look at Lancashire's lineup, it goes pretty much left right, not entirely, but there's often going to be a left-hand, right-hand combination there, particularly with Lancashire, less so with Gloucestershire, which always means you'll be bowling to somebody who's got a short boundary to hit to. And if there's not much turn, even though it's a used pitch, even though it's Old Trafford where you tend to think used ones eventually might turn a bit, it may actually be that it's not the easiest today for the spinners.
George Balderson brings himself into the attack. Yeah, I think the spinners are going to have to work hard for their wickets, as you say, Ed. Continues to have inky skies above us in Manchester, not much breeze, the two flags only lightly fluttering on the top of the old pavilion at the Jimmy Anderson end, but significant dark cloud above, due to brighten up a bit later on, but certainly the coolest day we've had in a while. Hurst up to the stumps. The floodlights just coming into use over the ground. That'll give you an indication of the general lux levels at the moment in Manchester. Decent crowd inside Emirates Old Trafford. This is the only one of Lancashire's Metrobank Group games being played here, and good patronage. This tournament, of course, culminates in a final at Trent Bridge on the 20th of September, so quite a gap between the semi-finals and the final. Worcestershire, the holders. Quarter-finals and semi-finals follow quite quickly after the group stage.
There's really a couple of days in between for the playoffs and semi-finals, but as you say, a gap of a month until the final is squeezed in between a couple of the last rounds of county championship cricket.
Tough that, isn't it, Ed, for the players? It's a bit where we were with the T20 last year before it was amended for this summer's scheduling. Yes, Lancashire head to Warwickshire on Sunday. Gloucestershire at home to the Nottinghamshire Outlaws at Cheltenham, and then finishing their campaign at home to the Northants Steelbacks, also at the Cheltenham College ground next Tuesday, where Lancashire will conclude their group stage at Taunton. And we will then see which two sides top these two groups and go straight into the semis, and the second and third place teams who will play off against one another to see who then also progress to the semi-final stage. Good start from Captain Balderson, leading by example with a maiden. 48 for 1 Gloucestershire, price on 7, Bancroft 31.
Couple of maidens now. It's been a little bit feast or famine in terms of run scoring early going. Oh, that wasn't too far away from the bowler. Shouts of catch, but just hit well enough. Heart would have been in his mouth, I think, from Bancroft as that left his bat.
Yeah, first sniff of a chance that he's given, Ed, isn't it? And Barnard bowling the tidy line at the moment.
We're happy to reverse to the long side, and the outfield is quick enough. Away to the boundary. So I alluded to earlier, as the 50 comes up for Gloucestershire with that boundary, Ollie Price is a really almost compulsive sweeper of spin, both conventional and reverse.
That was hit with real power, because Rocky Flintoff there was moving quickly round from what would have been the conventional cover boundary there, but could get nowhere near it. So, as you said, Ed, clearly comfortable on either side with the sweep. Now that's uppish. Looks like trouble here for Price, and he perishes on the deep square leg boundary. He got right under that. Well, sometimes your greatest strength can also be your greatest weakness. And Ollie Price skying that top edge out to deep square leg. He perishes. Easy catch for Tom Aspinwall. And Gloucestershire, having got themselves into a decent position after the early loss of Bracey, now lose Price. 53 for 2. Price goes 4-11 as Barnard strikes.
Yeah, it's a really important strike for Lancashire, with Price having come into this match off 100. Good memories here. A partnership that had just reached 50 as well, with Bracey having fallen with a score on 1. And also, just in terms of having seen off the swing with the new balls in the plural, and potentially looking at starting to accelerate a bit, getting rid of Price there, somebody very strong usually, as I've been saying, against spin, and gone relatively early in Barnard's spell just to give him some confidence as well. I'm not sure whether he was looking to try and get that a bit finer. It looked as if he was trying to maybe put a bit more into it to help it finer, and then potentially threw it a bit and got the top edge. But that's probably as much as you have to miss-hit it not to clear that, what can only be about 55-yard boundary out to deep square.
It's a really soft
cross with that, yeah.
It's a really soft dismissal. As you say, short boundary, straight down the throat of the fielder. No need to go aerial really with that shot. But he's gone, and that brings Joseph Eklund to the crease, 22-year-old, former Millfield schoolboy. Steady start from the man on a short-term contract at Gloucestershire this summer. Came through the Hampshire Academy. Played a bit for Dorset in the national counties. And getting his chance for Gloucestershire, having impressed in second-team cricket at Bristol. Well, he's got the opportunity here to really build an innings.
Just nibbled it past the keeper. A brave shot from Bancroft given what we've just seen. I think Barnard would be too disappointed to see him trying to reverse sweep one off the stumps like that.
Not really the percentage shot, was it? But he got away with it.
It is a shot that he plays, Bancroft, but yeah, especially with that being the longer side. End of a successful over from Charlie Barnard, who has not deviated much in his line and has pretty much been bowling stump to stump. He's not offered width either side and has had to be, I suppose, hit off that line on the occasions when he has been scored off. And a key wicket, as we said, of Ollie Price.
Much on Bancroft's shoulders on 33, with Hurst up the stumps to try and suffocate any thoughts he might had of coming down the wicket to Balderson.
Balderson 9 wickets in the match in the Lancashire win over Gloucestershire at Bristol earlier this season. He did take a little bit of tap from Price in that. I suppose everybody did in an innings of 253, but it was particularly Balderson that suddenly, having had one of his usual spells going of complete control, Ollie Price went after, which really signalled the start of what was quite a special innings last year on this ground. And I think we found only Wally Hammond had scored more in a first-class innings for Gloucestershire against Lancashire.
That's quite some accolade to only be one behind him. But yeah, as you say, George Balderson, a very reliable performer with the ball for Lancashire in all formats, getting the opportunity to skipper the side in this format this summer. 25 years old now, having made his debut back in 2020. Man from Cheadlehume. And Joseph Eklund, one of these players who, in the current format of the English summer, when the 100 comes on stream and the Metrobank Cup runs in parallel, gets a second opportunity really at professional cricket, because having not progressed from Hampshire's academy to first team cricket at the Rose Bowl, perhaps in days gone by that kind of profile of cricketer would struggle to get a second chance getting back into the first class game, but clearly has continued to work at his game in the second 11 format and gets his chance to try and show what he can do with a series of opportunities in this format.
More parsimony from Balderson, just a single from 2 overs. Yeah, I feel as though pretty much every side's probably got at least one of these sorts of stories, tales of perseverance, of waiting for another opportunity after Eklund played, I think it was 2023 and 2024 with Hampshire in the One Day Cup, but wasn't able to break in to other formats, and quite in the wilderness for a couple of years, but as you say, having to keep the dream alive by playing second team cricket. Bancroft reversing again, will beat short third, and again not to the boundary, just kept in. Good running from Bancroft and Eklund to come through for a third.
Must be difficult though for players like Joseph Eklund. I mean, he played England under-19s cricket. If you go and play for your country as a teenager and then find 2 or 3 years later you're struggling to stay on the county treadmill, got to keep your pecker up and keep working, haven't you? Because I imagine that as a schoolboy, or potentially just out of school, to be playing for your country, you'll have dreams that you'll do that at full test level, perhaps in the near future, and you'll see players around you who played with you in that team, no doubt, kicking on very quickly. So a real test mentally as much as about technique and run scoring to keep your focus and continue to fight for that chance to be a full-time pro.
Use of the feet just in the gap. Not sure whether it's something that Lancashire have done in terms of analysis, or if it's just what they've seen from today, but the short straight mid-off, extra cover very straight and quite close as well. Nearly a field that worked. I think especially as a keeper, you know, it's tricky to project anybody at that age in terms of where they'll go on to.
Pushed through a bit, that one by Charlie Barnard, and down the leg side, wide signalled.
That was the white ball, get me out of the over ball, into the pads, just one. Yeah, bowled it again. But it won't just be the one, because Bancroft's found a gap. It is kind of a classic, really, isn't it? As a spinner, just last ball, quick and into the pads, just trying to escape the over. But he's ended up actually conceding 3 runs from it. I'm not sure he really needed to change what he was doing. It was working perfectly well. But yeah, especially as a keeper, under 19 level, it's not a exact science, I guess, is it? And I'm sure it would have been a great experience for him playing at under 19 international level, but especially at a club like Hampshire, where you'd been behind the likes of Ben Brown, there sometimes a different environment is what's needed. But where do you get that chance from? You have to wait for it, and he's earned it through performances in Gloucestershire's second 11. And I think the feeling was a little bit, if Gloucestershire didn't give him this opportunity, somebody would have done. There are plenty of teams out there whose keeping options have been severely limited by 100 call-ups, and Gloucestershire haven't had a backup keeper since the unfortunate early retirement of Ben Wells. Who, for the benefit, I suppose, probably more of Lancashire fans, but Ben Wells, somebody that was signed, also actually born in Somerset, like Joseph Eklund, who was born in Yeovil. Ben Wells born in Bath, played a lot of club cricket in Bath and played for Somerset's second 11.
Balderson just losing his line a bit there and tucked off the hip for some easy runs. Thinking about a third, but good work from Charlie Barnard, keeps him to 2.
Yeah, Ben Wells, who was signed by Gloucestershire at the back end of the 2021 season, and his last innings in professional cricket was a innings of 108 not out against Durham in the One Day Cup in 2023. And since then, James Bracey has been the only specialist keeper on Gloucestershire's books. Cameron Bancroft might have to be the backup keeper, or might have had to be, but Bracey has been the Iron Man and has, well, I don't think he's missed a game since then. Not in the Championship or the One Day Cup anyway.
I guess Jack Russell had a similar run through the mid-80s to the mid-90s, at least for a large period of that time. There weren't too many times that Jack missed a game for Gloucestershire, but yes, I guess it cuts both ways, doesn't it? If you are an aspiring keeper like Eklund and you are trying to get in, there's only ever one keeper picked in a side, so you've really got to show that your batting is good enough to stand up on its own. Alternatively, if a club have got a keeper who is reliable with gloves and reliable with the blade, then continuity and consistency of selection often means they are the first name on the team sheet every week, and there's little need to change that. 67 for 2 at the end of 16.
Yeah, and Wells had also started to break into the T20 side. So, as Eklund would have to do, you try and find another way in, even if you're not keeping. And then, unfortunately, news coming out the following year that Ben Wells had to retire early due to a heart condition, a la James Taylor. Leading edge there.
Yeah, full shot, wasn't it, from Bancroft, trying to work it on the onside, getting a leading edge.
I think as the ball gets a bit softer, we'll see what pace remains. Good work from Balderson. Short mid-wicket, keeping Bancroft at the striker's end. But that will probably determine a lot about what's a good score here.
Slightly agricultural swing of the blade there from Bancroft. Wasn't really at the pitch of that ball, slightly out of step with the rest of his innings. Not sure whether he was done in the flight or just the execution of the shot. Got away with it, picking up another one.
He does go quite suddenly when he does decide to go, Bancroft. Oh, Eklund on the reverse. That was a really tricky one to try to reverse because it was so full. Just about dug it out, but Barnard again keeping bowling straight. Very high proportion of his deliveries would have hit the stumps, and so often it's pretty much as simple as that. It's one of the few that wouldn't have done, but gets away with it.
Yeah.
It's the yard either side, potentially even less with fine leg up.
Your point previously, though, Ed, is absolutely right. Keaton Jennings moving into that short mid-off position, not for Bancroft, but for Eklund and previously for Price. So they've obviously got a hunch that the odd ball might maybe stick in the pitch a bit, induce a false shot, particularly for a batsman who they see a vulnerability with, perhaps early in his innings. We'll see whether Jennings continues to occupy that position. Should Barnard continue through 5 overs, the local slow left armour, 1 for 25 for him. We're going to see spin at both ends now because Arav Shetty is coming into the attack. Off-spin bowler who's getting a few opportunities this season for Lancashire. Alderley Edge Cricket Club and formerly of the South Asian Cricket Academy. And he will come into the attack. George Balderson making way himself, the skipper at the Jimmy Anderson end. And I guess a decision perhaps for Bancroft to make. He's not got strike initially in this over as to whether he looks to try and knock Shetty off his length before he settles in, Ed, or just continues to accumulate.
You sort of can't do too much, can you? It's got to be a calculated risk if you're going to take one, especially to a new bowler. Rate only just over 4, and if you lose another wicket, then Lancashire are on top in terms of both the wickets column and the run rate column. But if you go full toss, you've got to hit it for 4, which is exactly what Eklund's done.
Yeah, not the start that Arav Shetty would be looking for there, Ed. Eklund onto that quickly, punching that one away through extra cover.
It's a nice shot because he did get a full toss, but it would have been easy to have had a bit of a slog at that and bring the big leg side into play. Resisted the temptation to try and hit it incredibly hard.
Bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Supporters not realising that they're holding up play, but looks like all 4 have moved now. So Eklund can steady himself again.
We've got this sort of, I've heard it described, this sort of material as diaphanous.
That's a good word. That's a lot of points in Scrabble, Ed.
But we can see right through that sight screen. I'm assuming the players in the middle can't. We can just read the board on the pavilion where it says Sir James Anderson end. Speaking of the man himself, he was out doing some bowling before the start of the match. With a red ball, I hasten to add.
Yes, no doubt getting ready for the return of Championship cricket on August the 20th. Will soon come round. Lancashire facing Northamptonshire when red ball hostilities return. These two sides, of course, propping up Division 2, Gloucester at the bottom and Lancashire second bottom. So both will hope for a good final 6 matches of the season. That's a good comeback from Arav Chessie. It was an expensive opening ball of his over, which Eklund pounced upon, but otherwise a tidy opening start from the man from Manchester Grammar School. 75 for 2 then after 18 overs, the Gloucestershire total. Don't forget, of course, there's still international cricket to enjoy at Old Trafford this summer. England against Sri Lanka here on Saturday, September the 19th. Still tickets available for that one, 2:30 start. Head to the Lancashire Cricket website and follow the links. So Balderson then switching to the Statham end.
Yes, I was almost quite tempted myself actually when we were chatting about that earlier on, but I see I have day 2 of Gloucestershire versus Middlesex at Bristol, so sadly I don't think I'm quite going to make it up the motorway in time.
You'll be doing well.
Well, in fact it's a 2:30 start, isn't it, so I certainly won't. Fired away through backward point, and that will go to the boundary.
That was a really good shot, wasn't it? Because it wasn't a bad ball, but Eklund really throwing his hands through that and getting his angle spot on to thread the needle between point and Rocky Flintoff trying to patrol as sweeper on the cover rope. And Eklund into double figures, up to 13 with that boundary.
Fast hands, wasn't it? It was more about the speed that the hands went through the ball than anything else.
Absolutely. Good run taken as Jennings comes round. No danger there of a threat to either batsman, and Eklund looking assured in the early stages of this innings alongside Cameron Bancroft, who has another 50 in this format in his sights. Now they're looking for 2 again here. Bancroft turning quickly, he's going to get back. Shetty coming round from third man, not doing much wrong, but Bancroft showing again the benefit of running the first one hard and comfortably back for the second.
He's supremely fit, Bancroft, at 33. Really enjoys his cycling, likes to get around the cycle paths of Bristol. I think he actually missed the start of, or actually there were concerns, I should say, that he might miss the start of his first season when he came over in his sort of return, I suppose, to Gloucestershire a couple of seasons ago, or 3 seasons ago now. And he'd, I think, gone over the handlebars of his bike.
Goodness.
Had ended up in hospital, and there were concerns he might not make it for the first game, but he did.
There must be a book written on bizarre cricketer injuries, Ed, couldn't there?
Oh,
non-cricket related cricketer injuries. There's a lengthy list.
Quinton de Kock, I think, once missed a test match because he tripped over his Jack Russell.
That's
whilst
solid.
Taking it for a walk.
I once compared a tennis tournament in which Bjorn Borg was making a comeback, probably looking here about, I don't know, 2006. And I had to announce to the fans on the opening morning, after Borg had been put on all the posters and brought quite a crowd, that he actually was unavailable to play in the Legends event because of exactly the same thing. He tripped over his dog. So dog tripping is clearly a dangerous risk for high performance athletes, Ed, of all sports. Must be a nightmare phone call to make if you're Quinton de Kock, phoning the coach to explain what's happened and why you're now not available.
Just skipping past short extra, and 4 runs to bring up 50 for Cameron Bancroft, and he actually got off to a fairly brisk start in this innings and has kept his tempo up as a couple of wickets have fallen around him. 62 balls for his 50.
Yeah, he's played very nicely, hasn't he? Hasn't given a chance. 1 or 2 slightly false shots, but overall a low-risk innings where he's picked off the opportunities on both sides of the wicket to score boundaries. And he's looked in decent nick. Crucial, you'd think, to Gloucestershire's hopes of posting a significant target here. You can see the Wasp currently estimating 287. You'd feel with the short boundaries on one side of the ground today, you probably would need something in that territory to be competitive, perhaps.
Oh, he's a gum chewer. Joseph Eklund. Looks like he's working away very hard at that.
Bit rarer now, isn't it? Used to be the norm, didn't it? Every batsman of any note was a great gum chewer, going back to Alan Lamb, one of the great gum chewers of the 80s, but it was more the norm, really. I mean, at least 50%, probably more, I would say, but less now.
Oh, just nibbled fine, and I don't think that's going to be stopped. Balderson, so accurate that you just feel he's one of those bowlers that doesn't really need a fine leg, but Bancroft just able to glance it. And again, quick outfield, short angle.
The top players so rarely miss out on those, do they? If it's on the hip, generally it's 4.
Don't think there'll be 2 this time, no. So you're going to put in some yards on that cover boundary.
Yeah, there's some big acreage to look after out there, isn't there, on that wider side of the ground in front of the temporary stand that stretches round towards the point, which is well patronised today. Good number out there enjoying a drink and a good view. And yeah, Rocky Flintoff learning his game for Lancashire. Almost the sweeper role is almost equivalent to the short leg, isn't it, in red ball cricket? If you're the young player, new to the side, often the case, not always, but often the case that you're asked to cover the sweeper duties if you've got a decent arm on you. Uppish and out. Barnard with the catch and Balderson strikes, and that was a bit of a tame end in all truth. And Joseph Eklund, having looked solid in the early part of his innings, a bit like Ollie Price, just as he was starting to get established, perishes. Charlie Barnard with a straightforward catch. Balderson strikes and Eklund goes for 15, and Gloucestershire are 96 for 3 in the 21st.
He's just a very hard bowler to do that to, Balderson. It really has lobbed to mid-off and trying to just rock back, then transfer the weight forward. It wasn't that full. Asking a lot to do that to Balderson. And especially having got 5 runs off the first couple of balls of the over, I thought what Eklund was doing actually was putting his own scoring rate almost out of his mind. He was going along perfectly okay at 15 off 24, and Bancroft is scoring at a decent lick himself, and as I say, they'd taken 5 runs off Balderson's over. It was an ambitious shot to take on, and just like Price, really, you felt as though both Price and Eklund have done the hard work in terms of giving themselves a start, and then just as they were establishing a good partnership, it's been more a case of Gloucestershire gifting those wickets rather than, I'm not going to say rather than Lancashire taking them, because they obviously still have to do the right things and put the ball in the right places, but both the deliveries that have produced the last couple of wickets, they were good balls, but Gloucestershire wouldn't have felt they would have been wicket-taking deliveries.
Balderson continuing to captain Taylor, who's off and running. Yeah, that's the thing that I think must surely frustrate Mark Lane more than anything else, Ed. If you're in a rut of poor form as a coach and you see top order players gifting their wickets, really, where the percentage choice of shot really is not in your favour. Mighty, mighty frustrating. If you get a great delivery, or you get one that keeps low or similar, then okay. Sometimes you have to just say, well, I had one with my name on it, there wasn't much I could do. But as you say, both the dismissal of Ollie Price and Joseph Eklund, ones that the batsman would look at and go, really? Was that a good shot relative to the other options I had, and the context of where the game was up to? Soft departures, and Bancroft has yet a new partner to talk things through within the middle. Skipper Taylor, who captained, of course, Gloucestershire to T20 glory in 2024. Been around the first class game for a long time. Jack Taylor.
One of the one club men for Gloucestershire. Him and his brother Matt, who's injured at the moment.
Yeah, we were chatting off air, weren't we, before we came on air on Lancs TV today, Ed, about the fact that James Bracey, another in the one club man territory, and I think always for supporters of a county, when you get players that show that loyalty, they get a special affinity, don't they, over a long period at a club.
Yeah, and you mentioned that T20 success a couple of years ago. I forget now, but I think it was 7 of the 11 that played that had come through the Gloucestershire Academy. Played a lot of cricket together. Bancroft as the overseas up top, but kind of had to produce their own players. You know, even if they wanted to, finances, which are certainly turning around now, but finances for a while were such that they didn't have the money to bring in players from outside. Had to work with what they've got.
Which makes the victory that even more sweeter, doesn't it? It's been done against the odds with locally sourced cricketers. And Lancashire with one of their own here, Arif Shetty, who bears more than a passing resemblance in the way he goes about his cricket to Mike Watkinson, who coached him at Manchester Grammar School. Lancashire fans will remember Watkinson with that relatively long run-up for an off-spin bowler. And if you look at Shetty's approach to the crease, there is certainly an element of Watkinson in the approach. Similarly, a hard-hitting batsman coming in around number 8, so he may get his opportunity later to demonstrate his ability with the bat. That's a tidy over with the ball from Arav Shetty. 99 for 3 Gloucestershire at the end of it after 22 overs.
Mike Watkinson played in the last 50 over game between these sides on this ground. They've met several times since in 40 or 45 over cricket, but the last 50 over match was a Benson and Hedges quarter final in 1996. Mike Watkinson took 3 for 33, opened the batting as well with Michael Atherton.
A solid 30 years ago.
It was, yes, a long time. Over 30 years. 28th of May 1996.
That was a relatively infrequent thing to see Watkinson open. Did it a bit, but certainly not in huge quantities of innings. Powerful striker of a ball, of course, Mike Watkinson, who came to Test cricket late in his career with some success for England in a series against the West Indies at home, I remember.
Generous applause for the Gloucestershire 100. 23rd over. It actually went to a reserve day, that quarter-final in 1996, so played across both the 28th and 29th of May.
It's nicely played by Jack Taylor, just steering that down to third man.
And the star of the show from a Lancashire perspective as they won by 5 wickets, Steve Elworthy.
Oh!
Figures of 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 14.
Well, Steve Elworthy, unfortunately, in his playing era at Lancashire, wasn't always widely admired by the Lancashire faithful, who'd had many years of absolutely top-end overseas stars, Wasim Akram and Clive Lloyd and many others. So that was a golden day for a man who's gone on, of course, to great things in cricket administration in very senior roles.
Yeah,
in the world game.
Surrey chief executive now, Steve Elworthy, but
organiser of the World Cup, wasn't he? He was the ICC kingpin for some time.
It was a strange game. Gloucestershire were bowled out for 158 in side 47 overs. And Lancashire were 32 for 4 in response to that, with Mike Smith and Courtney Walsh opening the bowling for Gloucestershire.
Mike Smith, a nightmare at that time for county players up and down the country. That
match referee now.
One Test wonder? I think he was, wasn't he? Certainly had a Test. Don't think he had a second. Yeah, so you were saying him and Courtney Walsh tearing into Lancashire early on.
Yes, and then John Crawley battled away for 48 off 83 deliveries, and Neil Fairbrother, as I suppose he tended to do, didn't battle away. 80 off 80 with 11 fours and 2 sixes, and seemed to be the only one to get the measure of that surface, and Lancashire winning with over 10 overs to spare.
Fairbrother incredible in that era, Ed. Just a match winner time and time again for Lancashire in one-day cricket. That the golden era, of course, late 80s, early 90s. I know that was a bit towards the end of Fairbrother's career, that match you cite in 96, but that Lancashire team swept all before it. The era of Watkinson and Guion Mendis, Warren Hegg, Fairbrother, Peter Martin, Glenn Chappell, Gary Yates. Frequent visitors to Lords and frequent winners of silverware.
And that, I suppose, coming just before Gloucestershire's golden age, around the turn of the millennium. The many of the building blocks were there on that side. 96 also the year Andrew Simons was playing for Gloucestershire, went on to play for Lancashire, and I think that was when he hit his 16 sixes in a championship match.
Shetty switching to round the wicket to try and vary what Bancroft has to contemplate. Yeah, started at Sussex, didn't he? Andrew Simons, when he first came over from Australia, and there was always a big question mark. Was he going to play for England? Was he going to play for Australia? And there were high hopes that he would tie his colours to the English mast, but he went the other way and on, as you say, to great success at Gloucestershire. Now then, has Jack Taylor got enough of that? Yes, he has. Marcus Harris was interested for a while at mid-off, but that goes beyond him, and one bounce for 4, so decent connection from the Gloucestershire skipper. 4 more on the score.
That's his specialism, really. It wasn't absolutely right up there in the slot, but obviously just tossed up a little bit more from Shetty, and just a long swing of the bat. He's got such a long backswing as Jack Taylor. Just gets so much power without really having to swing hard. That would have been just the year before that when Simons had his 16 sixes, but that sort of time frame. But Mike Smith, Tim Hancock, Mark Elaine,
Ian
Martin
Harvey.
Ball, they were playing in that
that game in
yeah.
96, yeah.
Thick edge, it'll beat short third.
It's going to go for 4, I think. Yes. Not sure that Bancroft's intention was to play it quite as fine as that, as you say. Let's have a look on the replay. Was that a thick edge, or was there some aspect that, I think he was just trying to open himself up, but probably not quite that far to be steering it finer than short third man. But Bancroft's up to 66, and Gloucestershire's hopes heavily on his shoulders here of posting a really competitive score. Expensive in this over, Arav Shetty. Got a bit to contemplate as he tries to think through how to contain an international player who is well set in his innings. 113 for 3 then through the 24th over. It's interesting looking back at, isn't it? Because you have these teams. We talk of the Lancashire team with such success in the one-day formats in the late 80s and early 90s. Then, as you say, the Gloucestershire teams with Mike Smith, John Lewis and Jack Russell, Kim Barnett and co. Coming on after that, we had the Warwickshire team under Dermot Reeve, who had that era. In recent years, okay, in red ball cricket, Surrey have had the dominance in the Championship, heavily backed by their strong financial position, of course. But we've seen them have fallibility.
Well, they've struggled in the Blast, haven't they?
Absolutely. But that multi-format team has not really emerged, has it? And as you say, yeah, the Blast has not been their friend. Bailey back into the attack from the Statham end. Sun comes out over Old Trafford. The floodlights are still on, perhaps slightly redundantly. But the improvement in weather that we were expecting seemingly occurring. Still some dark cloud around us, but the sun fighting its way through.
I suppose struggling to get over the line, really. Surrey, they so often there in quarterfinals, but struggling to make it further. I guess Nottinghamshire had a very good run of success mid to late 2010s, winning the Blast a few times. Leicestershire, the early stages of the Blast, were almost the T20 kings when it first started. But there has been a lot more parity in terms of those limited overs trophies. Somerset, I suppose, were maybe another T20 title this year away from beginning to look like a bit of a dynasty in the T20 Blast especially. Of course, they missed so many players to the 100, but usually find a way to compete in the One Day Cup as well. But I suppose that's another reason why it's hard to contend across all formats.
Yeah, and Somerset really struggled in the first half of the Blast League format this year before hitting their straps to ensure they got themselves through to another finals day. But Northamptonshire, for the second time in the last few years, coming out on top. Very much the strongest side in the league format, had the best record, 9 wins and 3 defeats. Perhaps rightfully going all the way with the triumph at Edgbaston.
Yes, and if the Yorkshire bowlers had perhaps remembered how to bowl a Yorker,
Craig
not
Overton
sure
wouldn't
that
have gone mad. Yeah,
Somerset would have got to that.
That was
finals day.
Has there been, do you think, Ed, in the T20 era, a more destructive innings in terms of, I mean, perhaps in kind of glorious defeat, other players have kind of gone ballistic and kind of thrown caution to the wind, but not just to score at the rate that he did, but in terms of match turnaround and impact on result, that Craig Overton innings against Yorkshire this year has got to be right up there in the 25 years or so we've had of the Blast. 114 for 3 at the end of the Bailey over and the midpoint in the innings.
Again, it's felt for a lot of this innings that nose is in front. It doesn't. One more wicket would make it very much Lancashire's position at the moment. I still think with the score at 114, Lancashire will be marginally the happier, but yeah, it's just been that sort of feel to it. They've taken a couple of wickets as Gloucestershire have potentially just been about to move more 60-40 the other way, and then they've got a wicket to swing it back again. So if they can keep doing what they've been doing, Lancashire, and taking wickets at fairly regular intervals and keeping the rate down, one-man show, but he's been the one that's done the vast majority of the damage, and tidy figures really all round. No Lancashire bowler has really been set upon, so it might just be one of those innings where Lancashire can keep a measure of control throughout, and whilst they won't have blown the game open with, 4 wickets in 10 overs or something, they've got a chance to just pretty much keep at it.
Yeah, certainly multiple possibilities, you'd feel, for how the second half of this Gloucestershire innings might play through. Joe Phillips and Tommy Boorman, 2 young batsmen, the next 2 loss of experience and quality in Middleton. An all-rounder, leg spinner, Will Williams, Arman Rao. Middleton, an all-rounder, leg spinner, Will Williams, Arman Rao and Luke Charlesworth. So it's a lengthy-ish tale for Gloucestershire. That'll be partly, I think, in Bancroft's mind here. He can't be too risky, even if it means he has to curtail perhaps some of his attacking instincts, at least for the next 10 to 15 overs before we get deep into the innings, and he can perhaps chance his arm a little bit more. But I'm sure Lancashire will know, or think, if they can get Bancroft out, that it may well open up possibilities for them to knock over the rest of the Gloucestershire batting. Bit of continuing work on these footmarks, Ed, and we did say, didn't we, earlier, Tom Aspinwall was looking down at the pitch with a certain concern. You can see quite a lot of dust coming up there.
Yeah, there is a lot of looser soil which has clearly been put down, I suppose, to potentially to smooth out some old landing areas. And also the other thing that went on there was the lines being repainted, because as particularly the quicker bowlers are running in, they're kicking up some of that loose dirt and blowing them over the top of those lines. So ground staff just being asked to give the umpires a clearer sight, and it looks as though we're going to see some off spin from Harry Singh.
Yeah, like for like, off spinner for off spinner from the Jimmy Anderson end. The man from Blackburn into the attack. Another man who's had England under 19 honours earlier in his career. Another who's trod the boards in national counties cricket, in the case of Harry Singh for Cumbria. Starting to get a few opportunities in white and red ball cricket now for Lancashire.
I think Jack Taylor's got his T20 helmet on. By the way, we just saw a close-up of him. Some free sponsorship for the sponsor of the T20.
Spot. Well, I'm sure they'll be delighted.
We haven't just landed him in trouble.
Tidy start from Harry Singh, the 6th bowler in this Lancashire attack to be used by captain George Balderson today. 3 spinners among the 6. Tall man, so the beneficiary who suddenly costs 6, 120 for 3 there at the end of the 26th.
Yes, if you go for a 4 first ball as a full toss, and then you go for 6, you think, okay, got out of the over. If you just finish the over like that, having done so much good work, and then you've got that to think about after it, very annoying. Bancroft was never missing out on that one. So return for Bailey. Going to one of the experienced bowlers. It's his 50th first List A match, sorry, today for Tom Bailey, and I realise I've neglected to mention Jack Taylor's 100th List A match.
That's quite some achievement to play 100 List A matches, considering how relatively few there are in the domestic summer, particularly if you don't qualify from the group stage of whatever format that would have been, going back to his debut around 2010 for Gloucestershire, so well done to him.
Fairly similar ages, Tom Bailey just 1 year older.
Yeah, Bailey wasn't always a regular pick in white ball cricket for Lancashire, very much a red ball regular, taking the new ball, and a type of bowler well set for county championship cricket. Perhaps underrated, Ed, with the red ball in terms of his record and economy rate and wicket taking average, picking up a bit the mantle of Kyle Hogg from previous years at Lancashire. Similar pace, similarly metronomic ability to deviate the ball and ask questions, particularly in helpful conditions, but also on days when other bowlers struggle. Bailey tends to still be one that can nibble around off stump and continue to ask questions of the better players on the championship circuit, but less of a regular white ball pick over his career in its full entirety.
Just got that on the full. Balderson's been sharp in that mid-wicket area on the leg side. But yeah, I suppose from Jack Taylor's perspective, it's sort of the opposite, where his skills have often been viewed, more in recent years it has to be said, as more white ball inclined. Not that he hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket as well, but I suppose that's, I don't know, I sort of think it's part of the beauty of having these different formats of cricket. I know some people say there are too many formats and too many competitions, but as somebody who grew up with there being quite a lot of competitions, in fact more so even than there are now, with the National League and
Yep, Sunday afternoon, 40 over.
Yeah,
yep.
The knockout 50 over competition, whoever that was sponsored by over the years, C&G, NatWest, whatever, but it hasn't bothered me.
You do also get players who seem to migrate through their careers. So Kyle Hogg, mentioning him, used to take the new ball in white ball cricket for Lancashire around the kind of 2008-ish period, I suppose. And he'd often bowl his 10 overs off the reel at the start of an innings, but he'd very rarely play red ball cricket. And then in the second half of his career, he became very much a red ball regular. Opened the bowling with Glen Chappell, and when Lancashire won the county championship in 2011, he was absolutely crucial that season, and bowled them to victory on countless occasions, having previously been very much a white ball player. So sometimes either opposition for places in a side changes, or skill sets develop, or a different coach sees a different attribute, and then a player figures much more often in a different format than they have done previously. Looking tidy, Jack Taylor, so far, Ed, but this is just the sort of territory which has been the perishing zone for Price and Eklund, so I think he'll know he's got to go beyond the teens.
Yeah, I mean, he has had a rare, incredibly rare, leaner time of it this year in the One Day Cup. It's been a really happy hunting ground for him. It has to be said. I think if you were to have a conversation of players who've been right up there in T20 cricket and haven't got a 100 deal, Jack Taylor's name would be very close in terms of his record, his ability to strike the ball at the end of the innings. That is usually something that is guaranteed to get you into that competition. But despite getting some franchise gigs around the world, hasn't been selected for the 100.
What do you think that might be?
I really don't know. I think there were several seasons, particularly after leading a side to winning the title, where you'd have thought, especially the following year, that would be something that would be looked at, but I don't know. And I think the concern is that from certain quarters, it's very easy to go, oh well, maybe you play for the wrong county, or you know, you don't play for one of the quote fashionable counties. But I don't know.
Bancroft had been looking for that dab and go single earlier in the over, couldn't quite get it square enough of the fielder patrolling the short cover region, managed to on that occasion, and sensible strategy really from the Australian, just to try and keep the scoreboard ticking over, picking up the ones off Bailey as the strike bowler, you'd say, really, in this Lancashire attack. Three young spinners who potentially he can target later on in this innings. Likely to bowl the two-bowler quota between the three of them, you'd think.
There's the Tom Bailey slower ball, which he does occasionally bring out in red ball cricket these days as well. It wasn't the absolute moon ball slower ball.
The old Jeremy Snape moon ball.
Yeah.
That was the ultimate moon ball, wasn't it, when it first came out?
I do love it when Tom Bailey bowls that really ultra slow one, which you might see if he has to come back and bowl another spell at the death.
Well fielded there by Keaton Jennings. At short mid-wicket. Bailey dropping slightly short there, and at his pace, a risky approach. But Jack Taylor not able to get it far enough away from Jennings' long levers. And a good stop by the Lancashire opener, who's been one of the form players across the tournament so far this year in the Metrobank Cup. 307 runs from his 5 innings, so Lancashire will again look to him at the top of the order, probably with Matty Hurst alongside him to try and get their reply off to a good start. Runs through the covers this time for Taylor.
Yeah, and he's clearly not yet feeling, Jack Taylor, that it's really time to go. I think Bailey felt in that over that Jack Taylor might really try and open his shoulders, hence the slower ball. But then he got a shorter ball, which he didn't really fully attack, and whether there's a point in terms of 30-35 overs or whether it's just more about what Jack Taylor feels is a good score, or how he's feeling at the crease. It's obviously decided it's not time to go into full gear, or open up the throttle as it were, yet, he says, getting his sickening cliches mixed up.
Well, Harry Singh continuing into his 3rd over now. So between he, Arav Shetty and Charlie Barnard, this will be the 12th over that they have bowled. You'd think perhaps George Balderson was thinking that he would get 20 overs out of the 3 of them and bowl himself, Tom Aspinwall and Tom Bailey, right through. Bailey just with 3 left, he's already through 7. Lofted from Taylor, and for a moment Arav Shetty looked half interested at that straight mid-wicket position. Come wide mid-on, but Taylor getting his angles right. He's up to 20. First player to reach that in the Gloucestershire innings aside from Cameron Bancroft, who continues to be the kingpin at the top of the innings.
Jack Taylor does have a remarkable strike rate in 50 over cricket. I mean, it was a day when striking at over 110 was actually pretty decent in T20 cricket, quite a long time ago, admittedly. But to be averaging nearly 40 and striking at over 110 is some List A record, but he's being tied down for the most part, and as many overs as Harry Singh can get through like that, just continuing to strengthen Lancashire's position, rate exactly 4.5 an over with 20 overs to go, and not really accelerating either, even though it's a dangerous partnership. Lancashire might feel whilst it's still out there, it hasn't yet posed the danger in terms of high scoring rate that it might. They've only been going at 4s pretty much since the halfway stage.
Well, Tom Bailey is clearly being preserved, you'd assume, for the death. 3 overs left for Bailey, so Charlie Barnard back into the attack from the Statham end, and perhaps to back up Ed's point, maybe George Balderson taking the view that Messrs Taylor and Bancroft not yet put in foot to accelerator pedal just yet. 20 overs left in the innings. Maybe another 5 might be steady consolidation. And if you're Cameron Bancroft and you're 80 not out and you're well set, you're absolutely thinking there's 100 there for the taking right now. Lofted by Taylor, but that's skillfully done into the gap between long off and deep cover. That's good percentage cricket from Jack Taylor, spotting the opportunity, using his feet and lofting it over the infield away from the Lancashire fielders. Good cricket from the Gloucestershire skipper, and is that a sign that he's starting just to click into the next gear? 140 for 3.
He hasn't dragged the ball down at all, Barnard, but when he's been put away, it's just been that little bit too full. And also an example there of not getting carried away with the short leg side boundary. Does hit well over extra cover as well, does Jack Taylor. That can't be much fun. Got a used pitch away to your right and rolling around in the dirt, but it's that time of the season.
Yeah, as you said earlier, Ed, it's going to be fascinating to see how these championship pitches play when we get into September. It's a good shot, powerfully driven off the back foot from Jack Taylor. They think about a second. There's a slight misfield from Josh Bohannon, but one is all they will take. 141 now for 3 at the end of the 31st over. 6 off it, which I think might be the kind of rough target that Taylor and Bancroft might have for the next 5 overs or so. Try and pick up the odd boundary, turn the strike over with some singles, and ensure they're still there with 15 overs to go, and they can start to really change gear at that stage perhaps. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, then for the full coverage of today's action with additional camera angles and replays, head to lankstv.co.uk. It's free view. You'll just need to register if you haven't already. So if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see the replays and additional camera angles, head to lankstv.co.uk and register yourself if you haven't already, and the coverage continues there free of charge. Nicely timed by Taylor off the back foot. Didn't try and hit that too hard. Balderson moving to his left, was interested for a while, but he couldn't cut it off. And Taylor banking his second boundary in consecutive overs, just a little bit short from Harry Singh. And Jack Taylor onto it super quickly.
Just the way it kind of sat there, wasn't it? Really allowed Jack Taylor to pick his spot.
Misfield from Arav Shetty, enabling the single.
Especially still having to have 5 in the ring. Still for another 8 overs and 2 balls. Can't cover everywhere on that offside boundary. And that's very much where this field is asking Harry Singh to bowl, as the Lancashire spinners have in this innings so far, and done so with good effect. Bowl very straight, can set the protection out there on that leg side, knowing that you can't cut off all the angles on the short side.
Steady Gloucestershire accumulation continues then as the 150 comes up. at the end of the 32nd over. Taylor on 32, giving Cameron Bancroft just the kind of support that I'm sure he would have wanted when Joseph Eklund departed for 15. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, Bracey for 1, Price for 11 and Eklund for 15. The 3 to fall in this Gloucestershire innings. 1 to Tom Aspinwall, 1 to Charlie Barnard and 1 to captain George Balderson. This after Gloucestershire skipper Jack Taylor won the toss and elected to bat first.
He's not got that, but he'll just about pick up a boundary still, because it is a very short hit out there. Applause from certain members of the Lancashire field, because Barnard tossed that one up. It was actually quite full, and a ball that Jack Taylor might have fancied doing a bit more damage than that with, but just didn't get hold of it. Whether it just continued to slide in on him, caught the inner part of the bat, it looked like. But he just about got the gap there. Nobody at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Lancashire really could do with breaking this partnership now. It is starting to become quite well established. 58 it's worth. I just wonder whether George Balderson might want to contemplate giving himself another over or two, or Tom Aspinwall perhaps, just to try and break through, because both players looking comfortable against the Lancashire spinners at the moment.
It's the boundaries as well, isn't it? It's tempting to think when you're not conceding boundaries, you're quite happy. Of course, you still want to be taking wickets, but I think it was 4 overs without a boundary, followed by 3 overs with a boundary. But this over, Barnard 3 dots following up the boundary, so far hasn't proven to be a big one. Bancroft trying to turn it into one though, going very straight. And that's a really nice strike from Bancroft. Just the bowler to beat. And again, just a fraction over pitched from Barnard, and they've almost been waiting for those. But there isn't a great deal of turn. So it's not as though the batters are having to be scared of that, and the bowlers, the spin bowlers that is, it's not actually much margin for error. So I still think for the most part Lancashire should be pretty pleased with the way that their spin attack is done. But you know, as you said, maybe time to go back to somebody for a wicket, and look as though they're going back to Tom Aspinwall.
Yeah, last 3 overs costing 6, 9 and 9. So Gloucestershire starting to release the shackles a bit. And I think this is absolutely the right call from George Balderson to go back to Aspinwall, who struck with his very first delivery of the day to trigger James Bracey to play onto his stumps. And Lancashire, I think, in need of a wicket now. Aspinwall still with 5 overs to bowl from his allocation. I think this is absolutely the right call from George Balderson to change the dynamic a little bit in terms of the Lancashire attack.
We're also almost at the point where one of the 2 white balls out there will be discarded. So maybe start to see a little bit more how easy or hard it is at the end of an innings to try and hit the ball as it gets softer. That's easier to hit because it's short and wide, and Jack Taylor, having been dotted up the first couple of balls, again ensures that Gloucestershire are starting to find these boundaries a bit more regularly. And again, there's pretty much no opportunity for Tom Bailey down there to cut that one off. Only had about 4 or 5 yards to go, but just no time.
Yeah, it flew away, didn't it? And Jack Taylor starting to really find his groove now. He's almost up to 100% scoring rate. 41 from 46 deliveries. So his recent acceleration is closing the gap between runs scored and balls faced at just the right time for his side. Tom Aspinwall, of course, from Sedbergh School, which has become one of Lancashire's regular outgrounds and where they played their first match of the campaign this summer, up there over the Cumbrian border. Always a lovely place to watch cricket.
So actually, even though there was a boundary off that over, that's the only scoring shot in Aspinwall's comeback. You'd think Lancashire would want to save, I don't know, I'd have thought at least 2 overs.
Yeah, I agree.
Of Aspinwall, potentially 3 for the very back end, because it doesn't look as though they'll be able to get into a position where, unless they really do run through this Gloucestershire batting, where it isn't the case that Gloucestershire will have some batting left for the very back end. So that will need to be thought about and planned for.
No, I fully agree, Ed. I think 2 overs minimum, as you say, for Aspinwall. He's got 4 left at the moment. So I'm sure he'll have at least another 1. And then the question will be whether he has a 3rd in this spell before he potentially comes off. But Barnard continuing. I think unless he really gets heavily hit, the desire from George Balderson may well be to try and get Charlie Barnard through all 10 as he moves into his 8th here and try and bowl him through in this spell. I think at this stage a single off every ball both bowler and skipper Balderson would accept. Taylor and Bancroft, though, may be looking for boundaries. Likely are we to see Jack Taylor turn his arm over, Ed, do you think, with his occasional leg breaks later?
I'd have thought with the absence of Graham van Buren, much more likely. And they knew the big shot had to be coming in the over. Barnard able to slide that one on with the arm.
Now here we are, last ball of the over, only 3 off it. So can Barnard get out of the over with a dot or 1? He can. That's a really good over from Charlie Barnard, stemming the runs that had started to leak from his end in the previous couple of overs. Very good comeback from the young slow left armer. 166 for 3, 15 overs to go. Sorry, Ed, you were talking about Jack Taylor's leg spin.
No, I mean, I think the only thing maybe is that they've got a leg spinner playing today in Ed Middleton, but Ollie Price would be the only other spin option really, so it may be that Jack Taylor will give himself a go at some point.
Final 15 then. Aspinwall to continue.
I still think in the field, even though they've not broken this partnership, I think they'd still feel, looking at this surface, that they'd be quite happy to chase pretty much whatever Gloucestershire would set from here. I'm not saying I say they will or won't do it, but I don't think that Gloucestershire will get to a score here, even if they were to score at tens and get over 300. I don't think you'd be looking at that and thinking that that looked scary. Have to bat well, but
yeah, a team in good form with some power and perhaps a slightly depleted Gloucestershire attack to face. They would probably fancy their chances, Ed, I would agree, and a short boundary on one side of the ground at home on a surface they know. Yeah, I think all of the above would be true. I mean, the Wasp at the moment set at 280 for Gloucestershire. I think Lancashire would probably have said, if you were offered us 280, would we fancy our chances of chasing that? Yeah, probably. Competitive if Gloucestershire get there, but Lancashire probably would back themselves, I think. Had a very high scoring match against Leicestershire Foxes earlier in the campaign, where Lancashire's 383 for 4 was almost chased down. 362 for 8 the Foxes got in reply. Foxes, of course, topping the group at the moment. They're in action today as well. Now 5 dots in a row from Aspinwall. This is a really, really good over. A maiden at this stage of an innings, fairly rare in this format of the game, but this is exactly what George Balderson would have wanted when he brought Aspinwall back into the attack. Can he complete the maiden?
They're playing under lights today. Leicestershire against Warwickshire at Grace Road.
Top edge from Bancroft, but he's got away with it. A rare full shot from the Australian, but it only costs Aspinwall.
Oh, it's off his helmet.
One, it's off his helmet, yeah. Leg byes given by Phil Mustard. So, yes, that is a maiden from Tom Aspinwall, with the leg bye coming off the last ball of the over. But just one in total scored, and George Balderson, I think, will be absolutely delighted with that. 167 for 3. As no doubt a message from the dressing room comes out with a towel and a change of gloves. I think that's Kamran Darawal, isn't it, on 12th as duties. No doubt with a message from Mark Lane, I would suggest.
Yeah, slippery short ball he's got, doesn't he, Aspinwall? He's not tall, but
Slingy
he can really,
action.
can really skid it off the middle of the surface. And got Bancroft there, which is not something that you see terribly often. Somebody who's grown up playing an awful lot of short pitch bowling in Western Australia.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise element from that slightly barrel-chested action of Tom Aspinwall, and the physio out as well, just to give the necessary protocol checks to the Gloucestershire opening bat. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup today. Starting in Group A, which is this group, Northamptonshire Steelbacks 150 for 4 in the 32nd over away at Nottinghamshire Outlaws. As Ed was mentioning, Leicestershire Foxes facing Warwickshire at Grace Road, 2 o'clock start, and the same start time for Somerset against Surrey. In Group B, Essex are batting at Glamorgan. They're 196 for 2 in the 32nd over there, and Derbyshire Falcons 172 for 3 in the 34th over against Yorkshire across the Pennines. And the 2 afternoon matches in that group, Durham facing Middlesex at Chester Street. At 1:30, Middlesex will field, having won the toss, and Sussex face Worcester at 2 o'clock at Hove.
It's still an extremely tight group. You feel as though somebody will probably go on the run that gets them in, so it's hard to see. You certainly, I think, would have to have a good net run rate if you're going to only win 5. I suppose depending on fixtures remaining, who has to play who, somebody might get in with 5, but I think you're looking at 6 probably as the mark that
yeah.
I suppose also just getting towards the end of an innings with a couple of set batters, potentially feels he doesn't want anybody to have to bowl a sort of 3 or 4 over spell. He can really chop and change as much as he likes.
Tidy first over back into the attack for the Lancashire captain.
It's this sort of tricky phase now where you've got a partnership which is quite well set, but after accelerating they've had another few quiet overs here, so if Lancashire could take a wicket on top of that, really could check Gloucestershire's progress.
Rocky Flintoff in the deep, decent return, but again Bancroft, who always runs that first run quickly. You're always taught in youth cricket, aren't you? Run the first hard, give yourself the option. And Bancroft on several occasions today has done exactly that. Rocky Flintoff not doing much wrong there in the deep, but Bancroft back for 2, takes himself into the 90s.
I would love to know what was fed back to the dressing room after the end of the previous over, because whilst a message may also have come out during that concussion check, you can bet there would have been plenty said the other way in terms of what these two very experienced players, Bancroft in his 121st List A match and Jack Taylor, as I mentioned, in his 100th, what they'd have been thinking.
Aspinwall in again from that Anderson end to try and break this partnership. Yeah, it's all about when do you really put foot to the floor, isn't it? Because we had those 3 overs, Ed, which went 6, 9, 9. 31st, 32nd, 33rd, and then we've gone 4, 3, 1, 5. So it looked for a minute like Taylor and Bancroft were really going to go for it, and they've pulled it back a bit. That has been at least partly due to the return to the attack of Aspinwall and Balderson. But as we approach the end of the 38th over, and with only 12 to go and 7 wickets standing, you do feel it can't be long now, surely, before a few more risks will be taken, even if they come at a price. Again, Jack Taylor happy, it seems, to see off Aspinwall, at least for now.
Oh, there's that little
subtle touch,
chinky uppercut,
that's
isn't it?
Skillful.
Yeah, he does play that shot well, Jack Taylor. You associate him with those powerful shots down the ground and over mid-wicket. But if it's just there, can play it right level with his eyes, and again runs away quickly.
Yeah, timely boundary that for Taylor, just shaking his hand a bit there. Might have got a bit of reverb up through the bat perhaps. This partnership now has yielded 82, so it has been very much the mainstay of this innings.
I'd have thought that would be the end of Aspinwall's spell, but never know. Decided to go for the third over in this one, so if they were to continue on with him, I think that would mean that Tom Bailey would almost certainly have to bowl right at the end. They do still, as you mentioned, have to get through potentially 2 overs of Barnard and then 2 overs of the off-spinning combo. We don't have to do it that way, but 4 overs combined between the spinners. So that may well be the biggest determining factor in terms of what score Lancashire can keep Gloucestershire to, or how much Gloucestershire can accelerate.
Yeah, and Balderson continuing to bowl himself from this Statham end. I think you're right. I think Aspinwall will be held back now, and it'll finish with 5 overs combined of Aspinwall and Bailey. Now then, bit of a change in emphasis there from Jack Taylor, setting himself and getting the right result, stepping across and diverting that for 4. He has got a problem though. Clearly, as he goes to 50, he's got a bit of discomfort in that right hand. Looking up, shaking that out, isn't he, on the screen there? Not sure whether that's knuckle or wrist perhaps, but that was well improvised, moving outside off stump to make space to swing that one away down to fine leg. Very effective way for the skipper to go to his half century. But we'll have a little bit more treatment and a further short break as Taylor's hand gets examined. Just while we await the Gloucestershire physio, Ed, why has the championship season been so difficult for Gloucestershire? Because when we resume that in a couple of weeks' time, they will start bottom of Division 2, propping up the table on just 38 points, 1 win and 7 defeats. What have been the key reasons behind that, do you think?
Well, I think you do have to start with losing almost 2 bowling attacks worth of seam bowlers over the winter, which you're never going, especially in this climate where every county needs seam bowling. You're never going to be able to replace all of those overs in one go. And okay, whilst most of the players that they've lost actually haven't played a massive amount of cricket at their new counties, and Gloucestershire were struggling to take 20 wickets anyway, at the same time they were really very competitive last year and were still in with a chance, if they could grab a couple of wins at the back end of the season, we're in with a shout of securing that second promotion spot. They were in that same sort of pack jostling for position as Lancashire were, and Lancashire won that match at Cheltenham last year, which was probably the defeat that, along with a draw against Middlesex in the next round when it was really quite heavily rain affected, sort of put paid to any hopes of a late season run. But in terms of this season, they've played on some different pitches from last season. As I say, they've done a lot more for the seam bowlers. I think it's gone so far across there, it's probably outside the line of off.
Yeah, there was no interest, was there, from George Balderson? Exactly the same shot, pretty much, to the previous delivery, but a very different outcome.
But yes, in many cases, they've pretty much been selecting the bowling attack that's been available. But maybe again because of this change of surfaces a little bit. Oh, Bancroft clearing the front leg, and that will just land short of the boundary. The umpire motioning that it might have been 6, but I think we could see quite clearly from up here that it was a 1 bounce 4. So still no 6s in this innings.
But that shot from Bancroft, allied to the one from Jack Taylor to the first ball, and the attempted one from the second ball, suggests to me we're now game on for the run-in.
Oh, that was an opportunity, I think.
It was very low, wasn't it? Always difficult in a follow-through for a bowler, but I think you're right. I think it was a chance. First one really that Bancroft's given on 96. Let's have a look again at the replay. Yeah, I think that carried to George Balderson. Would have been a heck of a catch in the follow-through, but Bancroft has a life.
Change of pace from Balderson, continuing with the same line, realising that Jack Taylor's moving across to the offside to try and access that leg side, and just hope to do him with a change of pace.
Bancroft on 97 then. Nothing doing off the final ball of the over, but a better one from a Gloucestershire perspective, with 11 coming from it. That's the sort of scoring rate that they'll be seeking from here in, you would think. 189 for 3 then at the end of that over, as this partnership nears the century. 11 overs to go. A few anoraks around today in Old Trafford. We've not seen those out much in the last few weeks. Oh, there's a couple there in their polo shirts and shorts, refusing to be knocked off the summer perch, but certainly it's been a day to throw a jumper in the car, at least for most people today. A big change from what we've seen and what's to come, Ed. Another heat wave coming in. This relentless summer of heat, and the spinners will be licking their lips as the championship season prepares to restart.
I think there were a few there keeping themselves warm in another way. A few pints of the amber liquid already. Liquid lunch for some.
Only a few. Lady there in a scarf is certainly leaving nothing to chance. Arif Chetty back into the attack, bowling around the wicket as he has for quite a bit of his 4 overs so far. Jack Taylor on strike, having had that attention to his injured hand. So Shetty's bowled 4, Harry Singer's bowled 4, Barnard's bowled 8. So got to get 4 more overs at least out of the 3 spinners who have been deployed so far. And George Balderson will know that with 2 players well set here, with overs running out, it'll very much be attack from Gloucestershire here in. Well, that's an improvised shot. A well bowled Arif Chetty, who clearly saw Jack Taylor was going to go down and attempt the reverse sweep, bowled him a Yorker and got a rather unorthodox response, but credit to Taylor, he adjusted and kept it out.
It's not a shot I've basically ever seen Jack Taylor play the reverse sweep, but I think that was more of a switch hit he was trying.
And that's conventionally flicked away, keeping it simple there, Taylor, and outwitting young Shetty with that nonchalant flick down to fine leg for 4 very low risk runs.
I think this is a really hard field for Shetty to bowl to, and they're going to change it. I really sympathised with him trying to bowl to that field with everybody up on the offside. All he could do was fire it in at leg stump, and that was almost inevitable really, that he'd go too far down the leg side.
Taylor again going for that nonchalant flick. He's picking up more runs, and he's picking up 4 more of them. And despite the field adjustment that Ed cites, it doesn't stem the runs, and this is proving a productive over for Gloucestershire so far.
100 partnership comes up again. That angle just, okay, it's against the angle, but the angle means he's going to have to bowl that line, and with short fine and backward square leg up, it's too easy, and especially because Shetty bowls it quite quickly. He's not a slow spinner through the air. There's plenty of pace to use. I think this is better now. But he's gone down leg side again. 3 in a row for Jack Taylor, and the 200 up as well. And it's a tough over to bowl as well, this, because it's the last one before they can put an extra fielder out.
Yes. Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a problem for George Balderson here, because he knows he's probably got to get at least another over out of Shetty. And Gloucestershire have obviously got a modus operandi against him, which is proving productive. But this is all the learning curve for a young spinner, to try and adapt and adjust and understand the context he's bowling in, the field he's got against quality players. Good comeback to finish the over. Well done.
Well, I think for the last ball there, he had the angle and the field that he probably should have had all over. It's okay if Jack Taylor hits you against the turn over extra cover to a ball that is going to be angled in to middle and leg. But last ball they had deep backward square out and gave him more protection for bowling with the angle into the pads to the big side of the ground. And I sort of feel a bit for Shetty in that over, because I don't know that there was too much more he could have done other than what he did. It was what he was being asked to do, and Jack Taylor picking him off for 3 boundaries. So we are now in the, as they say, 3rd power play, which, how can it be a power play when you're allowed to have everybody out apart from 4 fielders in the ring?
Slight misnomer, I would agree. Yeah.
But there we are.
Yeah, I don't think Arav Shetty is likely to continue bowling round the wicket. I think it was probably okay as a bit of a variation when he was trying to find a way of getting through Bancroft earlier in the innings. But at this stage, with 2 well-set players, a little bit too easy to do what they did in the previous over. Barnard back into the attack as Balderson changes things around again from this Statham end to try and get a couple of overs through from Charlie Barnard to complete his spell. Hold himself back, Balderson, for the latter overs in this final 10. Full toss, lofted away, and that's easy runs for
put
Jack
down.
Taylor. Dropped in the crowd. Poor cricket all round, really.
Oh, he went one-handed. That's asking a lot to take a one-handed catch in the crowd there. But yeah, that really was just, as you say, one-handed, knowing that he didn't have to get hold of it, just find somewhere near the middle of the bat.
Better from Barnard. Taylor misses out. But Jack Taylor has clearly paced this innings nicely. Played himself in at the start, ensured he was going to get to 20 and give Bancroft the support that he hadn't had from Bracey, Price or Eklund, and then he's really started to motor. He swings that one away. fielder interested on the boundary, but not near enough for an opportunity for Marcus Harris, and more runs coming off the bat of Jack Taylor as Gloucestershire really start to accelerate now. 75 to the skipper.
It's almost as though Harris didn't quite pick that up to start with, and then it span further away from him anyway.
Barnard just holding that one back a little bit. Good pace change. So 11 off the over so far. Final delivery to come. Swung again, out to the boundary. Is this trouble for Taylor? It is, and he perishes on the square leg boundary, and Charlie Barnard strikes. Marcus Harris moving round to take the catch. In truth, again, it's probably a wicket which Gloucestershire have played a heavy part in themselves, because it seemed that Jack Taylor just held this shot back a little bit rather.
I think it's that right hand, isn't it?
Yeah. Spot on, Ed.
He's taken that glove off again after it, and I thought with the 6 earlier on in the over, I just thought maybe he was focusing on just getting a smooth swing away, but he's not been able to put seemingly both hands into that one, and still looked as if it might go, but a big wicket for Lancashire, because Jack Taylor, he was the owner of Gloucestershire's fastest List A 100, really could have seen them a long way over 300 still, even with 9 overs to go, because he really is a devastating hitter of the ball. But good bowling from Barnard. He missed his length a couple of times in that over, but when he got it right, he was causing problems, and that's a very good wicket for him, his second, and brings Joe Phillips to the middle, somebody who has played a significant part in previous one-day cup campaigns for Gloucestershire, but more so in the top order. It's only his 4th match in List A cricket overall. Got a chance in the T20 this year, made a very composed 42 on debut at Headingley, and then struggled a little bit after that and was taken out of the side. But he is somebody who has been more of a top order player in his career, and Tommy Borman, who's due in next, has been more of a finisher in his 50 over career so far. So there's an opening here for Lancashire potentially, and I'll be interested to see how Phillips adjusts to this role.
Bancroft on 98 goes, and Shetty strikes, and Bancroft misses out on his century, and he can't believe it. He looks to the heavens, Cameron Bancroft, and he goes for 98, and Lancashire break this partnership at both ends in consecutive deliveries. Arif Shetty getting his man, caught by Hurst down the leg side. Bancroft goes for 98, and Gloucestershire 212 for 5.
Well, this is massive, and what a bonus wicket from a Lancashire point of view. A leg side strangle off the spinner, went across his stumps. Well, either way, it's a bonus wicket, certainly from the point of view of it being a ball that Bancroft would have expected to have either flicked away or missed and had it be a wide. And not only to fall just short of what would have been a fine 100, but now to mean that there are 2 young batters in the middle for Gloucestershire at the back end of this innings who've not faced a ball right at the point they'd have wanted to accelerate, and this could be a real key moment in the match as far as being a point where Lancashire really restricted a Gloucestershire total that seemed as if it might have the momentum to get near to 300.
Yes, how quickly cricket can change, and that really does send a very different pulse, doesn't it, around this innings. Tommy Borman on strike from Arav Shetty, but Bancroft's got to be so disappointed there, hasn't he, Ed? I mean, to go to a leg side strangle, particularly when you're 2 runs from what would have been a well-earned, deserved ton. A real sickener for the Western Australian, but Borman and Phillips now will need to accumulate what they can, get their iron quickly and try and see if they can take Gloucester maybe to 260, something like that. Hard to say, isn't it, how quickly players can get in. We often see that in 100 and in T20 blast cricket, that new batsmen can immediately get up to speed, but this is what Borman and Phillips will be expected to do now. Previous 3 overs yielding 11, 12 and 11, and then 2 wickets fall and suddenly the next one yields 2. That's what can also happen in one-day cricket. The break goes on when the wickets fall. 2:14 for 5, 8 to go.
And potentially an intriguing one for Balderson now, in terms of, does he think, okay, Shetty's just taken a wicket. If there hadn't been those wickets, then I think he might just have gone, thank you very much, that's the 10 overs of the 5th bowler done. Barnard obviously will bowl out and probably would have done anyway, but now I wonder whether he thinks actually just stick with what had been working rather than going back to seam. He's got options, which is always good to have. And he will also know that whilst Ed Middleton has definite batting ability in next, if Gloucestershire are to maximise on their total, they'd probably need these two to be there, if not right at the end, very close to the end.
Yeah, lengthy tail, isn't it, with Rao, Charlesworth and Williams all to come beyond Middleton at number 8. Suddenly you're back into a mini phase of consolidation and getting your eye in and turning the strike over with singles rather than swinging for the ropes, which was what we were starting to see before Taylor perished and Bancroft followed him back. They can't bat for too long in this fashion, you'd think, without having to take some more risks, certainly when you get to about the 45th over onwards. So last ball of the spell coming up for Charlie Barnard, 2 for 58 so far. Tidy stuff from the young left arm spinner, picking up a couple of scalps and also some very valuable experience on his development journey. Banked. Applause from the crowd. And the first Lancashire bowler getting through their full allocation today. 2:19 for 5 then. Cornwall's Joe Phillips on 4 and Tommy Borman on 3.
Yep, and on Sunday he'd be hoping to play in his place of birth.
In Cheltenham, of course.
In Cheltenham.
Yeah. The Cheltenham Festival, always a highlight on the domestic calendar. Two Metrobank Cup games there, and again for the Gloucestershire women, and then a championship match A slightly different structure this year at Cheltenham. A bit later in the summer than usual, Ed, isn't it, to be playing that festival week?
Yeah, well, there's only a matter of days between the end of the 4-day fixture, which is against Worcestershire, and the start of term, and that field that is played on at Cheltenham is a rugby field. Oh, it's
Bit of bounce.
yeah. I don't think any rugby field is going to be particularly nice to dive on after the summer that we've had, so maybe that won't make as much of a difference as it might have done, but slightly different grass lengths preferred.
I'd say.
But anyway, there's been an enormous amount of work, and no doubt going on as we speak, I suspect, to try and get Cheltenham ready and be as good a product as it can be. And whilst spectator numbers are more limited than in other years, gather a limited number of extra tickets went on sale for the 250 over men's games. But both games initially sold out. Another great over from Shetty in the meantime. Balderson indeed deciding to stick with him after he'd had that confidence boost of removing Bancroft, and that has proven to be the right call, backing another 2-run over up with one just there.
Tom Bailey grabbing the marker to bowl over 45. I'd have thought pretty likely he'll have 45, 47 and 49 from this Brian Statham end. Needing 3 to be covered from the Jimmy Anderson end, which can be shared between Balderson and Aspinwall potentially, or, as you say, Ed, maybe Balderson might stick with Shetty based on the economy of the last couple of overs and needing to make Borman or Phillips make the running rather than giving them the chance to work a seamer down to third man, as was seen there. So suddenly some options for Balderson. The feel of this final phase of the innings very different after the departures in consecutive deliveries of Taylor and Bancroft, who had looked so good in that partnership of 116, and suddenly Lancashire with the opportunity to turn the screw a bit here. A bit wild from Bailey. Puts his arm up to apologise to Joe Phillips.
Did look okay in terms of height. Perhaps more in hope than expectation. Phillips looking to the square leg umpire. He'd have loved to have decided to go for a ramp shot there. Would have been perfect from his point of view, because there's nobody fine of deep backward square.
Phillips moving outside the line of off stump, hoping to try and open himself up potentially to launch that ball over mid-wicket, but Bailey alert to the movement, following the batsman. And Phillips having to just play it sensibly into the covers and pick up 1.
Borman definitely somebody who is a ramper. Seen Phillips play that shot as well, but Bailey can change his pace if he sees that coming.
Good work again from Keaton Jennings, patrolling that leg side infield on his own.
Probably not the easiest bowler to ramp Tom Bailey. Oh, we've got a full toss, and that will just again, I think, fall short of the boundary. 1 bounce for, this time the full toss capitalised on.
Yeah, quite rare for Tom Bailey to lose his length when he's going for a Yorker. Doing so twice in this over, not getting it right. And Tommy Borman taking advantage.
Just slightly overflighted the slower ball.
And again.
Yeah, another full toss and mid-off up. It's a good shot from Borman, who is somebody, as I mentioned before, who is quite comfortable coming in at this stage of innings, even though he has batted at 3 as well in the championship, but somebody who's more comfortable, I think, in a kind of finishing role. He's done well actually to access that gap, given that he didn't have much width on offer to try and go straight on the offside.
Yeah, well executed shots from Borman there. 10 off the over, so perhaps that is further evidence for George Balderson to say, I will stick with spin. And I know that I'll have one of my seamers not bowl there 10 overs. First time Phillips has used his feet to Shetty, and he's used them very well. That's very nicely played, splitting long on and long off. And the two young Gloucestershire players starting to move this scoreboard again.
I have to say, it still looks like a good surface to bat on from the shots that we're seeing. I mean, even that one that's gone straight to the fielder was hit quite firmly. It's not as though it's feeling puddingy at all. This pitch still seems to have good life in it, even with an old ball now. Oh, that's a tight single, and the pickup not executed by Balderson. He would certainly have had a shot at running Phillips out at the non-striker's end there.
Phillips didn't look like he'd set off with the afterburners on there, did he? When Bancroft was running quick singles, he was really shifting, or running the first one of 2 quickly, but Phillips looked like he was on a bit of a jog there, and as you say, lucky there wasn't a clean pickup. Borman swinging away, not quite timing that one, but another one on the Gloucestershire score. Wasp estimating 280 now, which I think was where it was probably about an hour and a half ago. So consistent prediction from our computerised colleague, and certainly these two starting to pick up the rate again, having played themselves in for a couple of overs. Another one here, Borman again asking Phillips for the second, and again Phillips perhaps could have gone harder with the first. I think Tommy Borman would have gone for the second there, but he felt Phillips wasn't of a similar mind. Borman perhaps missing out off that final ball of the over, getting to the pitch of that drivable length, looking to the heavens, and I mean he'd picked out the one man in the covers. 239 for 5 then at the end of the 45th. I wonder if that might be our of Shetty's last, because Aspinwall has 2 left, and that may well be where George Balderson goes for overs 48 and 50. 239 for 5 then, Phillips 12, Borman 15.
Okay, well, Aspinwall's going to bowl for the first time from the Statham end. So that's not what I'd expected. I'd have expected him, as you say, to have taken over from Shetty at the Anderson end, but instead a change of ends for Aspinwall in his last spell. But you would think it's probably time to say, I got a couple more overs out of spin and effective overs as well than anticipated, and time to go back to seam, but might see it differently.
Well, Balderson's got 2 left himself, so his other option I suppose is to bowl himself from the far end and leave Bailey with 2 unused. Certainly very ruthless captaincy from George Balderson, Bailey having gone for 10 in his previous over. So here's Aspinwall back.
And it's that skiddy shorter ball that just rushes batters that you see Aspinwall bowling a lot.
Yeah, just back of a length, isn't it? That's awkward for batsmen to decide whether to go forward or back to. Harry Singh doing well in the deep for Lancashire, ensuring only one run possible.
Really is either 4, 6 or 1 to most of that onside as we have this over.
Yeah, you've got to place it well, haven't you, to get back for 2, Ed? That's for sure. Sunshine over Old Trafford. Still the lights are on, slightly incongruously. Rocky Flintoff tidying up in the deep, having swept for much of this innings. He's been in good form in this competition, young Flintoff. A couple of very breezy innings. 41 not out at home to Kent and 34 away at Northamptonshire on Sunday. Starting to find his feet at this level.
Oh, that's
quick
out
single,
with the head.
surely a goner, and Tommy Borman, I'm sure, would have gone if that Charlie Barnard throw had hit the stumps, given it up, really. Probably a run you've got to take at this stage, but I don't think he would have been hanging around long to wait for the decision if that shy had hit the timbers, but Borman survives. Decent over this from Aspinwall so far, 4 singles from it.
It's funny, these two ought to have and will have batted with each other quite a bit in the 2s as well, but it's as though sometimes they've hit the ball straight to a fielder and gone for a single regardless, and other times, I mean, that fumble from Flintoff didn't cost anything out at deep cover.
Attempted ramp without success. Good over from Aspinwall, just 5 from it, just what his captain needed at this point. 244 is the total for 5, 3 overs to go. Yeah, they don't look very much in sync, Ed, do they, these two?
No, it's a strange one. They've come through pretty much together. I'm also surprised that it's taken that long for one of these two to try a ramp. He just couldn't get himself inside the line of the ball. So it is Balderson. I'll be hoping he can get through his 2 overs at the Anderson end to finish off this innings.
Yeah, 245 for 5 then Gloucestershire, 3 overs to go. I think the 275, 280 mark will still be what they seek, Ed, wouldn't you say, from here? You'd want to get 10 and over from here.
Yeah, I think over 10s ideally.
Now Phillips setting off a little bit harder now on this one. Borman running to the danger end, you'd think. In fact, the throw comes in and Phillips dives, and we've got a Ben Stokes moment from the 2019 World Cup final here. But neither Gloucestershire batsman alert to the opportunity, and in a prone position, Joe Phillips couldn't get up and turn as that ball deflected off him. But better running from these two on that occasion.
Yeah, sort of had to go for it, and the fact that that throw hit Phillips, I think, an indication that it wouldn't have gone particularly close to the stumps anyway. Followed him well. There might be 2 again. Borman will be running to the danger end, and he's the quicker of the 2. Yep, gets in, does Phillips.
And I think that point, Ed, is absolutely it, isn't it? I think the Lancashire fielders have realised Bournemouth is significantly quicker than Phillips. So even though the throw is a longer one, they're targeting Phillips' end with these run-out attempts. Starting to become a tidy partnership between these two young Gloucestershire players, having to rebuild this innings after Taylor and Bancroft departed back-to-back. Partnership of 37 so far, proving handy.
No two this time. Yeah, the dot balls have dried up, as the 250 indeed is brought up with 14 deliveries to go. Now from their point of view, having got themselves to a position where they've ensured the innings hasn't completely fallen away, they need a couple more boundaries. But this is good bowling to the plan from Balderson. Everything out onto that leg side. Whilst, okay, you might concede a couple of twos, it really is the mode of anything other than a boundary is a good outcome from Lancashire's point of view.
Yeah, fully agree. It's a decent over this from Balderson. Not giving that drivable length to either player. He's now just got to get out of it with a decent final ball. And he does do so. Intelligent bowling following the movement of Joe Phillips. 8 from the over. Well, Lancashire will definitely take that at this stage. 252 for 5 then. Gloucestershire having elected to bat first in this Metrobank Cup fixture. Half an hour break, of course, between the two innings in this format of the game. And Ed Seaborn and myself, Chris Malaband, will take a short break, as the players do, and return for the Lancashire reply as the Red Rose County go in pursuit of another victory in a tournament which has seen them in good form so far. 3 wins to their name, trying to ensure they're part of that conversation to finish second or third in Group A and give themselves the opportunity of progression into the knockout stages. 2 overs to go though. Aspinwall back into the attack.
Oh, I think he thought about that, the umpire, but it's the first wide we've seen, feels like, for quite a long time. Quite a few early from Aspinwall down the leg side. About the only runs he was going for in his first spell. Only 1 wide from the spinners.
That one not timed at all by Joe Phillips, but they get through for a single. Yeah, it has been a disciplined bowling performance from Lancashire overall. 7 wides in the innings, and as you say, 5 of them from Aspinwall.
Almost got cramped up by that full toss. Further evidence that it's not always the worst delivery to bowl at this stage of an innings. He just wasn't expecting it there. It looked as if he got himself into quite a strong hitting position to try and target the onside, and then the full toss just rushed onto him.
Shorter from Aspinwall, and again a bit of surprise extra bounce, perhaps we've said earlier in the innings. Aspinwall's action does give him that opportunity occasionally just to rush the batsman when he's bowling short of a length. 3 singles following the wide in this final over for Tom Aspinwall this afternoon. Work again for Flintoff to do in the deep. And Borman comfortably back for 2.
Still absence of boundaries. Haven't had one since the first ball of the 46th over. Had 3 in a row, and it looked as though this was starting to become a bit of a problem, this partnership, but they've checked that. Just landing short of extra cover. It's probably the best shot that Bourman's timed for a little bit. Again, hitting to that longer boundary. Really a field for a wide Yorker now.
Yes.
To complete this over. Wide length. It's going to land short of deep backward point. But that'll do fine from a Lancashire point of view. 260 for 5. Gloucestershire, I suppose, in a bit of danger of finishing at a very similar point to where they did in their last match, having won the toss, elected to bat first, scored 271 at Rugby, and Warwickshire were able to chase that down with 8 overs to spare. And from Aspinwall's perspective, to go at 4.3 and over for 10 overs represents a very welcome return to the side.
Yeah, it's been a good spell. Final over then, Balderson trusting himself with it and starting the over by conceding a 4. Innovative shot from Joe Phillips, who's grown in confidence as his cameo has continued here at Emirates Old Trafford, and he will try and garner a few more of those in this final over of the innings. It's going to be a competitive total. There's certainly something to defend for Gloucestershire. Will it be enough on this wicket against the Lancashire lineup? No Joe Moores, of course, for Lancashire today. He is now on duty in the 100, making his debut last night for the London Spirit. Sadly, on the night they were eliminated, the first team to go out of the 100 this year, as they lost out to MI London. But great for Joe Moores at the age of just 17 to get the call up to play 100 cricket.
He's trying to use his crease, Joe Phillips. Created the angle to lift it over short fine the previous ball. You could see what he was after there. It was, I think, the right move from Phillips, but not able to find the gap. The 50 partnership, though, coming up between these two with the previous 4. Better than a runner ball.
Done well. It's been a good rebuild for 2 young players thrust together after the double break of the previous partnership between Taylor and Bancroft.
Nicely directed again from Balderson. I thought he might just go back to the shorter stuff after the first couple of deliveries, because he did offer Phillips a rare opportunity to try and drive through the offside the previous ball, and then counters that with, again, banging it in. And the best Bourman could do with that probably is get a couple. He's got hold of that well, and that's right in the gap between fine leg and backward square. Maybe just a bit far down the leg side, but that's where Balderson's trying to bowl it. Also maybe just a bit full, I don't know, but it you can see the plan's clear. There's 3 fielders between short third and point, and then another one on the ring on the offside. He's just trying to go very straight and go into the pitch. Bourman picking the gap.
Similar shot again from Bourman, lofted high. Has he got enough on this? Flintoff converging. Does it go for 6? It's a relay catch. Yes. Really well executed. Flintoff to Harry Singh. We see that so often now in one-day cricket. For once upon a time, it was such a rare event, but beautifully done by Rocky Flintoff, thinking quickly in the handoff to Harry Singh, and that is the end of Tommy Borman for 28.
Oh, it's a massive hit out there. He's got an awful lot of this, and also, I mean, it's great work from Flintoff not to be put off by the other fielder. I think it's all okay. It looks as though Flintoff certainly releases it in time, and then the only other problem was whether the second part of it from Harry Singh was going to be completed with his feet inside the playing surface, but it looked like it was, and there's almost no celebration. That's just, we just expect that to be completed now. That would have been everybody running over, congratulating them,
high fives.
Yeah. That's just routine, that piece of fielding.
Well, maybe the fact that we've got one ball left in the innings may have tempered some enthusiasm, Ed, in terms of impact on the rest of the innings perhaps, but I agree with you, it does seem a shame after the brilliance of Rocky Flintoff. So one ball to go. Ed Middleton's got to face it. George Balderson's going to bowl it. And a leg by concludes the innings. 270 for 6 then it is at the end of 50 overs. Joe Phillips unbeaten on 28, and Ed Middleton doesn't manage to score off the bat with the final delivery of the innings. He does pick up a leg by though. 270 for 6 at the innings' conclusion, and Ed will take you through the card.
Yeah, so Bancroft's 98 at the top. He really built that innings well, but with Jack Taylor 75 off 69, that was the spell when it looked as though Gloucestershire might just really not exactly take it away from Lancashire, because I don't think it ever got to that point, but that was the key partnership. Some contributions elsewhere, but it really was about Bancroft and Taylor, and when they went in quick succession, whilst I think Phillips and Borman did a good job to ensure that the innings didn't fall away, that really did limit Gloucestershire in terms of being able to get close to that 300 mark, but still a 57 run partnership, as you see there. Bancroft and Eklund, and Bancroft and Price, with Bancroft as the main force, I suppose, in those partnerships, ensured that there was no real quick wickets falling in the early stage of the innings, but double strike, and Lancashire, with the bowling figures there, able to pull it back again.
Wicket shared about then. Tom Aspinwall perhaps the pick of the Lancashire attack, certainly in terms of runs per over. He struck with his very first delivery of the game, dismissing James Bracey for 1, but Lancashire will know that this is a competitive total that they've got to chase down as they attempt to overhaul Gloucestershire's 270 for 6 to win this Metrobank Group A game. So there we are at the midway point. Gloucestershire 270 for 6, Bancroft with 98, Balderson and Barnard a couple of wickets each. We'll be back in around half an hour's time here on Lancs TV to see Lancashire start their reply. We hope you'll join us then.
Have you heard of United 2 before?
Do you like exams?
Because we don't do any traditional end-of-year exams.
If you're having a bad day, that shouldn't dictate whether or not you pass or fail a year.
We have 4 main subject areas.
Business, media, digital and sport.
You'll work directly with our industry partners to make sure you're ready for the real world.
Teaching across 4 different campuses. The Old Trafford campus, UE92 Business School, the Player and Media Centre at Lancashire Cricket Club and the Old Trafford Stadium.
You'll study one module at a time, as well as studying half days only.
Making time for work, hobbies, socialising, or your side hustles.
You'll secure a degree awarded by Lancaster University.
So what are you waiting for?
Join us at UE92.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
What is this?
Guys, make way. For the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Faster, Pringles!
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
And a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to Lancs TV for coverage of Lancashire's match against Gloucestershire in the Metro Bank Cup. Gloucestershire, having won the toss, amassed 270 for 6 in their 50 overs. It was an innings anchored by Cameron Bancroft's excellent 98 at the top. And Lancashire now go in pursuit of 271 for victory to keep alive their hopes of qualification for the latter stages of this tournament. Keaton Jennings is out there taking strike. Matty Hurst will be at the non-striker's end. Certainly competitive total from the visitors. Will it be enough though on what looks a very true surface and a short boundary on one side of the ground? Will Williams is marking out his run-up, number 8 on the back of his shirt. Once of these parts, of course, a steady seamer for Lancashire for a few seasons. And alongside me, Chris Malaban, once more in the commentary box, Ed Seaborn. Ed, a very good afternoon to you. What's your thoughts going into the Lancashire reply?
Yeah, I mean, it's a total which requires careful application. You certainly can't just walk out and expect to break the back of a score of 271 to win, but at the same time I think looking at the way it played in the first innings, Lancashire should be confident. But equally they'll know as well as anybody that Will Williams with a new ball in hand is somebody that is unlikely to give them an enormous amount, so the question is how hard they feel they want to go at the start, and actually with it not being closer to that 200 mark, they've got some time, you know, to get the measure of things.
Chopped away by Jennings to get him off the mark. Arman Rao doing the fielding down at third man.
But yeah, I think from a Lancashire point of view, it's a sort of, it's a 50 over chase that you sort of, I think you sort of got to say it nowadays, in most conditions, if you're chasing 270 and you hope to go far in a competition, that's the sort of chase that you probably got to execute. Just having a little look around to see whether Jack Taylor has taken the field.
Be the loss of the skipper, of course, as well as one of the 11. So it'd be a big loss to Gloucester if he's not out there.
Yeah, I think it is Cameron Dariwal I can see at cover, so Jack Taylor not out there to start this innings. He was out there briefly in the session break with one of those bits of black strapping or bandaging almost on his left hand. So final glance from Hurst, that'll be 4. First boundary of the Lancashire reply. That was a deft touch.
Yeah, Will Williams just offering that one up on Midland leg and comfortably tucked away. Should have good memories of this ground, Williams. A few good summers spent here, bowling with accuracy, particularly in red ball cricket for Lancashire.
Yeah, it was sort of easy to overlook his success with Lancashire in terms of his output, I suppose, because he didn't play so much, or certainly T20 cricket. I don't think he played any T20 cricket for Lancashire, but did play some part in this competition. But his record over his championship career, 100 wickets at 24 and a half.
Very,
not to
very
be sniffed
decent,
at on a, you know,
no, I completely agree.
On a surface which is not always, of course, not all his games would be played here in terms of home games, but a lot of them would have been. It's not always the easiest to prize batters out at that sort of rate. So Luke Charlesworth to bowl from the Statham end. His brother Ben, of course, on the move to Lancashire for next season. This is his younger brother, Luke.
Yeah, Ben out with a hip injury at the moment. Overpitched and gets the treatment. Luke Charlesworth stumbling actually in his follow through there, but a full toss outside off stump with a short boundary to look at. Keaton Jennings is not going to miss out on that.
He does tumble over in his follow through a little bit, Luke Charlesworth, but let's see from this angle, it doesn't look as though the front foot really gives way, but it's almost as though he didn't quite put as much pressure down through it as he might have done, maybe just a little bit unsure about what it was going to feel like, and then full toss to Jennings, pounced upon. Yeah, he's probably, I think he's sort of clocked early 80s, Luke Charlesworth, so he's got some pace about him and bowled particularly well in what is so far Gloucestershire's only win of the campaign so far, with a really fine spell of 3 for 42 against Kent at Bristol.
And easily tucked away by Hurst on this occasion, off his pads for 4 through mid-wicket, and Charlesworth offering a couple of easy offerings early in this spell.
Yeah, just pushed that one leg side. Still doesn't look as if he's feeling in total rhythm through his bowling action, and I mean, you don't get much time to get settled. You don't get any time to get settled.
Yeah, the usual challenge for a bowler of the left-right combo. Always a bit of an advantage if a team can regularly force the bowling side to have to adjust their lines. And this relatively fledgling opening partnership of Hurst and Jennings obviously offering that. Paddy Hurst, a pugnacious player. Keaton Jennings, of course, bringing all his quality and proven international class.
Yeah, so Harry Singh down to come in more lower middle order here. Bahanan and Harris due in at 3 and 4, and then Rocky Flintoff, who's been getting some good scores. Harry Singh slotting a bit lower down, but they do have some real depth with those all-rounders if they're required later on. Some good hitting power in the latter part of the innings. But certainly in terms of the start here, a man who has already won a match for Lancashire against Gloucestershire this season, Keaton Jennings, who was really the key to Lancashire executing that chase in the county championship earlier this season at Bristol. Really had to work extremely hard for that innings. He finished 78 not out from 175 balls and was caught behind off a no ball from Gloucestershire's loanee Henry Brooks, which was a key moment in that run chase. And I think
fine
everybody
margins, Ed, fine margins.
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody knows how important Jennings is as a wicket any match that he plays, but especially so here.
Bracey up to the stumps early on. We were talking about almost the norming of the relay catch, Ed, weren't we, at the end of the Gloucestershire innings with the Flintoff-Singh effort, and wicket keepers standing up to opening bowlers again would have been something that was a rare sight not that long ago. I know Williams is not the quickest on the circuit, but it still almost becomes the norm now, doesn't it, to see a keeper stood up.
Yep, and they have seen plenty of each other. Williams and Jennings and Hurst, and I think pretty much every bowler on the circuit will know that Jennings is somebody that, given the opportunity to walk at a bowler, he'll do so. Just try and pin his feet to the crease early. Hurst probably also somebody that would, out of choice, look to come at the bowler a little bit, especially as you know that Williams is only going to use a short ball as an absolute surprise, which he'd probably still do even with Bracey up to the stumps, but knowing where he's likely to be bowling, using your feet is a pretty good option usually. It was nice to see Williams just reconnecting with some of his old teammates here. There might have been a few of them who he wouldn't have seen down at Bristol earlier this season, but Lancashire, as we mentioned earlier, a big part of his cricketing journey.
Yeah, 4 summers here, 22 up until last summer.
And always an extremely popular member of any dressing room. A qualified pilot. And I was informed more recently, qualified pilot instructor already. So
oh wow,
he's
kicking on to a leadership position.
Yeah.
Wow. I think of other cricketers. Andrew Caddick, of course, has got a helicopter licence, hasn't he? I'm trying to think if there are any other cricketers who've got.
Well, Jonathan Agnew's flying his private plane, I think, around various places.
Not sure if that's something I'd ever aspire to be honest, Ed. There are certain skills in life that I'm very happy other people have, and I can hand over to them. I'm not sure I'd ever want to be in control of my plane and 10,000 feet or wherever in the sky, knowing it's all down to me to bring it down somewhere safe.
Ricky Elcock is a...
Oh, the old Middlesex quick bowler.
Yeah, Ricky Elcock is became a commercial pilot after his cricketing career.
Yeah, went on the West Indies tour, didn't he, with Devon Malcolm in 1990 and got injured, I think, and came home. He was seriously quick. Ricardo Elcock in his day. Of course, David Gower and John Morris had some fun in a Tiger Moth all those years ago, although I don't think either of them were at the controls. One slip for Charlesworth. Better lines from Luke Charlesworth in this second over. Another on show today who spent time in the National Counties competition from his native Oxfordshire. I have to say, Ed, I'm very encouraged by the number of cricketers in more recent seasons who have emerged from the National Counties. I know a few years ago there was discussions about what was its fit in the English domestic system and where did it kind of play a role in the development pathway. But more and more you're seeing cricketers who spend 2 or 3 seasons perhaps, sometimes in parallel with being on a first class academy or playing some second team cricket for a first class county, but also playing in the National Counties competition as well, and then coming into the game at first class level through that route.
Yeah, there's been a dramatic reduction in recent times of second 11 cricket anyway, so it really does have to be where you can go to get some game time.
Buckinghamshire, the current champions in the longer format of the game. National County season tends to be T20 at the start, the equivalent to the One Day Cup in the middle, and then the Championship played in the kind of final third of the season, with the final regularly now finding its home in West Bromwich. Decent over that from Luke Charlesworth, just 1 from it off the bat, 16 for no wicket at the end of the third over. Lancashire as they pursue 271 for victory. Just a reminder, if you're watching us on YouTube at the moment, then if you want to go across to lankstv.co.uk, then free of charge you can enjoy full coverage, which includes additional camera angles and replays. You'll just need to register on the website with an email address, and from there onwards you can access the full coverage. So lankstv.co.uk for full coverage today if you're joining us currently on YouTube.
Just back to the national counties as well. The women's setup as it is at the moment with the third tier, we're seeing a lot of movement between the third tier and the second tier in terms of players signing on loan. Almost every county's got somebody who's on loan from a tier 3 side, so there really is that sort of pyramid structure on the women's setup that includes those. Now, at one stage it was very much talked about that Messrs Gould and Thompson at the head of the ECB were very much fans of having that pyramid structure in men's cricket as well, and as you say, it's good that the national counties haven't been completely cut adrift, and we are, I suppose, still seeing a few of those national counties showcase matches, I think they were referred to, still happening, albeit not quite as formal a basis as before.
Yeah, and even going back a little bit, Alistair Cook played quite a lot for Cambridgeshire before he got his chance at Essex, Dominic Cork at Staffordshire before he got his break at Derbyshire, so there has been a steady if not a flow of players, but certainly a pipeline of sorts through the years. But it's good to see the national counties, as you say, Ed, kind of stepping in where second team cricket has fallen away a little bit amongst the first class counties, and ensuring high class cricket at the top end of the recreational spectrum continues to offer a platform and an opportunity for players to impress and potentially get themselves an opening with a county for a tournament like this one.
It's feeling as though Lancashire are going to have to force the pace themselves against Will Williams. He's not only offering very little in terms of width, but just not giving them much pace on the ball. And it feels as though they'll have to be either very patient and wait for the rare bad delivery, or do something that puts him off.
Runs here for Jennings. Outfield is quick. It's a forlorn chase for Ollie Price, and 4 runs to the Lancashire opener. That releases a little bit of pressure that Williams had been building.
Yeah, not that wide, but that really just bounced like the square was made of rubber off the second bounce, hard into the ground, and then the next bounce just seemed almost to accelerate it. So I did get a couple of shorter deliveries to work with at the end of that 5th over. So not a flyer for Lancashire as of yet, but they'll also just try and take the sting out of this to some extent. Gloucestershire will, I'm sure, realise that they need a couple of early wickets, and if you can, whatever runs you have on the board really, 10 or 12 overs in, if you've seen those off, might be a sense that you could start to ease into this chase. Does feel very odd to see Graham van Buren doing 12th as duties. Again,
it's a rare sight, isn't it, for Gloucestershire fans to see that? He's been such a mainstay head in all formats.
Particularly in the One Day Cup and Championship cricket.
Lovely shot again from Jennings. Onto the front foot, drilling that through the covers. One of those lovely moments for a batsman. You can just retake your guard before the balls even reach the fence.
That really was a nice delivery for Keaton Jennings. Full wide, and it's pretty much a free swing. Still got to put it away.
Rinse and repeat. Virtually the same shot to virtually the same ball. Probably not quite so much in the slot from Charlesworth on that occasion, but Jennings still able to manoeuvre himself onto the front foot, punch that one away through extra cover for 4 more.
There's been such little sideways movement actually today. After I was wondering whether it might be quite a good day for it early when Tom Bailey got the ball going, maybe in his first couple of overs, but it went so quickly, and there's not a great deal of swing on offer early on for Gloucestershire here either.
No, we had a bit of cloud cover this morning. Well, we've got a bit more this afternoon, a bit more blue and white rather than grey and white overhead, but much cooler day in Manchester than we've seen of late. Temperature around about 21 Celsius, but certainly feels significantly cooler, and as you say, Ed, not a huge sign of significant deviation with the ball in the game so far.
Also hard to see the pitch really changing an enormous amount. I know it obviously has been used before, but pitches here tend to hold up, and okay, maybe if it's going to do anything you'd expect it to get a bit slower if anything, but I don't know, it still looks as though there's some greenness to it, even surface.
Yeah, you do wonder if there's going to be the penetration in this Gloucestershire attack to be able to really hurt Lancashire this afternoon. Competitive total, but have Gloucestershire got the weapons? We saw though in the Gloucestershire innings that a number of players brought about their own downfall, and that's always a risk, of course, in any innings, so Lancashire will be mindful of that. But I think with conditions set fair, there will be, I would have expected, a level of confidence in the Lancashire dressing room that they can chase this down.
Well,
early spin into the attack.
Yeah, already indicates that Gloucestershire feel as though there's something that needs to change. We did see Barnard bowl 1 over in the power play in the first innings. But straight to some off spin with Ollie Price. Wonder if Williams will change ends potentially. They've got Middleton and, well, potentially not Jack Taylor. He's still not out on the field in terms of spinners, so that's another blow in terms of probably only having 5 bowling options unless somebody else is going to turn their arm over that I've not seen.
Yeah, the loss of Taylor really is a multifaceted blow, isn't it, for Gloucestershire? Bancroft skippering, Ed, would you say, in Taylor's absence, or Bracey?
Good question. I think Bancroft. Bracey is vice captain. I did sort of get the impression of Bancroft setting the field a couple of balls ago. Although Price, as you'd want from a bowler, really very much setting his own field at the moment.
I saw Keaton Jennings making a few amendments to the Lancashire field. It must be tough if you've skippered in one format to just sort of drop back into the ranks in another and not be tempted to try and assist.
Oh, that's a nice little reverse paddle. And fairly risk-free, on with the angle. Nice way to pick up 2. Price does like to bowl, as has become increasingly trendy for off-spinners to do early on, to come round the wicket to right-handers. Oh, that's a good shot. We saw Jack Taylor open up that region when Shetty was bowling with this angle of attack, and Hurst with a shot just as effective as those ones. Crosses stumps, getting underneath the ball. And okay, there's 2 fielders just behind square, and you are exposing your stumps a little bit, but it's a good angle to open up.
Relatively expensive start then from Ollie Price. Was tricky as a slow bowler, bowling in the power play. 10 from that opening over. Jennings 25 and Hurst 15. Mixed attire in the crowd today. Bucket hats I can see, a few braving shorts. Saw a lady in a scarf earlier, didn't think it was quite that cold. Shirt sleeve order on the point though. There they are. Plenty of Ray-Bans. Other sunglasses are available. And shirt sleeve order for most of the folk enjoying themselves there. Very nice foreshortened view there in the corporate hospitality. A few drinks and some Metrobank Cup cricket. What better way could you spend a Friday in early August? Change of ends for Will Williams. Maybe Price's over was just to swap the bowlers round. We shall see if Charlesworth returns at the Anderson end. But Williams is going to have a crack from the Statham end. He'll have bowled from both plenty of times in his 4 summers here. Played quite a lot less last year than in his previous summers, but had become a very reliable part of the Lancashire Championship team. Dual citizenship between his home country of New Zealand and England. Christchurch, from whence he hails. And certainly a bowler who Keaton Jennings and Matty Hurst will have faced up to many, many times in net practice. Lofted by Hurst. Not sure he's timed it that well, but he's timed it well enough to get a maximum. And it didn't sound quite right as it came out of the bat, but it was good enough on a relatively short boundary. And Matty Hurst obviously deciding he's seen enough of Will Williams to take his chances and lofting the first maximum of the day.
Just that little bit fuller from Williams, and without swing. That's a length that Hurst, who certainly strikes at a high rate in T20, I'd fancy some of. It's tricky, isn't it? You're in the 8th over of the 50 over match. You're bowling with a ball that's 1 overs old, and you're pitching it up hoping it might do something. And it's, I suppose, still asking Hurst to take a bit of a risk if he wants to hit you off that length, but Lancashire beginning to make some real inroads in the last few overs into this Gloucestershire total, and even think about making use of the 10 over power play rather than just getting through it.
Comeback from Williams after the 6 from Hurst. And Hurst also happy to be patient and not worrying about trying to back up his maximum with further boundary attempts. The Wasp already fancying Lancashire's chances at 81% for the Lancashire win.
It was only about 55 a moment ago.
I was going to say it's quite a jump from a so it was 55 at the start, wasn't it, or on the second over, I think.
It's a very aggressive Wasp.
They always are. Keep you updated with what else is happening in the Metrobank One Day Cup at the end of this over from Will Williams. Rather hopeful inquiry, I think plenty of bat on that. End of the 8th, 47 without loss. So in Group A today, Northamptonshire Steelbacks are visiting the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. 2.59 for 8, the Steelbacks in their 50. The Outlaws off to a fairly quick start. 22 for 1 in the 4th over. Warwickshire against Leicestershire. That was a match that only started at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Warwickshire 47 for 4 at the moment, really struggling there against the Leicestershire team currently topping the table. Somerset 107 for 1 against Surrey after 19 overs in that one. And in Group B, Essex got 312 from their 50 overs down at Cardiff. Glamorgan 13 for 1 in reply. Derbyshire 278 for 8 at Yorkshire. Yorkshire struggling in response, 22 for 2. Hurst goes big again. Really good connection. That's a much better connection than the 6 that disappeared off Williams. That was a really clean strike from Matty Hurst. And Ollie Price is thumped into the old pavilion.
50 partnership up as well. It's pretty much a straight slog sweep almost from Hurst, getting down into that low position. Back leg not quite parallel to the floor, but certainly bent. And he's hit that a long way. That's not a small hit. Clearing the sight screen as well. 4 or 5 rows back. So a 50 run opening stand and just 49 deliveries. This will be frustrating a little bit for Lancashire if they don't get any help from elsewhere in terms of if they were to go on to win this game, but then all of Nottinghamshire, Surrey and Leicestershire win as well. They do have a game in hand on Surrey and Leicestershire, but then it might be down to the old net run rate a little bit as well. They can't be thinking too much about that at the moment. You've got to get yourself into a very strong position to think about that chasing 270 odd. But equally with shots like that, you just never know. And Hurst happy with the start that Lancashire have got off to. He's pretty much got the freedom here to express himself, play his shots. There's a sizable gap between short third and almost a straight point, and with the angle, that's a good option if you can play it well.
Good cricket from Hurst, having scored heavily from the first 2 balls of the over to rotate the strike off the 3rd. Bringing his captain back on strike, and meaning Price has to go back to going around the wicket. Two remaining matches to keep you up to date with in the Metrobank Cup in the other group. Durham 120 for 1 after 25 overs. They made a very good start against Middlesex. And finally Sussex Sharks, currently struggling in this format, 98 for 2 against the Worcestershire Rapids.
Well, there's one thing in particular that stands out about that Durham Middlesex card. Emilio Gay retired hurt for 9.
That is an England worry. Yes, with Jacob Bethel already out for the rest of the domestic summer. Potentially 2 of the first 3, if that is significant for Gay.
A shoulder issue, I'm reading, for Emilio Gay. Potentially put his shoulder out. But we'll get further confirmation, I'm sure, in due course as to what the issue there may or may not be. As far as the Nottinghamshire-Northamptonshire game goes, they're playing that game at Chesterfield. Some
Derbyshire's ground, or one
deal,
of Derbyshire's grounds.
Some deal I think that was signed with Nottinghamshire to play a game there
It is a lovely ground. Ed. Have you had the pleasure of Queen's
Never
Park?
been, no, because
Oh.
Derbyshire will never put Gloucestershire there because they can get far more putting the likes of Yorkshire or Lancashire there.
Yeah, Lancs have been there the last 2 summers. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a lovely setting. Really nice setting.
I did do a game that Durham played at Scarborough as a home ground. There were a couple of games like that, and so I think this might be something that's lasting more than just 1 year, Nottinghamshire playing a game at Queen's Park. But yeah, it's one of those, I have to say, like Southport and Blackpool, that I've not managed to get to.
Slightly uppish from Hurst, but away from any potential Gloucestershire fielder, down to the tall frame of Aman Rao on the 3rd man boundary.
Calendar just doesn't allow for you to go and watch Championship cricket anywhere else. It's a relentless schedule.
Yeah, Southport's another great outground, particularly on a nice day there. That's a really nice setting. Great to see so many outgrounds still in use, to be honest. A few years ago, Ed, I was worried about the future of the outground. There were so many being ceased to be used. Grounds like Basingstoke and Weston-super-Mare, Bath, Southend. Some of these grounds, counties had reached the conclusion that the maintenance required through the whole summer to get the wicket good enough for the 1 week that it was used, or however many days it might be, just wasn't cost effective, and it was difficult to maintain a quality of wicket that really justified the effort if games were then going to finish in a couple of days, or players were going to be disgruntled about the wickets they were being asked to play on. But it's been encouraging in the last few years, partly with competitions like this, and I guess necessitated to a point by the 100, that so many grounds have started to see first class cricket again. Places like Kibworth in Leicestershire getting regular use. Obviously Lancashire going out now to Farrington, new ground at Preston, which opened with 2 matches earlier in this campaign. Another polite inquiry from Will Williams, but no interest at all from Phil Mustard.
Yeah, I think that is one of the many beauties of this competition, and people just like going to watch 50 over cricket as well. That balance between having enough time for a little bit of a natter with some friends and family or whatever, bring along some food to eat during the day, but also you know you're going to get to see a result.
Yeah, fully agree. Neatly turned away by Jennings for a single. 1 more on the score, up to 60 without loss. Lancashire. Well, I'm very envious, Ed, of your opportunity to spend some time at Cheltenham College in the weeks ahead. You were telling us about the proximity of the festival's scheduling this year to the start of the new school year, but the Cheltenham College ground was where I saw my first ever county match, 1985, Gloucestershire against Hampshire, and I remember queuing up with my dad to get Courtney Walsh's autograph as he stretched on the boundary board before the game, and thinking, I have never seen a man quite as big as this. He was very young then, Courtney. It was the start of his Gloucestershire career, but I remember being in awe of him as I handed up my autograph book to him and started my childhood, not career, but childhood hobby of collecting as many county cricket autographs as I could.
Well, I believe I heard that one of the major reasons that Courtney Walsh ended up at Gloucestershire was on the word of Michael Holding. I think I heard this in a documentary or something somewhere, where I think it was a choice between maybe Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, and Michael Holding said, yeah, I think the pitches at Bristol will be better for you. Not exactly sure in what way he meant it, but I'm sure it certainly... well, I don't know.
And of course, a few years later, Curtly Ambrose arrived at Northampton and settled there for a few summers. Those were the eras, of course, Ed, when an overseas would come and then come back the year after and the year after that.
I think it was almost a case of you'll learn more about yourself as a young bowler going to Bristol, where it's not always the easiest being a fast bowler, but a formidable partnership he formed with the late great Sid Lawrence.
Absolutely. I mean, serious pace with those two, in the same way Derbyshire had Michael Holding and Devon Malcolm for a while, and then Devon Malcolm and Ian Bishop for a while. So there was sometimes perhaps the less fashionable counties would have a fairly fearsome opening attack. The question was, who did you have to back it up a little bit? But if you had Sid and Courtney in decent nick, nobody fancied facing them on a juicy wicket early in the season. Good shot from Keaton Jennings. Might get full value, I think. Yep, 4 more. Jennings always good with that natural forward press, driving through the offside.
There was not much of a gap to find there. Extra cover not moving as there was no chance, and then mid-off as well beaten. Again, very full. We saw the opportunity to time the ball and I suppose play with confidence off that length in the first innings.
Yeah, as you say, that was a real thread the needle from Keaton Jennings, that last boundary.
I still think you see enough shots in the first innings to think this is a really pretty decent pitch to bat on. Oh, that's a good bit of bowling. Appeal is not upheld. Just looked as if, for the first time actually, and we haven't seen much of it across either innings, just looked as though that one did grip just a little bit. But it's tricky getting LBWs from this angle, pitching it in line and then getting it to straighten.
Yeah, very difficult for Price to do that.
It's always in the umpire's mind a little bit as well.
Some encouragement though for Ollie Price from at least asking a question of Matty Hurst there. Now we're going to see Arman Rao for the first time coming into the attack. I think we are. Marking out his run at the Statham end. So Will Williams withdrawn after 5 overs, and Arman Rao gets his opportunity. 6'5", man who certainly can get plenty of bounce, having come through that popular route of youth sporting excellence, Millfield School followed by Loughborough University. So Rao tasked by Cameron Bancroft to try and get his side the breakthrough.
First taste of 50 over cricket this year for Arman Rao. He did play a couple of T20 blast matches in 2025. That's when he signed his rookie contract. But yeah, I think he's seemed to be at his best really when he's not absolutely banging it in. And if he aims for the top of the stump height to maybe just a bit below it even, actually getting bounce off a fuller length can be more dangerous. Because a player like Keaton Jennings, he's got such a good eye, he could even play the short pitch ball from Rao as quick as he might be able to be off the front foot, because he's just that good a player of short pitch bowling. So also with Hurst not being the tallest in stature, If you start getting a little bit too short and get extra bounce off that, then the shorter players tend to quite like that as well, so he's got to bowl it quite full.
Rao also hitting the turf there after he delivered. Well, we've now seen Charlesworth and Rao both take a tumble at this end. Tom Aspinwall was having one or two issues with the footholds at the Jimmy Anderson end, so the Quitmen have just struggled a little bit to stay on their feet on this surface. Dryness perhaps making it difficult for the soil to really knit as it normally would. That's a decent length, Ed, from Rao there, just back of a length to Jennings. Ensuring he can't get on the front foot and drive, and not bowling too short that he could be swung away through mid-wicket. Tucked away by Jennings to complete the 12th over. Very solid start from these two for Lancashire. No real sniff of a chance yet for the Gloucestershire attack. Jennings 34 and Hurst 36. Don't forget there is still international cricket to enjoy here at Emirates Old Trafford this summer. England facing Sri Lanka in a T20 international on Saturday, September the 19th. All the details are on the Lancashire Cricket website, including tickets, and that's a 2:30 start on Saturday the 19th of September. So if you fancy a bit of late summer T20 action, that's certainly well worth looking at.
Well, I'd have thought after what happened the last time there was a September T20 international here, when England broke the 300 mark, I'd have thought that would not be one you'd want to miss.
Yeah, that was certainly an epic afternoon.
I can't remember where I was. I was covering a championship match somewhere and just about had the energy still to watch a bit more cricket.
Charlesworth switch to the Statham to the Anderson end.
But yeah, it really was something quite extraordinary. You just thought, what so often happens here is when you've got that marker in sight. I think you've seen it a few times when teams looked as if they were going to get over 300 in the IPL, when it just doesn't quite happen at the end. It's almost as though it's in the batter's minds right at the end.
Barrier. Yeah, absolutely.
But that didn't happen that time.
You were at Headingley the other day, Ed, weren't you, to see Harry Brook tee off and Ryan Rickleton and co?
Yeah, so I don't think there's any doubt that had that been a T20 match, they would have got 300. 241 after whatever 16.4. I don't think there's any doubt that have scored 59 in the last 3.2 overs.
Incredible. Yeah, it's amazing how the trajectories of scoring rates in cricket have soared over the last decade even.
I mean, even here, okay, Gloucestershire have offered a few more boundary opportunities than Lancashire did in the first 10 overs, but they're scoring at 5 3/4, and okay, Hurst cleared long on with quite an aggressive shot, went straight back over the bowler's head, but again didn't feel like particularly high risk options.
Jennings on the walk a bit there for the first time. He likes to get out of his crease a bit to disrupt the pace bowler. Picks up one more. Yeah, you feel Lancashire have played within themselves, don't you, so far? It's certainly not been anything close to high-risk cricket. And the Wasp up to 90% now, so certainly the technology believing this is a Lancashire platform which is setting them up well for a victory chase.
I think it's also just underlining, actually, for the most part, there really were only a couple of overs when I think Lancashire just maybe lost their plan a little bit, but you're going to have that, and mostly I think Lancashire just recognised that bowling very straight and not over pitching but not really banging it in, that just had to live there. Because actually the ball, oh dear, there could be a run here. Could there has over already been called?
I don't think the batsmen were alert to the opportunity.
That was an unusual one.
Yeah, it was.
The ball certainly wasn't dead. It's just lobbed over the keeper.
Joseph Eklund getting his angles wrong, I think, there, but he got away with it.
But perhaps, I don't know, perhaps over had already been called. Anyway. But yes, I mean, you look at the way that particularly the seamers bowled. Bailey, Aspinwall, Balderson, all going at under 5.5 and over, and in Bailey and Aspinwall's case, in the 4s. But until the very end, when Balderson banged it in a bit more to try and get Gloucestershire to hit to the bigger side, it really was just a case of bowl it straight, because anything that was off target at all could be timed and scored upon. It's a nice shot from Hurst, but a smart piece of fielding from Eklund down on the boundary, because as quick as Hurst is, he'd have fancied a second run there. Actually almost timed it too well for 2.
Yes, I think that's exactly what happened, wasn't it? It was flying to the fielder and reducing his chance of getting back. Josh Bohannon slated to come in at 3 for Lancashire today. Marcus Harris in his regular spot at 4. Wilkie Flintoff 5, and then probably Harry Singh at 6. Keaton Jennings not timing that one.
Well, that was a shot. I was almost thinking just a couple of balls ago, you know, what if you're Lancashire, you're obviously very happy with where things are going. Do you just think, well, we're actually scoring at more than the required rate just by doing what we're doing? Or is the danger then that you just get a bit greedy and think, well, we could go even harder here?
I think at this point, Ed, you're just looking to build this platform, aren't you, and just tick it on. And if you've punched 100 out of it by the time you reach, say, 17 overs, something like that, even 20, you've left yourself a really good platform if you've still got 10 wickets left. As we talked earlier, Lancashire have got players down the order here who can score quickly and have done in this competition. So I think a solid foundation is definitely the way to go for Lancashire here to try and maximise their chance of the win. Steady start from Aman Rao. Has he been economical in his appearances so far, Ed, in this format this year?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose his, just like Luke Charlesworth, his best performance was probably in that Kent game. Oh, he's had a bit of a swish at that. Hurst just motioning as though the ball didn't quite come through to him as he had hoped it might, but again, just that fuller length where Rao can get his extra bounce from, where, as I said before, he's likely, I think, to be more dangerous than bowling it a bit shorter. Oh gosh, is it really that warm?
There we are. Yes, well, 21 degrees clearly means no tops required. That at one end of the spectrum and people in scarves at the other, but certainly more sunglasses on show this afternoon. Jennings, that's a bit of a false stroke, but he's got away with it. And Matty Hurst had a little bit of luck at the end of the previous over in not nicking off Aman Rao. And on this occasion, Jennings just trying to force the pace a bit, maybe to one that wasn't quite there for that shot. Lucky in getting that one over mid-on, but he picks up 4 more.
Just enough bottom hand in that. And Williams not on the edge of the circle is the other reason it cleared him.
Yeah, you feel that would have been caught if he'd have been 5 yards back, wouldn't he? And he is 5 yards in off that circle.
Good pick up from Phillips in the deep. He's cover driven well in this innings, Keaton Jennings. Just in the last couple of overs there was that shot over mid-on, and then a shot where he really tried to pick Rao up through the leg side and inside edged it, just giving an indication that he maybe does want to get on with this a bit more.
Charlesworth takes another tumble in his follow through. Kicking away the dust from the footholds at the Anderson end.
Hurst would feel as if that was a real opportunity to get a boundary, to at least find the gap, but it was full, it was on leg stump.
Matty Hurst on the charge, and another maximum. That high backlift of Matty Hurst is a real statement of intent, and backed up by the footwork. Getting maximum return on that occasion. And Charlesworth's over ends with Hurst dispatching him away for a maximum, and that puts a little bit more oomph behind the Lancashire scoring rate. 89 without loss after 15 overs. Hurst on 47 and Jennings 42.
He liked it so much, he's just pretty much played it again.
Well, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Shadow batting. I was hearing this discussion somewhere else not that long ago. Were you ever out shadow batting?
I was out lots of methods batting. You'd probably say I only ever shadow batted. I was mainly run out. I was run out a lot of times, which is always the worst way to go. What do you mean out shadow batting?
Well, I think quite a lot of people, and I think I'd include myself in this. When you're shadow batting, wherever it is, work or school, you sometimes actually rehearse getting out.
Oh, I see.
Tuck your bat under your arm and walk off.
Oh yeah, I think plenty of times.
It's gone away very fine. There'll be at least 2, will it? No, in fact, just a single. Might have got a second, but the throw was away so quickly down there. They just got the ones. Good piece of fielding.
Certainly shadowing the leaning on your bat from the non-striker's end position, you know, with kind of one foot tucked behind the other.
Oh, the classic sort of Jacques Callis, you know, he's always used to lean with great authority on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, and any other implement that you happen to be handling that's roughly the size of a bat, leaning on that with that kind of non-striker's end of over nonchalance. Yeah, that would be part of the shadow batting repertoire, I think, Ed. But yeah, I think departing in some style with the tucking the back under the arm, ripping off the gloves in disgust, shaking your head at a dodgy umpiring decision, but above all, walking off dismissed. Oh yeah, that's absolutely part of it. Hurst goes again, not quite got all of this one, and just beyond the outstretched hands of Will Williams for the second time in as many overs. Matty Hurst just perhaps dialing up the riskometer a little bit now.
Yeah, it was a tricky one for Williams to judge. He just almost couldn't quite pick the ball up. Went from side to side a bit, but probably wouldn't have quite got there anyway. But again, Rao bowling a length that's hard to hit off. I think he's been the one Gloucestershire bowler so far, maybe with the exception of Williams' first couple of overs, where you feel as if he's really found the spot and it's not a big area to try and target as a bowler here.
Just back to the shadow batting point, Ed, and looking at the crossover between the professional game and the recreational / amateur / school classroom game. I'm trying to think of attributes that were always a part of recreational cricket that you never see in the first class game. The scorer shouting, "Bowler's name!" I mean, that would have to be one, wouldn't it, that you only ever get in club cricket and junior cricket. Unfortunately, doesn't translate to the first class arena. Bowled him! Arman Rao with the breakthrough. And Matty Hurst looks back with some disgust at the stumps behind him, whether it's at his own dismissal or whether he feels the pitch did him a disservice, not quite clear. But Arman Rao's perseverance is rewarded with a wicket, and it's a breakthrough for Gloucestershire. Hurst's chirpy innings comes to an end for 48, and Lancashire lose their first wicket. Off stump, cleanly out the ground. Lancashire 92 for 1 at the end of the 16th.
That's terrific bowling from Rao, and it's just nipped back by the looks of things from that reverse angle. Just enough to get through the gate, and we haven't seen much sideways movement today. And that was one that just seemed to hit something, but again, if you put it in the right areas, you give the ball a chance to do that, and in his first 3 overs, that's what Rao has done. And the way that Hurst was batting, it felt as though it was probably going to take a fairly decent delivery to get rid of him, and still a cracking start for Lancashire, and Hurst might feel a little aggrieved that he got one of the only ones, as I say, that's gone sideways. Not sideways, but you know what I mean, deviated from the straight.
Yeah, it was a really good delivery, and I think Rao has been the pick of the attack head, hasn't he, so far? Price has been very expensive, 3 overs for 28, although he's getting another one now. Charlesworth and Williams haven't really created too many difficult moments for the Lancashire openers, but Rao has done a really good job since coming into the attack. And that will lift Gloucestershire spirits a little. Lancashire still in the box seat at the moment, but a dividend at least for the visitors. Now Price back into the attack. Again from the Statham end.
That's the second time Jennings has done that. I cannot work out who he's telling to sit down. There's another thing that doesn't translate the other way from, say, school cricket to the professional game. You can just pull away and wave towards the sight screen, and it just lucky you've even got a sight screen.
I was going to say, yeah, the fact there isn't often a sight screen sorts that one out. Yeah. Yeah, the number of grounds I played at, whether it was a road straight behind one end or something else. Not that I needed a second excuse to find a way of getting out, but it certainly didn't help.
Oh, it's a good delivery, just sliding across, and that's why a lot of off-spinners do like this round the wicket approach to the right-handers.
I mean, the fact that Price has been so expensive in his 3 overs, I wonder if this is a hunch that they think they can target Bohannon at the start of his innings, with Price bowling around the wicket off breaks.
The other problem they've got, though, as we've mentioned, and if you have joined us since the start of this innings, no Jack Taylor on the field for Gloucestershire, so they really do have 5 bowlers. So at the fall of the wicket, maybe just, apart from anything else, just trying to get through a couple of overs.
Yeah.
Last 2 championship matches we've had between Gloucestershire and Lancashire on this ground, somebody's got a double 100 and it's one bowling to the other. Price is 253 not out last year, and Bohannon made 231 in a Lancashire win in 2022.
Yeah, that was the era when Josh Bohannon was really prolific for Lancashire, scoring some very, very big runs. A bit less so in the last couple of seasons, but still a quality player. Regular number 3 for the county in this format and in Championship cricket. Rao to continue then. Jennings a little bit unlucky there. And that straight drive, cannoning into the stumps at the bowler's end. Bohannon reacted quickly. I'm not sure whether Rao got a hand on this or not. Always the dreaded way to go as a non-striker if you're run out in those circumstances. Bohannon seemed quick to react, even if Rao did get a touch on that.
Sort of got the impression he didn't, but it was others who were interested. It was a few seasons ago, Ali Orr, the Sussex and then turned Hampshire opener, but it was whilst he was playing for Sussex that this happened. I think he got out 3 times that way, run out backing up at the non-strikers end at the start of the season, and you were sort of expecting
that
an interview.
Pretty bad luck.
Well, you say that. Grant Flower, the Sussex batting coach, apparently wasn't having any of it when he was interviewed about this. He said, no, if this happens that many times, it's your own fault. No sympathy at all. It's about the first time that Rao has missed his line and missed it by a way. And Bohannon, great shot, it says on the scoreboard. 100 up for Lancashire.
Yeah, as you say, Ed, Rao, really only the first occasion that he has lost his line, but that's always going to be tucked away at this level for easy runs, and Bohannon's not missing out on that one.
So we could have sort of IPL style messages on the scoreboard. Usually fairly clear plays on somebody's name, but I don't know what you say. Bohan on that one, no. But that's the level that we're talking.
Wordsmithery level 1.
Yes. Hit the Bohannons out of that.
You can see why they stick with great shot, really.
Yeah. I'm not sure who came up with that idea. In the IPL, I mean.
.101 for 1 then, Lancashire, at the end of the 18th, well ahead of where Gloucestershire were at the same stage. 75 for 2 was the Gloucestershire score, so Lancashire 26 runs in advance at the same point in proceedings, and with a decent platform here despite the loss of Matty Hurst, needing a further 170 runs to win from 32 overs. Already ahead of the run rate, 5.61 as you can see on the screen, the current Lancashire run rate, and a 5.31 requirement for the rest of the innings. Gloucestershire with a threadbare attack, as Ed Seaborn was saying, just the 5 recognised bowlers in it, with Jack Taylor's leg breaks inaccessible to them, with their captain off the field with a hand injury suffered whilst batting.
Yeah, but other than Van Buren and Ahmed, who are not playing in this game, there's pretty much nobody else available, with Craig Miles still unavailable and Matt Taylor out injured. He's got another one past Bohannon's edge there.
I mean, I guess with Gloucestershire's record in this format, and with 2 more to follow on Sunday and Tuesday, the thoughts of Mark Alley might be more towards getting somebody fit at least for the championship game at Cheltenham on August the 20th. Unless there's an emergency loan that can be brought in.
It's very tricky to get loans for the One Day Cup because everybody else is in the same position of being so short.
I was thinking more of the championship, if you write off the tournament from a Gloucestershire perspective and go with whoever you can get out there for the championship return, when you might need someone to bowl 20 overs in a day for you.
Yeah, I suppose Henry Brooks has already been on loan once this season in the championship. He's needed by Middlesex for their One Day Cup campaign, but maybe that he could come into the frame. We'll have to see on that. it's not tightened up massively, but I suppose it does indicate that whilst Lancashire's start was very strong, and it certainly was, they just want to be a bit careful that they don't lose another one in quick succession and have two relatively fresh batters out, maybe if Jennings were to go. But as long as he's there, especially even before Bohannon's built his innings, there's not much alarm. But
yeah, I mean, Hurst very much the aggressor in that opening partnership, and the way he was starting to play suggesting that he felt comfortable to free his arm, so his dismissal, I guess, inevitably dropping the Lancs run rate, at least temporarily, but already being ahead of the run rate. Keaton Jennings probably relaxed about having a few quieter overs. Ed Middleton into the attack to bowl his leg breaks. Good start.
yeah, he would be probably on the quicker end of leg break bowlers. Not, you know, Anil Kumble style, but maybe a bit closer to that than, say, Matt Parkinson. .50 for Keaton Jennings, and he's not offered up a chance and has really been that authoritative presence in this innings, and as long as he is out there, Lancashire fans suspect sitting pretty comfortably.
Really nice start from Ed Middleton, just one from the over and landing that pretty much on the spot throughout those deliveries. Never an easy art, leg spin bowling, Ed, but Ed Middleton certainly getting into the rhythm there very quickly.
No, it's certainly not when you've had to wait so long between opportunities as well. Ed Middleton made his first class debut at the end of 2023, but has not played a white ball game until the last match in this campaign. Has found a few sporadic championship opportunities, but particularly bowling leg spin, it's tricky in that situation.
That really is one heck of a gap.
Yeah, and you've sort of got to be so confident and built up in terms of what you're doing, and it's be hard to really feel that when you're in and out of the side so much. Just out in front of that a little bit, Jennings.
Can you see Middleton getting a regular game in the championship running?
Well, I thought especially if pitches are going to turn, he'd have to be in the frame. It does help that he can bat a little as well. Of course, Gloucestershire have signed our Sai Kishore for the championship run-in as well. Indian left-arm spinner who played a couple of games for Surrey to good effect with the Kookaburra ball last year. So yeah, I suppose it depends how much they can get pitches going. Oh, it's a awkward looking paddle from Bohannon, but he's got enough on it and in fact able to come back for a couple of runs, so it worked out pretty well. I don't think he got quite as much bat on it as he hoped he might.
No, when he first played that, I thought it just lobbed straight up in the air and Bracey was going to run around and catch it, but he just about got enough on it. Didn't look totally comfortable.
It's a succession of tighter overs from a Gloucestershire point of view, but again, shouldn't be any panic from Lancashire, wouldn't have thought, but it's just tightening up the contest a little bit, which I suppose adds to the intrigue for the many spectators who've turned up at Emirates Old Trafford.
Rotation of strike here for Bohannon, and Jennings will make life trickier for Middleton as he tries to get into a rhythm with his leg breaks. One off the first ball, certainly a step in that direction from Jennings. Bohannon didn't get hold of that. That looked rather forced.
That did give the impression that the dot ball pressure might just be building a little bit. Gone for it again, and oh, he's got it out at deep mid-wicket. That's the substitute Cameron Dariwal out there, and I thought that was 4 off the bat, and they've been a very appreciative crowd in Manchester today. Been generous rounds of applause for good cricket, and there's another one. Nelson up. I have to say, not always the case in terms of appreciative crowds around the county circuit. I mean, there's no obligation to be that way, but something kind of nice about it in summary.
Absolutely. Should certainly be the norm. Yeah, Lancashire have become a little bit more becalmed, certainly since the dismissal of Matthew Hurst. Bohannon just struggling for rhythm, really, in this innings, trying to get himself going a bit. Better shot down the ground to conclude that over. 112 for 1 at the end of the 22nd. Here on Lancs TV. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, then you can get the full experience of today's game by switching to lancstv.co.uk, and if you register there, it's free of charge and you'll have access to all the different camera angles and replays. So head over to lancstv.co.uk if you've not already done so. Sunshine seems to be set in for the afternoon here at Old Trafford. The inky dark clouds of the morning have scudded away, and we've just got a few white cumulonimbus above us in the stadium now. A nice afternoon for cricket. Swung away by Bahanan. That's a good connection. We saw Taylor do that to Arav Shetty bowling off breaks around the wicket in the Gloucestershire innings, and now Bahanan repeating the dose on Ollie Price.
Yeah, Hurst had one of those as well, and again it's just getting that front foot out there and really just helping it away. And Gloucestershire are going to put a long leg back, which you don't always see this stage. Again, that little paddle that will bring two. Crowd always like those sorts of shots. Well, I say they do. I mean, as long as you don't get out to them, then they hate them.
Yeah, it's always a long walk off if you flick one of those straight up in the air into the keeper's gloves. But Bahanan's obviously backing himself. The previous shot we weren't convinced about. That was a better execution in terms of his previous attempt at a paddle.
Yeah, it's sort of chasing the ball a little bit here. Bancroft's going to have a word with Price because they set the field for the help round the corner, and now Williams has gone finer at short fine leg on the paddle. But at the same time, they have cut off those two particular options which have been quite fruitful. It's not as though, I suppose, it's the first time we've seen those particular shots, first couple of balls of this over. And then another change over the wicket again. Probably feel he missed out on the opportunity to go over fine leg there, Jennings.
There to be taken, wasn't it? He's just lost a little bit of rhythm, Jennings, hasn't he, in this part of his innings? He started to play quite fluently in the first phase, particularly on the front foot, driving the seamers, but he's just struggling a little bit to find top gear at the moment.
Yes, it feels as though he's not had an enormous amount of the strike since Bahanan's come out as well, because they managed to trap Bahanan at the striker's end a little bit when Middleton first came on, and Price had a couple of cheaper overs, the back end of Rao's spell as well. And Jennings getting off strike that little bit easier. I think Bahanan's faced 28 out of 42 in this partnership.
Yeah, and that can make it difficult, can't it, when a player is starved of the strike, 2/3 to a third, to find their rhythm again when they do have opportunities to face. And he's got the start of this over now from the tidy Ed Middleton. I'm not sure there's value for the reverse sweep when you've got someone sitting there at conventional short third man, unless you're going to really go hard at it, because you're never going to get the run.
Really gave that one a swat to the point where Eklund,
better option,
just almost couldn't quite control it. He's swept up well actually as Eklund, and it's often something that's commented upon now, that keepers He used never to be put out on the boundary because they had no throwing arm, but now it's almost as though if they're not keeping, they're one of the go-to boundary riders.
Yep. That's big. Very big. Perhaps the biggest of the day. A really good conventional sweep from Josh Bohannon, who's starting to hit his straps a little bit. He was a little bit scratchy early in the innings, but he's now starting to go through the gears, and that's a really good pickup.
It's gone a long way. In fact, I think it may even have... Let's have a look from this angle. I think that may even have gone in the gap there between the hotel and the Sir Clive Lloyd stand and gone out of the ground. That might be heading towards the tram tracks.
Yep, certainly in the trajectory of Old Trafford tram station. I don't think it would quite have had the legs, but it was a really good pickup.
It certainly left the ground because we're getting a new ball.
That must be a nice sight for a batsman to see a new set of balls coming out and the umpires having to deliberate over the one that was nearest to the one that's disappeared, all because you've deposited the previous one in an unrecoverable place.
It's always a good way, though, in a championship match when there's been a lot of discussions about whether the ball should or shouldn't be changed, and usually in that instance 6 runs isn't going to make much difference, so stick on a part-timer, get the ball hit out the ground, and then they've got to change it. But already just a couple of attacking shots and Lancashire are right level with the required rate again. It was never building out of control, and Bohannon is catching up really pretty swiftly now. 7 runs in the previous over, and now a 6 off the first ball he's faced here.
Thick edge, and lucky to get away with it, Josh Bohannon. Just bouncing short of Arman Rao.
Was a very
come back from Middleton,
shot.
This. Yeah, not really there for that shot, was it, Ed? It was bit of luck for Bohannon that didn't carry.
So 3 dots after the 6, but still 7 runs off the over. And plenty of gas left in the tank as far as Lancashire are concerned in the batting side of things, and they have really been just that little bit ahead of Gloucestershire all innings, as that chart shows.
Two solid partnerships there on screen. Really good foundation from Jennings and Hurst, putting on 92 for the first wicket. Very similar to the Taylor-Bancroft partnership from earlier, and now Bohannon and Jennings backing that up. Change of ends for Arman Rao. Definitely the pick of the Gloucestershire attack so far. A break for Ollie Price. And Rao switched to the Jimmy Anderson end. I know you've said, Ed, that this is very much a 5-man attack, but is there a 6th possibility anywhere in that Gloucestershire side just to try for a couple of overs if Cameron Bancroft's trying to find a breakthrough?
If there is, I've not really seen it. I suspect the only other person who's got a list A wicket in this Gloucestershire side is actually the man with the gloves and the keeping pads.
Unlikely.
There was a point when Joe Phillips was practicing some off breaks, but that was a few seasons ago now. I think they were trying to develop that, and I've not seen him bowl much in practice. But James Bracey does have a List A wicket and can bowl quite useful medium paces if ever required, probably more at club level. Hannon furious that he doesn't get a glance on that. Yeah, I think they brought James Bracey on in a game at Chelmsford, I think it was. I'd have to look up exactly which year it was. So 2018, I want to say. Quite young, and
so 8 years on, he may not be
end.
quite so willing to turn his arm over and take his pads off.
I suppose they do have Eklund who could keep.
Yeah, that would certainly work, wouldn't it? They could switch him out to do that, but we were talking about the translation from club cricket to first class and things you don't often see, I suppose. It has been known in club cricket that a wicketkeeper has taken his pads off halfway through an innings because his bowling is required for the second half of it.
That's very short. Can get away with it as far as the wide. Yeah, I just had to double check. Bancroft has got 2 first class wickets, but hasn't bowled in any limited overs cricket.
Off breaks or?
Yeah, I've never seen him bowl for Gloucestershire. I think it might be leg breaks. It's a neat little clip which is going to bring 2 eventually. I thought for a moment they weren't going to go for that. It's just a question of whether Jennings wanted it. Eventually did. But yeah, I think it's more just the only time I've ever seen it, just ever so occasionally Bancroft will lob a throw around the field and bowl it. And I think it's a leg break action it comes out in, but I wouldn't swear to it.
Another fairly tidy over from Aman Rao comes to a conclusion. 132 for 1 then, Lancashire at the halfway stage as the players take a drink. Lancashire 18 ahead, and with 2 more wickets left in the pavilion than Gloucestershire were at this stage. 114 for 3 were the visitors, and 132 for 1 Lancashire, with Jennings on 54 and Bohannon unbeaten on 27, as you can see on screen. Rao definitely the pick of the Gloucestershire attack so far. He's been tidy, economic, and has the breakthrough that the wicket of Matty Hurst. Clean bowled for 48. Elsewhere, the Gloucestershire attack have struggled for penetration, really. Lancashire accumulating very nicely, and will certainly see themselves as the clear favourites at this halfway point.
Yeah, just having a look at some of the other scores in this group. Probably from the Lancashire point of view, the better news comes from Taunton, where Somerset are 252 for 4 in the 38th over. It's Taunton, so
yes,
kind of feel as if you need a sizable score. Tom Lammonby made 114 from 96 deliveries. Lewis Goldsworthy scoring 83. Warwickshire have recovered a little bit against Leicestershire, with Kai Smith making a half century. 147 for 5 after 33 overs at Grace Road, but you'd probably still have to say, given Leicestershire's historic prowess in this competition, strong batting lineup as well, that they'd probably be favourites from that position. And Nottinghamshire at Chesterfield going pretty well against the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Nottinghamshire won 27 for 2, so almost halfway, well before halfway, coming towards the end of the 22nd over. Freddie McCann, 64 not out. Nottinghamshire will be the first opponents as far as the men's one-day cup goes at Cheltenham as well, so they have got a game against Gloucestershire to come. But from a Lancashire perspective, I suppose if they were to win and Surrey were to be defeated, they might or might not, depending on net run rate, be in the top 3 at the end of this round, but they'd still have that game in hand and would feel as though they were in the driver's seat as far as qualification's concerned. Of course, what they would really love to do is finish top, but Leicestershire in the best position to do that given how good their net run rate is. But certainly not impossible still that if they were to slip up, that Lancashire could still finish top and then get that opportunity to host the semi-final.
Yeah, semi-finals on Sunday the 16th of August with the playoff matches or quarter-finals, whichever your preference in nomenclature, on Friday the 14th, so that's a week today. And Lancashire concluding their group fixtures with a trip to Rugby School to play Warwickshire on Sunday, and then continuing their journey south down to Somerset on Tuesday to conclude their group fixtures at Taunton. Ed Middleton is going to continue from the Statham end. Josh Bohannon, post the drinks break, we'll hope his confidence and concentration has not wavered by that short break. Seems to often be the trigger for a dismissal. Well, certainly not by the sign of that. Swung away for the second maximum to that territory of the stadium. Not landing outside the perimeter on that occasion, and no need for a replacement ball, but 6 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, just again, as we've seen with almost all of the bigger shots today, that fraction overpitched and latching onto that Bohannon. With this bigger offside, I suppose in a way the better miss is shorter and wider, but then at some point you're going to have to take wickets, so you've got to bowl straight and full-ish. Otherwise then you're just bowling defensively, and I don't think Gloucestershire are going to be able to really build enough pressure just bowling defensively with under 5.5 and over required.
I would agree.
Sliced somewhat by Bohannon, but 2 more runs and they've already moved past the halfway mark in the run chase in terms of runs required.
Well, Ed Middleton was interested there at a possible edge. James Bracey was a lot less interested, and it certainly wasn't a very good shot.
No, that was a bit of a heave from Bohannon trying to fetch it from outside the off stump and play that slog sweep, which has been fruitful for him.
Better from Middleton, better from Bohannon. End of that over. 140 for 1.
Yeah, straight into the ground. That's exactly what I thought had happened. I was slightly curious as to what the appeal could be for.
It's really strange that Ed Middleton would have thought that hadn't gone into the ground, wasn't it? I mean, he'd have had the best view of that. There's the noise of the ball thwacking into the surface. No reaction from the keeper. I wonder whether Middleton was blind to the fact that it had got into the ground, maybe from the action of the bat from Bohannon. But it's incredible, really, that he thought there was a possibility there.
That's got to be appeal of the season, that.
It's certainly right up there. Certainly been dismissal of the season if it had been given out.
He's just making batting look an absolute doddle, Keaton Jennings. Okay, he's slowed down a bit since the early part of his innings, but just looks as if he has decided that he's going to be there pretty much at the end or even at the end.
And if he is, you would have thought Lancashire would be home and hosed.
Yes, about the only way that he wouldn't be is the 50 partnership is raised between these two. 62 balls, so not express pace, but it's just the way that it's started to accelerate again with Bohannon finding his legs, as it were. Oh, it's hit hard. No chance for backward point. And Eklund, the third man fence with no chance either. Really used every bit of pace there, Keaton Jennings. It was quite short and quite wide, and as some deliveries have done off the middle of the pitch, just sat up and Jennings picked his spot. But no, I suppose about the only way would be if he unfortunately had to retire and then 8 wickets were to fall and he had to come back out again. I think that's about the only way that Jennings is there at the end and Lancashire haven't got home, because I can't see it happening the other way.
Gloucestershire attack certainly not looking mega penetrative at this stage.
No, and unfortunately, I do think you also probably have to go back to weight of runs as well. I don't think it was just me that felt they were a bit short at the halfway stage.
Well, when they were 212 in the 41st over before the fall of Taylor, with those two going well at that point, 9 overs from there on, they ended up adding 58 in the last 9. You know, that could have been 90 perhaps if Taylor had been fully fit and able to continue to play in the same vein and Bancroft had stayed there with him. Always all ifs, buts and maybes, of course, but I think that could have been a total in and around the 300 mark.
Yeah, and I think
those two had stayed.
It was right at that point, wasn't it, when Taylor seemed to be struggling a bit with that hand, when they might have liked to have launched 3 or 4 overs earlier, and then when they did, it was clear that Taylor wasn't swinging in the same way, and then, you know, that trajectory, as you say, could have taken them well into the 300s, and they might have needed that. There's still time for the game to turn, but at the moment, Lancashire are scoring at 5.5s where they need to be. And with only 1 wicket down.
Yeah, you'd have thought that Bancroft's best hope was just to be continually to rotate his bowlers to try and give the Lancashire batsmen at least the discomfort of variation, but once again it's Bohannon swinging through the line and he's found his range against leg spinner Ed Middleton. That's the 3rd 6 that's disappeared into the same quadrant of the ground, swinging in that area between mid-wicket and long on. and Bohannon picking up his third maximum, all off Middleton, and really starting to move towards a runner ball in his own innings now, Josh Bohannon. He goes to 42.
Upper decker, that one. Oh, that's a soft dismissal. And Bohannon's gone. It was a leading edge. Bohannon just looking to fiddle a single against the turn after having hit the 6. And that is a wicket for Ed Middleton, who has taken his first List A wicket. And a good one as well of Bohannon after getting a bit of tap. He ends up getting the last laugh. It was a ball on leg stump, but Bohannon just couldn't control it. I'll probably get a look from here, just a little ahead of it, and straight back to the bowler.
Well, you can see how frustrated Josh Bohannon is with himself for that error, having worked hard to get himself into the 40s and striking the ball cleanly with those hits over long on and mid wicket. That really was a dismissal that came out of nowhere, but just trying to adjust his focus, as you say, Ed, and try and back up his 6 with a single, caught in two minds perhaps, and a very straightforward chance for Middleton and his follow through, and a nice moment for him with that first List A wicket.
Well, all that does is bring the run machine that is Marcus Harris to the middle. There's quite a lot of Lancashire-Gloucestershire crossover these days, and of course Ben Charlesworth moving to Lancashire next season will continue that. Marcus Harris having moved between those two counties as well. Will Williams the other way. Ajit Singh Dale moving here. Dale Benkenstein, head coach a few years ago.
Yes, really quite a collection when you list them all out like that. As you say though, Harris has been in excellent touch in this format. 60 against Surrey in the first game of Lancashire's campaign, 71 against Leicestershire, 47 against Kent, 57 against Northants. He has been consistently scoring well for Lancashire, particularly in this format. Also a key man in the county championship side, of course. Has found his home in the middle order really here. People will be familiar with his time opening the batting for Australia, but it's as a middle order player that he's now developed.
He did bat at 3 in his early Gloucestershire career a fair bit, because they did have Chris Dent as well as Ben Charlesworth, so Harris was very happy to drop down to 3. And I know he said exactly the same thing when he came here, that he didn't care where he batted, and that was the same thing really when he was with Gloucestershire. I think very much a team man and happy to do whatever was asked of him, and it's one of a relatively short list of those who've scored 100 on debut for Gloucestershire. Did so against Yorkshire in 2022. I think he was batting at 3 then, but I'd have to double check that. But anyway, I mentioned another one of those earlier, and another one of those Gloucestershire-Lancashire connections in Andrew Simons. He was another one who I believe scored 100 on debut for Gloucestershire. There's a few Australians on that list, including Cameron Green, who did it last year.
Slip in for new man Harris. Good to see a positive move from Cameron Bancroft to try and get a double break.
Yeah, subfielder at slip. There's 2 subs.
Yeah, it's Daz Ahmed, isn't it, who's on?
Ahmed moving to short third, and Darrowell still out at deep forward square leg.
Very late by Marcus Harris, which certainly kept Ollie Price interested, but skillfully judged. Sign of a player at ease with their game when they're happy to play the ball off their stumps as late as that.
Skidded through there, and Harris obviously happy to play Price off the back foot, but just a little bit of minor variation there. He's often quite happy, Harris, to use his feet against the spinners and target down the ground. He often doesn't wait around either, but it's a good finish to the over from Price. 8 overs of his done.
He's come back very well, because his first 3 went for 28. His next 5, I think, have gone for 21. So it's a decent performance, really, from Price in trying to stem the bleeding a little bit for Gloucestershire. And he's only got 2 remaining from his allocation. As we've been saying, these 5 bowlers we fully anticipate to bowl 10 each. No really obvious 6th bowler in the Gloucestershire ranks, with captain Jack Taylor off the field with that hand problem. Otherwise would have offered some leg break option to the side. So Price 2 overs from getting through his 10. Ed Middleton at the other end with his leg breaks, about to start his 6th over.
It was Will Williams, by the way, who was off the field in that previous over, but he's already back out there. Do you like having... they've changed it. I was just about to say I quite like the fact they've got mid off and mid on up for Harris, because he can be tempted down. But now they've got long on back and going with 2 short mid wickets.
Yeah, clearly a hunch here. Bancroft knowing Harris's scoring areas, trying to outwit his former Australia teammate, rival for the opening batsman berth in a couple of Ashes series. Harris just trying to get a feel for Ed Middleton here.
was the start of 2023 when both Bancroft and Harris were over here. Harris was playing for Gloucestershire, and Bancroft, I think that was when he'd signed his short-term deal with Somerset at the start of the season. It's nicely run through backward point. Might even go for 4 if Darrowell's not careful, which he is. Just almost threatened to escape Darrowell round that boundary, but good cricket for a couple.
Yes, good stop that from Darrowell, isn't it? The man who shot to fame with a 13-ball 50 against Worcestershire in the T20 Blast.
Yes.
Earlier in the summer.
And he told me after it he didn't think he hit the ball very well.
Well, you wouldn't do, would you, if you take as long as 13 balls and 9 minutes to get a 50?
I didn't think I struck it that well, actually, but it was... You could just about understand what he meant, while still looking at him thinking, how can you miss-hit the ball for a 13-ball 50? But there was a fairly short boundary to one side that he was just doing enough to clear. He made a lot of his sixes to measure over a vacant extra cover against the leg spin of D'Oliveira and Osama Mir, but I mean, yeah,
7 sixes and 1 4, quite some assault.
You'd love to walk off after that and think, yeah, I could have hit it better actually. Still room for improvement. But yeah, there's been in the side at the start of this one-day cup, but there are, I suppose, quite a few for not so many spots in that Gloucestershire middle order, and others have come in. Eklund's come and gone a little bit as well.
Short mid off in position for Price there. I think this is right from Bancroft. He's got to try and attack and keep taking wickets. And even though Jennings is well set, and even though Harris is in good form, he's got to keep attacking, because the only way Gloucestershire are going to keep alive their hopes of winning this game is to regularly take wickets. The Wasp already deciding that Lancashire are home and hosed pretty much, 95%. With the home side needing only another 108 runs to win the game from the last 20 overs with 8 wickets left. It would certainly suggest this is Lancashire's, but that's an opportunity that Bancroft couldn't hold at the second attempt. Goodness me, well, deflecting off his foot. I thought for a moment it was going to bobble up and Bancroft would take the catch. Let's have a look at the replay here. Off the knee actually it was, and Cameron Bancroft wasn't quite sure where it had gone to. Certainly an unconvincing shot from Marcus Harris, again trying to play the ball very late, which we've seen him do earlier in his innings. But on that occasion, lucky that that didn't go into the grateful grasp of Cameron Bancroft.
They're tough, those, when you've got the batter cutting off a shorter delivery, trying to get in a low position and assuming that the catch is going to come around about your bootlaces, and then all of a sudden it's coming through at pace.
Well, after an expensive start, this has proved to be a fairly tidy spell from Ollie Price, if he can get through the last couple of balls of this over and one more. Hasn't bowled too many set up and beg balls that have been there to be hammered away. Has generally bowled a tidy line from around the wicket at that Jimmy Anderson end.
Wasn't the easiest time for him to come into the attack in that first power play. He had Hurst, who was clearly at they're looking to be the aggressor at the start.
Again, Marcus Harris, not hugely convincing. End of the price over. Tight one from the off spinner, but in truth, Gloucestershire really need wickets at this stage to try and undermine this Lancashire chase. 104 needed from 19 overs. Jennings 65, Harris 9.
It's not quite in a holding pattern, but they are scoring at just over fives, and I suppose it's just a question of whether there's going to come a point when a couple of bigger overs come together, and maybe then, especially as it gets down below 100 required, Lancashire kick on.
Middleton round the wicket and gives himself a half chance. That would have been one heck of a catch if he could have hung there. Jennings really thumping that back. Sometimes they stick, and sometimes they don't. A bit aerial again from Keaton Jennings, but in enough space for it not to be a problem. Keaton Jennings just looking slightly frustrated with life in this over. A couple of shots that perhaps reflect the fact that, having been starved of the strike and perhaps lost a little bit of the fluency that we saw in the first part of his innings, he's just starting to agitate a little. He's got the experience, though, to know that Lancashire are well on here.
He's not actually hit Middleton for a boundary. Just the one again there. Long leg cutting off the angle, and he's seen Bohannon take him down with good effect a few times, but every time Jennings, in about his last 30 balls even, has really tried to up the ante, it's just looked as if he's lost that rhythm a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll want to break the back of what's left of this chase, which is exactly 101, as quickly as possible, but with the wickets left intact and state of the pitch, etc., there's no evidence to suggest Lancashire can't just ease their way to victory here without needing to go all guns blazing. depleted Gloucestershire attack as well, with relatively few punches within it, it would seem. No need really for Jennings to force the pace. The odd boundary to top up, turning the strike over will take Lancashire here over the line. Ollie Price's final over to be bowled from the James Anderson end. Upish and out, and that is the end for Keaton Jennings. And we'd said that he had looked frustrated, and that is a rather soft demise. And it's a straightforward catch, and it's the end for Jennings, and it's a soft way for him to go. The captain in other formats freed of that responsibility in this one, but having made a good start to his innings today, perishes in rather simple circumstances. Easy catch for Joe Phillips, a wicket in his final over for Ollie Price, and Keaton Jennings departs for 67. Lancashire 170 for 3.
Yeah, they've stuck at their work the last few overs, Gloucestershire, ever since Harris came out. It looks as if he was trying to find his method, tried a few sweeps and paddles, and those didn't really come off, and then was pretty much playing the same game as Jennings, and it felt as though somebody had to do something, and I think Jennings may be caught in two minds about whether to really go over the top or whether to just try and maybe chip the ball over the infield for a couple of runs. But we've seen a few tamer dismissals of late, and I don't know if there's any evidence of the fact that the pitch may be slowing down as the sun's baked it a little bit more as a used surface. It does happen. Whether it has happened here, I don't know. We'll probably only know by the end if more batters come out and struggle, but still Lancashire in a good position. But now there's the inexperienced, albeit exciting and talented Rocky Flintoff coming out, and we'll see how he elects to play.
Well, he played nicely for 34 against Northamptonshire on Sunday, and a breezy 41 not out against Kent earlier in this campaign, but that's a nervy start.
Funny, first 2 or 3 overs, Ollie Price might have been thinking this could be a long 10 overs. Now he wish he could bowl 12 or 13.
I think that's spot on. Yeah, I think Cameron Bancroft would love Ollie Price to be able to bowl at least a couple more.
They'd also dearly love to have that extra spin option so they could just keep these overs of spin going, but don't know that they really have it.
Well, Phil Mustard had no interest in that appeal instantly, but I have to say at first glance I thought it was actually not a bad shout. A wicket maiden, nice way for Ollie Price to finish his spell. Done a good job for his skipper after getting a bit of tap early in it, and that certainly gives Gloucestershire a lift. The wicket of Keaton Jennings, and Lancashire needing 101 more from 17 overs, with Harris and Flintoff at the crease.
That's a really fine comeback from Ollie Price with the ball Knew there was going to be that pressure of having to bowl his 10 overs. I'm sure he'd have relished it because he very much enjoys his bowling, but as I say, after his first few overs, I'd have been tempted to think, well, I just want to get out of this spell here, but he's done a lot more than that.
Middleton to continue then, going at 5 and over. From his first 7, only really though Josh Bohannon who's taken a liking to him with those 3 big blows, all yielding 6 into that region between mid-wicket and long on. But Bohannon departed, and Harris and Flintoff will be slightly wary of another wicket going quickly here, potentially starting to send 1 or 2 shockwaves around the dressing room. Still very much Lancashire's to lose with what is required against the overs remaining and the wickets they've still got left, but Gloucestershire just keeping an interest in proceedings with the 2 wickets that have gone down in the last quarter of an hour or so.
That's 100 from 100 now, as the locals find their voice.
It's a tough song to learn, that one, Ed. You'll have to come again before you'll really get the hang of it.
He's gone back.
Could be close.
Perhaps just not quite straightening enough.
Yeah, certainly well worth a shout for Ed Middleton there. Paul Pollard, former Nottinghamshire opening batsman, not interested. But Rocky Flintoff certainly being asked a question or two early in his innings, and a slip in place now.
Oh, she bowled him round his legs. So an unhappy stay at the crease for Flintoff and a second for Middleton. Tried a few different sweep shots, Flintoff, but just couldn't get it away. The pressure built up on him, and Gloucestershire just keeping bowling straight. I'll have to have a second look to see whether that's clean bowled him or whether he's contrived to have that come off something. No, I think he's just exposed enough of the leg stump for the ball to hit it.
Yep, I don't think there was any deflection from glove or thigh guard. Let's have a look from this angle. No, I think you're right. It's simply as you describe it, Ed. He's exposed that leg stump. Rocky Flintoff, and Ed Middleton has flicked the bail, and suddenly, well, I thought the Wasp at 95% as early as it was up as high as that was a little bit overconfident, whilst Lancashire looked very much in the driving seat. Wasn't quite sure it was such a done deal as early as the Wasp would suggest, and Lancashire's still very much in the driving seat, but this is a spirited effort from Gloucestershire's depleted attack to start to chip into the Lancashire middle order. 152 for 1 has become 171 for 4, and Harry Singh walking to the wicket with a little bit of a recovery job to do with Marcus Harris.
Yep, and Balderson, Shetty, Aspinwall, with Tom Bailey and Charlie Barnard the batting to come, so certainly not time to get in a flap if you're a Lancashire supporter, but I suppose it always shows 50 over cricket, even an equation that looks a fairly simple one by T20 standards, can get tricky quickly. It's a confident start from Harry Singh, as the net's really tightened on him. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket. Slip in, but confidently finding one of not many gaps Get the runs required below 100.
Yeah, good test for Singh here to try and stick around with Marcus Harris. Harris with all the experience to try and guide Lancashire, but again, Middleton asking a question outside Harris is off stump, and the game feels a bit different now. 16 overs to go, 99 required.
So assuming there isn't a joker up Cameron Bancroft's sleeve as far as an extra spin option's concerned, at the moment it is spin that's looking like the most dangerous thing. So they've only got 2 more overs of it to negotiate, as well as Middleton is now bowling and Ollie Price finished. Well, I think we might be about to see the joker actually. That looks like Tommy Borman, who I don't think I've ever seen bowl before. I'm sure he's bowled plenty for Dumbleton in his day, but it sort of felt as though they might almost as well, even if it's only for an over or two, just have a look at somebody else. It's listed as right arm off break, but he's not bowled for Gloucestershire before. Tommy Borman is going to have a go from the Sir James Anderson end. He faced Anderson actually in the championship match earlier this season.
Not a bad start.
He was one of the, I suspect, many who Anderson has bowled at who was born after Anderson made his Test debut.
Yep. Yeah, that will be quite a significant list, I'd have thought now, such has been Jimmy's longevity. Yeah, I think good captaincy from Bancroft, because Harry Singh coming out off the back of 2 wickets falling next to each other and 3 in a short period of time, he's not going to want to take a huge risk you wouldn't have thought initially, and the ball not coming onto the bat like it would from a seam bowler. He's got to work that bit harder to try and find a gap in the field, manoeuvre the ball around, so make it hard for him. Don't give him anything to hit. If Borman can bowl with reasonable accuracy, make the new batsman try and work it into some space. And 2 from the first 5 deliveries. He's certainly not let his captain down. Really good start from Tommy Borman.
We started to see it. It's funny how this happens when a couple of wickets fall as well, but it has started to be a bit more noticeable, just a little bit more lift on some deliveries. Again, that one just bouncing over the top of Singh's bat. And now we are going to see seam return, so going to try and keep a couple of overs of Middleton up his sleeve. Will Williams, I suppose, could just run in and almost bowl maybe off cutters, but yeah, I thought Middleton might
really
continue.
I mean, if you're Ed Middleton, you've taken your first wicket in List A cricket, you then just backed it up, having caused Flintoff problems before then ultimately getting him out. I'd have thought your confidence would be sky high. Why wouldn't you just bowl him through? 2 more to be bowled. You know, he's now got to come back into the attack. The dynamic might be different. These two might have a bit of a partnership going by the time he comes back. Yeah, well, it's obviously method in Bancroft's thinking, but Will Williams will generally give you accuracy, as we've discussed, Ed.
Yeah,
so
you're still going it almost with pace off anyway, aren't you? If you're asking Williams to bowl stump to stump and not give much pace. Yeah, I suppose you'd be so tempted to think Harris is the key man. Could get him, everything would change. Oh, they have. Well, the bowling change has worked, and Will Williams has struck. And the bowling change turns out to have been a genius move from Gloucestershire, as Williams has a wicket. Another catch, pretty much chipped. It was hit a little bit firmer than some, but another catch in the ring. And Harris, another batter, will be walking off thinking, how have I done that?
Well, Bancroft taking the catch, and exactly as you say, Ed, I mean, that is another soft dismissal. We've seen a fair few of those in this game so far, and what looked like a stroll home for Lancashire 20 minutes ago is suddenly looking anything but now, and that was really a soft one that should have been picked off for easy runs through mid-wicket. To perish flicking that kind of delivery straight to mid-wicket really is a sickener for Marcus Harris, and suddenly Lancashire have got to win this game all over again, because they looked absolutely in the box seat at 152 for 1, and now they find themselves at 174 for 5, and they've got two young players in Harry Singh and Arav Shetty at the crease, and they've still got almost 100 to score.
I mean, that's even pretty different from some of the others that we've seen, where Bohannon chipped a catch back, maybe was through the shot a bit early, maybe he would say felt that the ball stopped on him a bit. Jennings, you know, it wasn't, to me, that dismissal also didn't really look as though that was a stopping in the pitch. That just, again, was a little bit in two minds. And then that one, I mean, that's a ball on middle and leg. It is not a ball that you'd have expected to produce the wicket. Admittedly, Bancroft, I think, has deliberately put himself at that shortish straight mid-wicket, knowing Harris has that almost exaggerated whip of the bottom hand and the follow-through. The ball does tend to go a bit straighter when he looks to play through the leg side, but I don't think you're really quite legislating for that. But either way, it's worked, and this is a game that's bubbling up all of a sudden. It's a nice start from Shetty, should be 2. Nice opening of the face. Slightly relieved round of applause almost from the Lancashire crowd.
I think that's exactly the emotion. Lancashire crowd stunned that their team have suddenly slipped from a near invincible position in this game to being one where they're probably only marginal favourites now. I mean, George Balderson as well taking the decision not to put himself in at 7. Perhaps slightly surprising that Shetty batting above the captain. I assume there's no injury issue for Balderson, but you'd probably have expected him to have come in at 7. Perhaps Shetty 8, Aspinwall, Bailey, Barnard, something like that. So Shetty given the opportunity here to try and turn this around for his county.
Well, he's certainly got plenty of shots, Shetty, and does not lack in confidence playing them. So maybe there's a thought of send Shetty out here when there's, you know, rather than send him out 6 down, where he then can't really express himself. And if it comes off here, then he might just get this equation more favourable for Lancashire again. But either way, it's so much of this competition as Williams completes another successful over so much of this competition is about finding out what you've got, and whilst Gloucestershire are not missing any players to 100 duty, equally with the injuries that they've had, they could have called in reinforcements. They've decided to have a look at the likes of Rao and Charlesworth, Ahmed, Eklund, etc. And Lancashire likewise, now they get an opportunity really to see the likes of Shetty and Singh here, and then Balderson with the captaincy burden of responsibility. It's going to be up to them if Lancashire are going to win this game now, and they'll find out plenty about those.
Borman continuing after that impressive first over. Two new batsmen having to try and put pace on the ball themselves as Lancashire try and get their house back in order here.
It's a long way down for Aman Rao.
It's a good stop, wasn't it?
Very quickly it turns from 6 off and over, 6 singles, good for Lancashire, to actually, especially with Borman bowling, 6 singles just builds a little bit of pressure.
Well, Borman hasn't dropped in a big long hop yet, a full toss or a hit me half volley, so he's certainly doing a very tidy job here with these off breaks, pretty much picking up exactly where Ollie Price left off at the James Anderson end. And only 5 off his second over, so 2 overs for 7. A real bonus for Cameron Bancroft to have this extra 6th bowler that we didn't think perhaps he would be able to turn to. 182 for 5 at the end of the 37th over. Like for like, Lancashire 10 runs ahead as to where Gloucestershire were at this stage, but Gloucestershire were only 3 down at this point as opposed to Lancashire being 5 down. So suddenly the statistics which looked all in the Red Rose favour not a huge time ago, now suddenly looking much more balanced, and Lancashire needing to put the work in now to get this back on track. 89 needed from 13 overs. Will Williams' approach to the crease, Ed, he almost decelerates as he gets to the crease, doesn't he? You normally see a fast bowler gradually pick their knees up as they get to the stumps, and it's kind of the metres per second speed, or however you'd measure it, is on the increase. But Will Williams' slightly quirky run-up seems to almost be a drop-off as he approaches.
Everything's so measured out. When you watch him bowl in Championship cricket, he lands, every foot placement is just identical, and because he gets through so many overs, you can see the Will Williams furrow that he's ploughed at the end of each day.
Metronomic. Nice soft hands from Arav Shetty, picking up 1.
All of a sudden the required rate's 7. And DLS. Lancashire are 9 runs behind that, where the par score is at the moment.
Yeah, Gloucestershire are right in this. That is absolutely the case. I don't think DLS is going to matter this afternoon, looking at the ever decreasing number of white cotton wool clouds above us in the Manchester sky. It's a really pleasant summer's afternoon now. Blue sky all around.
Yeah, the DLS printer has not needed to have its ink replaced this season.
No, it's
for those sheets they print out.
Probably, I'd have thought, the most redundant printer on the circuit. The rain-reduced matches this year will be certainly, in the last couple of months, in the very, very few category. Tidy stuff from Williams again here. Bowled in! Williams strikes, and Lancashire are now in real trouble. Harry Singh goes, and the collapse continues, and Gloucestershire turning a screw here on a Lancashire team who are really crumbling. They looked well set for victory, but a flurry of wickets now added to by that of Harry Singh. Bit of movement from Will Williams coming back into the right-hander, and Singh departs. Gloucestershire on top here, 183 for 6. Lancashire still with a long way to go.
Well, you can see where it's hit. And that's really what Will Williams has done since coming back into the attack, and a celebration, joy on the face of Will Williams back on his old stomping ground, and he knows how to bowl on these surfaces. He's come back and made his figures look even better. 2 for 24 from 7 overs. And out comes the Lancashire captain. There's still going to have to be some overs from Gloucestershire's more inexperienced and quicker seam bowlers. But at the moment, the more overs they can get through from Tommy Borman, the fewer of those, even those overs, they've got to bowl.
Well, this really is quite the collapse, but this is why we all love cricket, because you never know when there's going to be one heck of a change in fortune. Lancashire have now really got to try and dig this one out, because 31 runs have yielded 5 Lancastrian wickets, and then it looked like it was stroll in the park territory, with all data pointing towards a Lancashire victory with some comfort. Suddenly the Josh Bohannon dismissal has triggered a huge change in feel to this game, and Captain Balderson and young Arav Shetty are going to have to work hard here to give themselves a chance of usurping this 270 run target. Makes for fascinating viewing, Ed.
Is he going to get away with that just about? Rao maybe saving a couple of runs. The crowd imploring the batters to come back for 3 there.
Yeah, Rao doing well. Those are the sort of moments in these games that can make a real difference and just lift a fielding side another notch when you see someone cutting off a couple. All these runs are going to be valuable now.
He'd love to have had a go at that one as well, because of the wickets that have been taken elsewhere. Borman's margin of error has actually been increased a little bit, but again, even those balls down the leg side are actually better off there than the other side.
Tidy stuff again from Tommy Borman, just 5 from the over, 188 for 6 then Lancashire after 39 overs. At the same stage Gloucestershire were 189 for 3, so just a run difference between the two sides. Now of course the Gloucestershire conclusion to the innings was rather slowed by the double departure of Bancroft and Taylor, but there was a renaissance, at least to some level, with a bit of late hitting from Borman and Phillips, getting them up to that 270 score. So this one's still very much in the balance. Balderson, you'd feel, is a key man for Lancashire, experienced and quality player to try and stick with youngster Arav Shetty, who can certainly earn himself significant plaudits with the Lancashire faithful if he could steer his team home from here. He certainly looked neat so far, looked in good touch. The man from the South Asian Cricket Academy and Manchester Grammar School looked assured at the crease. He needs to stay there.
Well, so far he's found a way, unlike probably the 3 batters who came before him, of at least finding singles. The problem is he's then not been got back on strike. There've been a succession of 2 or 3 dots after that.
That's good cricket from Balderson. Set off quickly, picking up the 1, and of course this left-right hand partnership becomes relevant again now, just to ensure that the bowler has to keep adjusting his line if they do manage to keep rotating the strike. Again, Williams just losing his line there from having adjusted to bowl the previous delivery to the left-handed Balderson, and Shetty able to pick him off. Now, these Borman overs will give Bancroft the option, Ed, to not necessarily bowl Luke Charlesworth through or Aman Rao, who had bowled well in his first spell, but if taking the pace off is what Bancroft thinks is his best hope, he can keep Borman going.
Yeah, and I think Lancashire have to score at a decent enough rate until the point that one of those two or both of them have to come back into the attack. There will be options for those two, with the rate having been increased. They can bowl to the bigger boundary, it would be harder with the left-hand right-hand combo. But probably scoring at 4s and 5s off the remaining Williams overs and 2 overs of Middleton, and Tommy Borman, who's going at 4s. They're going to have to do a little bit better than that, I think, off the other bowling.
Balderson then will keep the strike with that single off the last ball of the over. So 79 it is. That's the over. That's the requirement for the last 10 overs. Then 7.9 runs per over will be the ask for the last power play of the innings. But George Balderson will know he can't be too aggressive too quickly here. Aspinwall, a good striker of a ball. Tom Bailey as well, still to come, but 6 down. I think Balderson will know he's got to stick around with Arav Shetty at least for another 4 or 5 overs to try and just keep reducing that target and make sure that they've got something potentially within range when you get to the last 5 or 6 overs.
So Josh Bohannon, off the second ball of the 28th over, hit Ed Middleton for 6. And that next ball that was chipped back to Middleton started a spell of 5 for 31 in 10.5 overs. Should be able to come back for 2 here because it's a long boundary out there. The Manchester faithful just looking for something to get their teeth into. A good couple of runs, see their side getting moving again. Oh, that took
Tough
a
bounce, that
wicked
wasn't it?
bounce, yeah, and I think that's hit the rope already, is it not?
Well, Lancashire fans certainly thought so.
It was a long way away.
Shetty, I think, thought it was 4. I actually thought it was stopped just inside the rope, but I have a look at it.
I must admit, I sounded sure when I called it live. I wasn't at all.
Well, that's the first poor ball that Borman's really bowled, but he's got away with it. That probably should have been smacked for 4 or 6, but he got away with just a single there. First time he's bowled a half tracker. 6 off this over so far. Lancashire could really do with a good end to it. Well, there's the 8 for the over, which is exactly what Lancashire needed from the start of that over, so they've kept exactly on it. Will Borman get another? That's the decision that Bancroft will be contemplating. It's always the risk that when you go to a inexperienced extra bowler, you bowl them 1 over too many, and then you look back and say, that's the one that's cost me 15 or 20 runs potentially.
Right,
Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah,
Oh, that's 4.
I must say,
that is 4. Good call, Ed.
Thought was because
Yeah.
it looked as if it had flicked up and then was palmed back.
Yeah, absolutely. Should have been 4, that, shouldn't it? Let's have another look here. Yep, looked like 4 for sure, and Arav Shetty certainly thought so. Maybe the fielder wasn't sure himself whether he'd kept that inside the rope or not, but certainly those replays strongly suggesting Lancashire lost out on a couple there. That's in the past though. They've got to refocus on getting 71 from the last 9 overs, and Amar Rao is back into the attack.
Oh, that almost carried to Bancroft, who's done brilliantly to save at least 2.
Yeah, it was uppish for a long time, that, wasn't it? Nearly a repeat off the second ball, but Shetty just getting over that a bit more.
Oh,
swung away by Balderson.
Yeah, he just didn't have the protection out there at deep mid-wicket. Rao's success has come when he has bowled it that little bit fuller, and Balderson would have been so grateful to see that one land there and just sit up enough. Clearing Bancroft, who's in very close at short mid-wicket, and nobody else getting to that one. Settling boundary for Lancashire and for Balderson.
I guess Rao's looking for that back of a length delivery and just went a bit too short.
Probably needed the deep mid-wicket out if he was going to go there, because he could have done as well. I think they had 5 in the ring, and we're now inside the last 10 overs, so they've only got to have 4 in.
Field change as a consequence. And that's good from Balderson. That's intelligent cricket, back of a length and spotting the opportunity to head over the infield on the offside on this occasion. Really good cricket from George Balderson, and a defiant thump on the glove from Arav Shetty.
Yeah, he set the field for a short ball, but not short and wide. It's a well-manufactured shot from Balderson, but really with only one fielder deep on the offside, that had to go, and Balderson doesn't miss out.
Well, you were reminiscing earlier, Ed, about the previous match in '96 and Neil Fairbrother. It's almost got that sort of feel of an old-fashioned one-day game now. And Balderson being a left-hander and a player with more experience than most out there today, almost becomes slightly Fairbrother-ish. Can he manufacture a way to victory here for Lancashire? One that looked a near certainty, then that crumbled in front of their eyes, and now has a 50-50 chance perhaps.
And it also has a little bit of that more old school feel to it, because it doesn't seem like the kind of game, and it may not turn out this way, but it doesn't seem like the kind of game where somebody's going to come on and get hit for 3 consecutive sixes and that's just going to define it. It feels as though for these 8 overs, Lancashire are going to have to get a lot of these runs in 1s and 2s. Of course they're going to need boundaries as well, but there's going to be a lot of pushing the field, getting 6-7 runs and over if they can't find the boundary just by hitting gaps. There'll be plenty of space out there.
Yeah.
Especially
Luke Charlesworth back.
Yeah, now that Luke Charlesworth's coming back, and probably one of the more obvious death options is to go potentially either wide length or wide Yorker to the left-hander and bang it in short to Arav Shetty, who will be pulling into the big leg side, just try and hide the ball from the short side. And then the key might well be how many can you run. But at the moment, it's not a field that I guess really dictates that he has to bowl wide of the off stump. Got 3 fielders deep on that leg side boundary. Oh, and that was nearly the danger of having that 3rd fielder on the onside, looking to bowl it wide. Balderson has that gap between short extra cover and mid-off, and it was a crisp connection. Needed a good stop.
Well, Charlesworth's only bowled 5 overs up to now, so he could potentially bowl continuously from the Jimmy Anderson end for the rest of the innings and bowl 4 more off the reel here, should his captain desire. And that is not what Cameron Bancroft will be looking for. That sort of delivery to be flicked away off the hip is easy pickings, and Arav Shetty not missing out.
That was really neatly deflected, given that he just stepped slightly inside it at the last moment. Obviously recognised it was heading down the leg side, but he just made a last-second adjustment with his feet just to get them out of the way and then allow the bat to brush it very fine. There are still these 2 overs of Middleton, which you sort of wonder now, when's he going to bowl? They're going to ask him to bowl right at the death. He's taken 2 for 37.
I wondered if Rao will come off after that over and he'll give Middleton the next 2 from this end, and then Williams will finish with the last 2 from this end, assuming we go the full 50. But Shetty's just looked in such good touch since the moment he came out there, hasn't he? He hasn't tried to hit the ball too hard, hasn't tried to force the pace, but he's found the gaps for the singles, been neat off his legs and off his hip. He's just looked in good touch.
Yeah, and it wasn't just now that there's more pace on either. Actually, even against the spinners, he made it look as really Jennings and Hurst and Bohannon had made it look for the first half until that slightly mad 45 minutes. They've got their boundary from the over, Lancashire. I think unless a really obvious opportunity comes along for another, there's no pressure to do anything out of the ordinary here.
Yeah, they're holding the rate at 8, aren't they? And they're generally getting that per over at the moment. Decent Yorker from Charlesworth, but Shetty equal to it. 1 to come in this 43rd over.
That's the key again, isn't it? I mean, if you're looking to do something extravagant there and get greedy and think, really break the back of this total and get another boundary, then you're not in a position to deal with that.
Short and dispatched, and that is just what George Balderson wanted. Not a clever piece of bowling at all from Luke Charlesworth, dragging that down, and Balderson onto that quickly, swinging that one away, and that was the over Lancashire needed. 14 coming from it, and that might make Cameron Bancroft think again if he was going to go back to his opening bowler from here on in from the Anderson end. That is a really good over for Lancashire. 53 now required, and the Raiders back down under 7.
Yeah, the short balls, a genuine plan, because you've got an enormous boundary off to the party stand side, but there's been 2 short balls in the last couple of overs that have been bowled to the short side, one on Balderson's hip and one very wide outside his off stump, and he's scored 10 runs off those 2 balls, and that's a huge difference, needless to say, in a tight game. And now back to Middleton, but with 2 batters who have now found the boundary each. But he saved those 2 overs up of Middleton for a rainy day, so to speak, and now is that moment.
Yeah, I think it's the right time to bowl Middleton again.
Right in the gap between backward point and short third. Wasn't a controlled shot.
First loose one we've seen, really, from Shetty, and he was fortunate, as you say there, Ed, to bisect the fielders.
Space of 2 overs, really, isn't it? It's gone from Lancashire being the ones desperate for a boundary, never mind multiple ones, to Gloucestershire now feeling as though they really have to break this partnership.
That's running away. That's going to be leg buys, and I think 4 of them. Yeah, no opportunity for Aman Rao to haul that one back in. And it's starting to go Lancashire's way now again. Definitely in the ascendancy as the pendulum swings once more, and as you say, Ed, Gloucestershire in desperate need of a wicket to try and break these two who are both looking in decent touch and finding ways to accumulate.
Gets it over wide of extra cover, not particularly close to a fielder in the end. So that gap between runs required and balls remaining shrinks to just 3, 41 from 38.
Decent over from Ed Middleton, 7 from it, but the leg by's a heavy contributor to that. Lancashire won't care though how they come at this stage of the innings. 40 needed then from 6 overs. Both sides after 44 overs were on 231, so that shows you just how tight this game still is. But with these two at the crease and both looking in decent nick, you'd say Lancashire would be the happier of the two dressing rooms at this precise moment. But as we've seen in this game, a wicket can suddenly change everything, particularly if it's followed by another one straight away. So Lancashire will know keeping Shetty and Balderson established at the crease is key to their hopes of getting this job done and getting over the line here. If these two are still out there in 6 overs time, you think it's near certain Lancashire will be victorious. But if Gloucestershire can get a breakthrough, it can all change again. Now this is interesting. Charlesworth withdrawn after that one expensive comeback over, and it's a return for Aman Rao at the Jimmy Anderson end.
Still 3 left for Rao, or 2 overs and 5 balls now. 2 from Williams, 1 from Middleton. So Rao may have to bowl out from that Anderson end. It's going to be key how he locates his short balls. Balderson wants 2, but I think he's right not to be called through for it. Don't really have to take those risks at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Cameron Bancroft will be, I think, disappointed in Luke Charlesworth as his strike bowler really in this attack. Certainly one of his more experienced bowlers, new ball bowler, if he's having to just draw a line at 6 overs in terms of his contribution on a day when he's short of bowling options, but it looks like that may well be how it plays out.
From 33. So just a few dots starting to appear again. 3 in the last 5 balls. Oh, it's caught, but it's a no ball. Oh, wow.
What a moment.
And the game between these sides at Bristol in the Championship potentially turning on a wicket taken off a no ball, and history might be about to repeat itself.
Well, can you believe it? It's the one thing we hadn't seen in this game today, but the outstretched arm of Phil Mustard reprieves George Balderson. And now a free hit.
Wide as well. He'll have to re-bowl it. Balderson had moved across, but Rao firing it even further wide. The lasso signal comes out from the umpire again.
Just one from the free hit, so relatively not a bad outcome for our man Rao there. George Balderson's heart must have been in his mouth, unless of course he heard the call. You never know, do you? You never know.
I don't think I've heard a former player who's admitted to
hearing the call
that
before playing the shot
with somebody of maybe with a spinner bowling.
Yeah. It was very wide, wasn't it? It was very wide. That's the only reason I could have thought, you know, did he want to play that shot to a ball as wide as that? But no, you're probably right. Bit of everything in this over from Rao.
Yeah, it's just that sense of Gloucestershire's young seam bowling being under pressure a little bit, and they've offered up a few freebies for Lancashire. In the air, but it'll fall short. Helped it on its way. And Luke Charlesworth briefly interested down at fine leg. So 34 from 31. Already an 8-ball over. And the no ball aside, in fact, well, in terms of the actual ball he bowled as well, it was the plan to bowl extremely wide outside the off stump, and actually it would have, if he'd kept his foot behind the line, would have worked out okay. And actually, in terms of the deliveries that were sent down there, Rao kept it wide to Balderson and kept it straight to Shetty.
Yeah, 6 from it, so Lancashire behind the rate in that over relative to what they required. 6.8 the ask now, 34 from 30 balls. There are no real options, you'd think, though, for Cameron Bancroft other than continuing with Rao, because he can't really bowl Williams at that end, because Middleton's only got one more at this end, so he's going to have to bowl either Rao or Charlesworth again. 5 overs still to be bowled. Middleton's going to have 1 of them, Williams will have 2 of them, but he's still got to get 2 more out of Charlesworth or Arman Rao. I can't see young Tommy Borman being asked to bowl another over at this late stage. It would be quite an ask for a young rookie off spinner to come and do that. And I think his 4 overs for 20 were extremely valuable ones for his captain to only go at 5 and over in the context of this game and in the context of the fact he'd not bowled for Gloucestershire before. So I think it'll be Rao to continue at the other end in the next over, but Middleton's got to complete his spell first. Over number 46.
Each decision sort of magnified in this situation. Do you go after Middleton? Might throw one up temptingly and you might not be able to resist the temptation, or find yourself doing something that you don't mean to, almost a reflex reaction in these sorts of moments. A lot on the line. Lancashire really do need to win this game.
Well, you also know that a 15 over kind of breaks the back of it and all but gets you home, don't you? So it's tempting to try and put together a similar over to the one from Charlesworth that went for 14, the 43rd over. Good again from Middleton, 1 ... just what his captain would ask for here. Balderson can't beat the man at short mid-wicket.
He's holding his line and not firing it in too quickly, actually, Middleton, which would be the temptation in this situation.
Rinse and repeat for a 3rd time in a row.
You know, he's not bowled much in white ball cricket full stop. It's only his 2nd game, and now he's bowling in the 46th over of a tight game. Connection on the sweep.
One.
Yeah, just 2 from the over. And it might be Shetty to that short leg side. Might feel that temptation if Middleton just slightly over pitches. 1 ball left in a fine spell of bowling. Didn't over pitch.
And I think sensible from Shetty as well, not to try and force it off the final ball, knowing it had been a relatively fallow over, to just accept the fact that that's Middleton bowled through now. 2 for 47 from 10 neat overs of leg spin. 3 Josh Bohannon blows, collecting 18 of those runs. The other 9.3 overs going for 29. So I think he's done a good job for his captain, particularly, as you say, Ed, considering his inexperience.
They've just had a little dalliance, the Worms now.
The worm has turned.
Intertwined. And it's pretty much level pegging.
Yeah, still a really good match, isn't it? To be as competitive as this, 96 overs into 100. It just shows you again what a good format 50 over cricket is, and how it can ebb and flow. At times for fight backs, games within games. Good from Rao, and also good from Shetty to dig that out.
It's a brave delivery to go Yorker first ball. It's so tempting, I guess, to just think bowl everything short to that long boundary, but if the batters start to get wise to that, there's still ways that they can access other areas. That's going to clear mid off. Strong shot from Balderson, who is finding key blows at the end of this game.
Well, Rao did so well with the previous ball, getting it right up in the block on. That's the risk. If you're just slightly too short, it becomes a ball in the slot that a good player can drive and hitting that on the up. Balderson clearing mid-off, and a boundary early in the over always makes a difference. Better length from Rao. Well, the majority of a really good Emirates Old Trafford crowd have stayed to see the conclusion of this game, and my goodness, they've had good value for money today. But their journey home will be heavily hinging on the result.
Taking on mid-off this time, and a slightly wide throw, but backed up by Middleton. Certainly got their money's worth today, and a few late rays as well. After some slightly gloomy stuff to start with when we had the floodlights on, it's turned into another glorious evening.
Oh dear. Attempted slower ball bouncer, but execution just not there.
Shetty is asking whether that was called one for the over. I don't think it was. I think it was just a wide down the leg side. Gloucestershire having to push fielders in closer now. Can't just have those infielders sit back on the 30-yard circle, which will open up possibilities for boundary scoring opportunities, but Gloucestershire need dots and wickets.
Two graduates of the South Asian Cricket Academy square up. And on that occasion, Shetty is the winner, drilling it wide of cover. No opportunity there for Ollie Price to get down to that, and that is a really good end to the over. And is Arav Shetty taking Lancashire to victory here? That certainly puts them in the box seat at the end of the 47th. 271 the target, 251 for 6. Lancashire now, they need 20 from 18 balls.
He's such a expressive player, Arav Shetty. He's not somebody who, I guess, is scared of doing things a little unconventionally, and he's certainly shown, when I've seen him, a real, I suppose, individual style, which is good to see. He's got his own method, and he'll go about playing the shots that he wants, and it was a flamboyant shot through the offside. So Williams back, and his task to bowl the 48th and 50th should they be required.
And a big decision for the next over at the other end for Cameron Bancroft. Does he stick with Rao? Does he go back to Charlesworth? Or does he take the ultimate gamble and go back to Tommy Borman?
Williams tends to go Yorkers. It's just a question of which part they land. We went length. Got a swing and a miss. It was another delivery which Balderson, who's already executed that shot over mid-wicket, got it well over the infield. It was a ball I suspect that Balderson would have backed himself to hit that way.
Absolutely, yeah. Too many will know each other from countless Lancashire matches over the past 4 seasons. Oh, Paul Pollard thought about it. And one for the over, extending his arms. Bonus run for Lancashire.
And a double blow as now Williams pretty much has to bowl it fuller. Another one over shoulder height and it'll be a no ball.
Maximum. George Balderson backing himself, striking through the line. And Lancashire now seemingly right back on track. A really good connection from Balderson. Terrific technique to drive that down the ground. Didn't get near to the pitch of the ball, but didn't need to.
That's an incredible shot. Like a sort of forehand smash over mid-off. That's in the gap as well. That'll surely be an opportunity for two. George Balderson playing an absolute gem as captain down at number 8, and he appears to be playing the decisive innings in this match.
Certainly a captain's innings so far. Can he get them over the line? Goes straight again, goes high again, goes maximum again. George Balderson is getting this game won for Lancashire. Cometh the hour, cometh Captain Balderson.
Such a fluent swing. It's another length ball. Balderson just waiting for it, camping his weight back in the crease, open stance, but then getting all that momentum through the ball and going straight. Wonderful hitting.
Just 5 required.
Didn't get up much, that bouncer, and it's possibly a good thing from the Gloucestershire point of view, given they already used up his bouncer for the over, that it didn't too much. But this really has been the over.
Last ball of the over. Balderson trying to dispense that one again. That's been stopped by the umpire. We really have seen everything in this innings. An involuntary intervention when we didn't expect it from Phil Mustard at square leg, but that takes George Balderson to 50 and he keeps the strike. 50 from 34 balls. What a super innings this has been from the skipper, coming in at number 8 just when his team were listing and struggling and seemingly slipping. He and young Arav Shetty have turned the ship around, and Lancashire from 183 for 6 now at 267 for 6 are almost there.
Fantastic partnership as well. They really have complemented each other, not just with the left hand, right hand, but Shetty mostly finding singles really. He's only hit 2 boundaries and one of those was a little leg glance.
For the win, Rao in again. Balderson's gone for it, he's hit it straight. Has he got the distance? I think he has. It disappears for a maximum, and what a way to win a game of cricket. George Balderson, with a flurry of straight 6s, takes Lancashire to victory here over Gloucestershire by 4 wickets. A superb cameo from the captain, who finishes unbeaten on 56, and Lancashire win this game by 4 wickets and continue their assault on the knockout stages of the Metrobank Cup.
Great striking. Balderson being congratulated by all of the Gloucestershire players on a really classy innings, and the ease of some of those strikes, the straight hitting, the majestic power from a position where Lancashire appeared to have potentially even let the game slip completely. 84 from 61 before that final 6, taking the partnership up to 90, and from a flurry of wickets from some disciplined Gloucestershire bowling as well, not giving a great deal for these two at the start of their partnership as well. They bided their time a little bit, rotated the strike, and then when they decided to launch, they did so decisively. And deserved win for Lancashire as they've gone out and won this game. Gloucestershire, despite the fact that they've struggled in this competition, I felt this was one of their better bowling performances in the competition, but it's taken something really special from George Balderson with the support of Arav Shetty with that 90-run partnership there to secure this win. And it's Lancashire's 4th win out of 6 and keeps them right in the frame for a place in the knockout stages.
Incredible to look at those partnerships at 92 and 60, setting Lancashire seemingly on an irreversible path to victory. And the Wasp up at 95% at that time, and then suddenly 5 wickets falling in a cluster. No partnership possible until Balderson and Shetty came together, and then in the end an assault which led Lancashire to victory in the end with 11 balls to spare. 4 4s and 4 6s in that 56-run cameo from just 35 balls from George Balderson and a runnable 36 from Arav Shetty. So there's the card at the end of the Lancashire innings, and the Gloucestershire bowling figures. Well, in the end, Rao was expensive. Charlesworth perhaps the most disappointing, going at 8.33, and Will Williams' figures taking a heavy dent as George Balderson opened his shoulders with those straight 6s in what proved to be Williams' final over. Spirited effort from Gloucestershire. They fought hard to bring themselves right back into contention after Lancashire got off to that excellent start, but in the end Balderson's quality and the neat touch and sound temperament of Arav Shetty guiding Lancashire to victory. Gloucestershire's difficulties in this competition continue, just 1 win from their 6 games. Their hopes will now turn to their 2 matches at Cheltenham College on Sunday and Tuesday to try and recover some pride and finish in some style. For Lancashire, it's 2 away games at Warwickshire and Somerset to complete their group campaign before potentially and hopefully an opportunity to continue into the playoff round, or maybe even straight into the semi-final. We shall see. An excellent day's cricket then at Emirates Old Trafford. We've seen almost 550 runs through the day. It's been a terrific exhibition and a terrific advert for this format. My thanks to Ed Seaborn for his company throughout the day. We wish you a safe journey home, Ed, and look forward to seeing you again at Old Trafford in the near future. But from me, Chris Malaband, and all of us at Lancs TV, thanks for joining us today, whether you've done so on the YouTube channel or via the Lancs TV website. We look forward very much to being with you again very soon indeed. From all of us at Emirates Old Trafford, look out on the socials for post-match Lancashire reaction. But for now, it's goodbye.